scenarios, I've been edified tremendously by it. I've grown as a man in leadership by it. And in fact, one of the worst things that's taken place in our community is the fact that the brothers and sisters in the conscious community, unfortunately, and abroad have been bastardized. They don't know what it's like to be under somebody, to follow protocol, to follow the edict, or to follow the mandate of another man or another woman. You understand what I'm saying? And in doing, in that lack of that kind of leadership in someone's life bastardizes the leadership in the sense that they don't have no chill button. They don't have a, young brother, you're going too far. You know what? Silence. I've been silenced before. When Obama first got put into administration, Doc sent a letter to me and said, don't speak on it for the first 6 months. The Black Panthers offered me an invite to have a dialogue about Obama. And, I'm itchy. I want to talk because I just got rose up in stature. I'm leading the lodge. I'm doing my damn thing. But I had to turn down every opportunity to speak about it because Master told me don't speak on it at all until I tell you can.
Yeah, look at Prince.
One time it was an indefinite time. Next time it was 6 months. Don't ask me again, son.
Yo, is this the video where Prince show his shoes?
Didn't ask. But this is what you learn. It's protocol. You feel me? You learn this. And you can't really get that from nowhere. You can't. It's not authenticated unless you actually get it from somewhere. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you can't give yourself a father. You either have one person in your life or you don't, and you miss it forever. And hopefully people can fill in the voice the best way that they can. So, being under the master teacher, Dr. York has been a blessing in my life. And irrespective to people feeling whatever they feel about that black man, he has contributed to my life in ways that I can never revoke his spirit consciousness and his influence in my life and my family. This is a...
Yeah, I wish I can share the Polite and Young Pharaoh video. Oh my God. That was so funny. I wish I could share that.
Man, that when I had named my daughter...
Yeah, I might gotta do like a private or there's a way you can share videos. It just can't be public. But I might share that Polite and Young Pharaoh and send like a private link to everybody and do that way. So, and just delete it when I'm done. But that was a funny one.
He told me move that name out of there and rename her. I said, hey, this is what my wife and I is going to name our daughter. It was Anissa. You feel me? And he's like, get that out of here. Your daughter's name is this. But you know why I took it? Because this is a man that foretold me that I was going to have a child before I had a child with a dark woman with an afro.
Oh, stop it. He foretold you would have if he had his daughter in mind, that ain't a damn prophecy. If the whole time he has his daughter in mind, how's that a prophecy? That's like me telling the Watcher, like, yo, man, or Centavo, yo, I will prophesize that you're gonna have a skinny woman that look like me, but it's my damn sister. Like, come on, ain't no damn prophecy, man.
While my wife had a perm and I thought we was breaking up. I didn't even tell my wife.
The dude prophesied his own daughter, and this fool take that as a prophecy.
That the master teacher just told me on the phone that I'm going to have a child next year.
Dude, he had his daughter in mind, man. That ain't hard to do.
By a dark-skinned woman.
His daughter with an afro. Go ahead and say it.
With a big afro.
And that was his daughter.
The last thing on my mind was Aminette. Because she was still kind of wild. We was conscious and we was working in the right direction. But she was wilding. And I'm like, man, I don't know how this gonna work because I'm conscious now. I'm on the right path. I don't know if she's gonna take this walk with me on this short path. But this is a man who plotted out the year that my child was on.
All right, stop lying about that. Stop lying about that. Now look how York is just so, yeah, he loves when you big up his dad. And he knows Polite is lying, but the simple fact that this lie is exalting his dad, he's loving this.
Gonna be born, and even the month. That's a fact. It's a true story. I even put the letter in my book to show people this is when he said I was gonna have my
oh my God,
because he followed up.
I ain't buying that book.
You feel what I'm saying? This is a man when he told me, when I told him I had a name for my daughter, he told me, no, name your daughter Ma'ahotep Atumre. That's what it was. As a grown man who's having a child, I declined it from my opportunity to name my own child and took on the blessing of this man telling me, revoke the name I came with, give that child your name. And every wife had changed their name. He said, this is your name now. And all my children have been named. I got all my children. Every single child. And the one wife that didn't get a letter where her name changed was because it's his daughter. So he named her too.
Oh my God.
You feel what I'm saying? You know, I'm trying to protect her identity. You feel what I'm saying? You got a little drama with her too. But I'm going to tell you after this. You know?
He married all his daughters? Dang.
So he named her too, Sudanese. Okay, there you go. So, yeah, that's what it was. You feel me? So, of course, he named.
Peace, Monica. Yo, you listen. Now, you see the title of the video. It says, what is the title? It says, Opportunity Cost, Take Advantage of Your Free Time. That's a fact. You dig? Your free time decides your success. Okay? If you a bum, you deserve to be a bum. If you're check to check, you deserve that. I got no sympathy for you. Don't talk to me about white supremacy. Don't talk to me about anything unless all of your free time is pushing towards some success. You dig? The reason why I made this this title, I was talking to a friend, and this dude was telling me he's behind on rent and his job ain't really, keeping up with his bills and stuff. And he told me about like 2 alternative employment endeavors he's going to pursue, but he's like lackadaisical. So I'm like, dude, like, how are you telling me that you're behind on your rent and bills because this job is holding you back? It's not, you know what I mean? It's like he got some days on, some days off. It's inconsistent. It's like, I guess it's one of those flexible jobs. And he has 2 other options. And one option was an interview. Like he counted an interview as like he got the job. And the other one, yeah, it's 2 interviews basically. So I'm like, dude. So then the other alternative was making $12 an hour. And he shunned that off. So I'm like, dude, it appeared to me that you're like desperate because the job you got is inconsistent with the days you're on and days you're off. So you need something like every day. Why not take the $12 an hour? At least you got a guaranteed weekly check. At least you know how much money you're getting every week or whatever. But and then look, while I'm talking to him about all this, I hear in the background that he's at a lounge. Now look, we are some sick people. We want to celebrate, and we all want to celebrate in our misery. Like we don't want to be humble at all and just, go hard in the paint. This dude is basically in a lounge while he's telling me he's behind rent and all these bad things. I'm like, yo, you at a lounge? Like that, there's no humility. Like, trying to pick up girls with it. Like, yo, it's no humility at all in you to go home and get your mind right. Crazy. I'm telling you. And it's just not him. First of all, I chased all of my bum friends away from me because I don't want to hear excuses. So all my friends that's bums, I block some of them, and I see them when I see them, and the rest of them I just chase away from me from conversation. You dig? I just go overboard on advice or talking about what they should do and how they should use their time more constructively. So they run off. You know what I mean? Because they don't want to hear. You know, they want to sob and they want you to feel pity for them. And I don't have pity for anybody unless somebody is holding you down and it can be proven. Because a lot of this stuff, this oppression, be in your head. You know what I mean? I want to know if you are check to check and you're complaining. If you're not complaining, then that's what's up. Like I don't, you know what I mean? You good with me if you're not complaining. If you are complaining and you check to check, I want to know why you don't have a second job then. You see? That's a solution. And every financial book I have, it tells you that, you know, success starts with solving problems. And it says failure starts with problems unsolved. Cut and dry. Cut and dry. If you can solve problems, I guarantee you, you'll be doing good. And if you can't solve problems, I guarantee you, you're doing bad. Guarantee you. Like either financially or emotionally or, you know what I mean? Something going on. Something is going wrong. So let me send this link. You dig? But yeah, man, I'm tired of people not using their time wisely or constructively, but want to complain, want to, you know what I mean, borrow money from their mother or whoever, but they're not doing all they can to, you know, make sure that they're all right. Now, what is this about right here? They go to the link right there. Right. Right. Very internal. Very internal. And like, yo, their energy, I don't want anywhere near me. I told you guys one of the other live streams is that my advice is to try to hang around people where you make the less, where you are considered like the person who makes the least out of everybody, because they're going to push you. If you're like even with them or you make the most, then you are the bar. Therefore, there's no real need to work hard and hustle. Because in your mind, you know what I mean, you made it compared to your friends. So I try to hang around people who are doing way better than me because I'm very competitive. And I don't like for people to have like, you know, going on vacation or getting this and I can't do it. New car and I ain't got it. So I try to hang around people who are doing way better than me to push me to like surpass them. Yes, sir.
Yo, what's up?
What it do, man?
Chilling, bro, chilling. Just hopping on, just saying what's up. You feel me?
Yeah, man. Listen, it's 2020. You know, Negroes want to blame Trump. They want to blame whoever for. Look, my only thing is this: try as hard as you can to do what you want to do. Yeah. And if you are being held back somehow, then you have a legit argument. But until you exhaust all your means, that's just an excuse. It's an excuse. Because white supremacy is real. So you will face some roadblocks. You will face some people turning you backwards, you know what I mean, trying to discourage you. You will face that. That's a fact. But you got to go out there and go do it then. Because I hear people saying, you know, there's no need to do this because the white man would take it, and don't do that because the white man would take it. Like, if you're talking like that, bro, you are just a loser. Mind, soul, spirit, whatever you want to call it. And like, we be hearing that talk. You know, like this pessimistic talk. And listen, I'm a winner. Like, even with sports, I tell y'all, man, my team is the Chiefs, right? So if you want to know who my team is, I'm going to ask you who won. You want to know who my baseball team is? Who won the World Series? You want to know who my hockey team is? Who just won the final, what's that called? The cup? You want to know who my tennis favorite player, who won? That's why I roll with winners only. I don't roll with losers at all. You dig? I rock with Wilder. He just lost. I got to let him go till he come back and redeem himself. but I do not rock with losers. You dig? I support Wilder. You dig? I feel like he'll rebound, and I believe he could get that belt. But right now, we got to fall back. So you dig? We got to fall back and go with somebody who's winning. Terrence Crawford, somebody else out there. Anthony Johnson. But I only roll with winners, man. And we got to have that winners mentality.
That is a fact, though.
Dudes out here rooting for the Knicks. I'm like, yo, really? I'm like, no wonder you messed up in life. You're rooting for a team that can't ever win.
It's like the Cowboys situation, man.
That's a fact, though, man. Like, and like I said, man, we gotta change our mentalities, man. We be content on rolling with losers, like friends, teams, whatever, companies. Hey, yo, hey, Monica, in the stock market, it says cut your losses quick, right? Zen, it says cut your losses quick.
Yeah.
Who rolls with a loser?
I mean, in the stock market, you don't even want to invest your money unless you invest while that particular stock
is on a climb.
Exactly. If it's wait, you said if it's on the decline or
no, on the climb. A decline, you'd be like short selling or like the puts thing, the puts.
Oh, you talking about credit spreads? No, I'm just talking about in general.
Right.
I'm talking about like as general.
But when it's going up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, you said you want to invest when it's going up.
No, I was saying you want to invest when a stock is going down, for sure.
It depends on your strategy.
Historically, you want to buy on a dip. So a dip is not saying that the stock isn't up.
Right now, I got what you're saying. Yeah, that's like the morning dip. Something like that, right? Hey Zen, your thing blanked out again.
Every day it opens at 9, not 9 o'clock, but if you have Robinhood, it opens at 9 o'clock. But I think if you're what do they call it, accredited trader, you can start trading at like 6 or something like that.
Yeah, and that's like over the market, so like OTC, something like that, right?
Yeah. Like you have to be accredited. You have to have a certain amount of money that you can play with to even start investing that early. But what I'm saying is that the market opens and closes. So information,
I think like 9 to 5, something like that, right?
Yeah. It's really like a work day. So the information that gets shared after the work day. Sorry for my girl, but the information that gets shared after the work day, people respond to that. Pre-market is what it's called. So your stock may go down or up depending on what pre-market news it gets. So, for example, like JP Morgan, approximately 8 months ago, 9 months ago, something like that. But they was one of their containers was seized with like 30 tons of cocaine in it.
Yeah.
So I mean, for JP Morgan being this hedge fund, that looks bad for them.
Yeah,
so
you're right, Monica. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say immediately the stocks dropped just from that news itself.
I got what you're saying. No, what you're saying is actually correct. I was on African Emporium show, and he was going into that because I had a polo shirt on, and he was showing how when like China had an issue, and like they pretty much mass produce a lot of our clothing. So when they have an issue and their markets are screwed up, our
markets are screwed up.
Right. So polo dropped significantly, and like what you're saying, that was a time to buy polo.
One thing that we don't understand is that a lot of our GDP is coming from the labor aspect is coming from China.
Yeah.
So if they're sick, then it directly affects our stock.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because that affects our GDP production. So that's kind of redundant too, by the way, but excuse me. But but I'm just saying that people don't realize that the fact that China is going through this virus situation and it's not here yet.
Peace, Anthony. Hey, Zen, you blinked out again. Yo, Zen got net zero. I'm trying to tell you. He has net zero for his internet connection. Dial up something.
A good margin.
Hey,
Damn.
man, yeah, you be coming back talking like you ain't fade out.
Yeah, I know. Shit's crazy, bro. But I'm sorry. I think I left off at last week. I was up on the stock.
Yeah.
I think that's where I left off. But yeah, last week I was up like crazy. I'm talking about on two stock. I'm talking about I bought 2 shares of Space, and I just was buying it to hold it, and which is Virgin Galactic Holdings. And they're doing the same thing that Tesla's doing, basically, which is sending people to space and some other specific tech avenues. But basically, bro, I was off of them 2 stocks. I was up like $75 off of those 2 stocks, and I bought those stocks for $18. And it was like, damn, what the fuck is going on in the market right now that everybody is kind of like pushing this shit? But usually when there's a big boost like that in the market, like within the next couple of days, there's either going to be a market correction or some type of major issue is going to come up that's going to basically make everybody sell their shares, which is going to make the value of your stock go down, and which is ultimately going to make you lose money.
Right. Yeah.
And that's basically what happened Monday, my shit dropped instantly. Like, I probably lost as far as me owning 40 shares of different stocks, I lost between those shares $40, which is like a lot when you just holding shares of a company. You feel me?
Right. Yeah. So right. So we coming from different perspectives. So like Monica's in the chat, and like we kind of deal with day trading or at the very least swing trading. So we don't really hold like I'm not buying and selling yet, but I'm trying to get into it. But she is. But I'm trying to get there. So when we talk, so like you more of a long term investor, where you buy and you hold on to it. We pretty much are learning how to be a day trader. Like we're buying and selling in the same day, at the very least a swing trader. So like we're not holding on to it long at all.
Right. So look, this is what I want to say to the chat is like I would be a swing trader, options trader, a trader in general, quote unquote, but I am not comfortable enough,
right,
to let's say I'm not as educated as I feel as though I need. I'm being honest, bro. Because if I'm not comfortable in something, if I'm ignorant in something in certain ways, I won't just jump out there. And
yeah, me too.
Yeah. So even though I understand options trading, I still haven't done it, because when it goes to you have to buy 100 shares of something on credit, it's a whole different story, because you know what I mean, if you lose, you could be out $1,000.
Right.
So you gotta have $1,000 to lose. You feel me?
Exactly. Well, it's the same thing. Like let's say if you're like into like spending money on like material stuff, if you buy $1,000 on let's say a pair of sneakers, like you already willing to lose that $1,000 because those sneakers can be stepped on. They can be damaged.
This is the thing, right? This is the difference, right? You have $1,000 for those sneakers that you're willing to sacrifice. My thing is I don't have to have $1,000 for a credit spread. All I have to do is just buy. All I have to do is be able to afford the minimum expense of the credit spread. And if you lose, you have to pay out. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you're taking a gamble, and if it's not an educated gamble, it's literally a gamble, and I don't like gambling. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So let me respond to Anthony Smith. So I'm gonna go back on topic. This is off topic. Yeah, every chance I get, and yeah, you said 2030. I heard a little sooner, but that's about right. but anyway, so I just want to confirm that. Yeah, you are right. But yeah, Zen. So the stock market, like some people say gambling. You dig? So some people definitely use that language.
Yeah, it's definitely not gambling though. It's definitely not gambling.
Yeah, I look, but like you are, Wake. You are definitely investing. So I don't know how you call gambling an investment.
Yeah,
Or I'm sorry, I don't know how you call investing gambling.
yeah.
So because you don't forget, wait, hold on. If you remember FanDuel, like they had a big argument whether FanDuel was gambling or if it was just, or betting or something like that. It's like a difference. And they said a simple fact that because gambling is just by chance, like like Russian roulette, like there's no really, science behind that. But but FanDuel, there is science behind that. Like you got to be educated on football, like receivers when they're playing, the weather, and like that. That's some stuff I never really consider because I don't go that hard. That's why I never win because I pick running backs. No, I pick quarterbacks, and it's like a tornado out there, and they ain't gonna throw the ball, so my quarterback ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I mean? So I don't really be paying attention to like all the specific details in order to win, or like even if they home or away. So that's why like they didn't rule FanDuel as like the mere gambling, and that's why I was able to keep going. But now the gambling laws passed anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
But yeah, so I think we gotta make a distinction between not us, but just in general for the general public.
For the general public, they definitely need to understand that when we are telling them that they need to invest, they need to understand the difference between someone who holds stocks versus to someone who trades stocks.
Hey, Monica, you about to laugh. And hey, Zen.
Yeah.
Hasker, everybody who's listening, Sylvia, DeSanto, when I go to gamble, like when I did go gamble at the casinos, hey, Zen, bruh, for me, I got to know. I'm 50-50. I go down there with whatever money I plan on losing. I go down there, I put it on one bet that's 50-50. If I lose, I'm out. You did. If I win, I'm out. I'm not going to sit there for 5-8 hours losing money. Come on, a loser. I go down there, Zen, when I did gamble some years back. I ain't go to casino in like double-digit years. But when I did go out there, bro, I ain't wasting time. I'm in and out. I go down there. I do a 50-50 bet. If I win, good. If I lose, oh well, I'm out.
Yo, all the niggas that I know who made a lot of money real live in a casino actually know how to play the games that they play.
Right.
Like for example, poker, blackjack. Like the first time I went to this was the first time I went to a casino. I think it was Atlantic City Casino, and I knew how I know how to play the blackjack. So I sat down like, yo, I can at least play blackjack. That was my thing. Like I could at least play. You feel me? Like I'm not ass. You feel me? So whatever, I could play it. So with my peers, everybody want to go in here. I can all right, I can play it. But I wasn't about to waste my money. I'm about to put up this. If I lose this, or if I gotta put up this again, I ain't about to keep playing. But that wasn't how I played. And for real, I ended up winning like I think it was like $275 or something. Like it wasn't nothing crazy, but I put in $20. So for real was, you know what I mean? It was
that's a hell of a come up.
So yeah. I'm like,
yeah, you went out again. You're right, man. My man got AOL as his internet. He about to come back. My man got that CD-ROM AOL, that free. What was it? Free 30 minutes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, when you talk, you should ask for feedback. Like you used to be like a preacher, something, right? Because you be faded out and you think you're talking.
Yeah, yo, I don't be knowing when it happened. My bad. I'm gonna just be quiet though.
You can talk. I'm just saying, like you probably saying something real good, but nobody's gonna hear you.
All I know is I be thinking y'all listen because it get quiet, and then my damn computer say unable to make the connection or something.
Oh yeah, that's your internet, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, now I know what's going on. Okay, look, Hey Zen, I'm very computer literate, so now I know what's going on with you. You're using your mobile hotspot, aren't you?
Nah, I'm sitting right next to the Wi-Fi in my house. Like, I'm probably too close to that joint. It's probably having like.
Ain't no such thing as too close. Then your internet, your computer, you got a computer or laptop?
I'm on a laptop.
All right. What kind of laptop is that?
It's a Samsung
Oh shit.
Chromebook.
Okay.
It's a Samsung Chromebook. It's one of them cheap joints. It ain't nothing. It
Nah,
ain't
I'm saying okay. Nah, I can work with that. Yeah. Do you have be honest? Do you have anti virus software?
No. Honestly, I just got this computer and I really ain't even download nothing on this computer.
All right. Yeah, but okay. Yeah.
So it's no antivirus software.
Yeah. Somebody said you got Windows 95. Hey, okay.
Fuck you.
Let me ask you this. Do you have Wi-Fi, or are you directly connected to the modem, or are you going off Wi-Fi?
Nah, I'm straight going off the Wi-Fi. It's no
No, so you know sometimes they have two like most Wi-Fi things got two different things you can click on, and one is usually stronger than the other one.
Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my link and show you. All right.
Yeah, show me that. Yeah, I can sit here and troubleshoot shit while
Yeah, you can see my screen.
yeah.
Oh damn! Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can do it.
That's it.
Okay.
I got Bluetooth type.
All right, you can see my screen right now.
Yeah.
All right, look. What that say right there?
Goober.
Okay, that's the strong one. What does that say?
Goober 5.
That's the weak one.
Okay.
You dig? So that's what I mean.
All right, hold on. Let me check my shit real quick.
My man said you got 500 free hours.
So, hey, yo, get y'all packs in, yo. It's cool.
Hey, yeah. You can't be a day trader with Wi-Fi like that. You're gonna miss all of.
And that's my point. That's why I'm low key with it. Yeah, y'all get y'all packs in. That's cool. I can take it. But nah, that's why I don't jump out there.
Yo, somebody said you want.
I'm gonna have to come out and come back in just to
Nah, that ain't it for you. For most people, that's the problem. But for you, that's not it. Nah.
Yeah, that shit.
That ain't the issue, bro. Nah, I'm serious. That's not your issue.
Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. It could have been the fact that no bullshit. I had my YouTube up the whole time I was talking, and when I closed it got clear.
Nah, that's not it, bro. That's not it. Yeah, I went to school for computers like some years back, like 2001. You did A+.
I ain't trying to come at your knowledge. I ain't trying to come at your
No,
knowledge.
I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying like that's not it. Like what you think it might be. That's not it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not it. Hey, yo, but sometimes you're available for an upgrade on Wi-Fi speed. So sometimes you be out, but you don't know that. You just got to call and ask because it's free. You don't pay anything extra.
You know what's funny, yo? You know what's funny? We just got this Wi-Fi. Like when we switched to Comcast, babe.
Oh yeah, Comcast is pretty good.
Yeah, like 3 months ago, she said. Because
What?
we had
Yeah. What state?
Yeah.
What state? Baltimore, right?
Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah, that should be. Wait, I gotta ask my man because you should be good though. But from my man was telling me, some states be. I don't know. It could be different. But you should be good.
I'm trying to tell you right now, bro. Ever since you told me I had a problem and I closed out of this YouTube shit, we've been talking straight up.
All right, well, go ahead.
I totally.
Uh-oh, he went out. But again, I wait for him to come back. Yeah, yo, I got Comcast. I love yo. I have Verizon. Hey, yo, man, they tricked me. Yo, what's that fast optical stuff Verizon's supposed to have? Man, I try to get yo. I got tricked big time. Hey, Zen, you was out.
I see, nigga.
You was out, Zen. Hey, yo, I got tricked.
Over this motherfucker.
I got tricked. I went and got Verizon, and I was supposed to have that optical stuff. That yo, he connected my thing so fast. I'm thinking like, yo, where's the drilling in that? I'm like, yo, that's it. You're like, yeah. I mean, he connected me in like literally like 10 minutes. And I used to work for Comcast, like a not the actual the company itself, but I worked for a subcontractor of Comcast like way back in like 2001. And I'm looking like, nah, bro, ain't no way in hell I got optical, you know what I mean, whatever that thing is, fiber optic. No way I got that in 10 minutes. Because I know how long it's supposed to take. There's no drilling, nothing. So I called them. They're like, yo, what happened? Like, yo, what do I got fiber optic? It turned out that they don't offer that in my area. So I'm like, but that's what I paid for though. Like, yeah, why would y'all give me just DSL? I want that, get that slow shit out of here. So I canceled and I got Comcast. You dig? So I said, yo, give me the give me time to segue. Family, family, family. Family, family, family. Hey, Zen, you there, Zen? Zen, I need you for this one. I got some good advice for everybody in the chat. Hey, Zen, listen to this advice.
Yeah.
Now, you're paying for Comcast in your name, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Anthony Smith, are you paying for Comcast in your name or your wife or whoever name? Let me know. Family, get yourself an EIN, employment identification number. Okay. Zen, my cable is not in my name. My phone bill is not in my name. You dig? I don't do that. I got it all under my business name. No, sir. You know what I mean? I try to get whatever I can put in a business name. Like, I could say a lot more stuff, but it's like private chat. I don't want to be over the internet. You dig? With some big issues. But trust me, man, there is a lot of stuff I pay for that's straight write-offs. It's not in my name at all. All right? And it's not hard to do. It's not hard to do. It's not hard to do. We all can do it. This country was not built for workers. You dig? Don't forget, like, they didn't consider the slave citizens. You dig? Like, they didn't consider the slave citizens or like natural inheritance of the country. You dig? Like, they consider themselves as the natural, inheritors of the country. This country, I'm talking about from the European eyes, this country was built for entrepreneurs only, not the workers. So when the 14th Amendment kicked in, when they gave you the the corporation, that type of stuff, the entities, that's when it was time to get stuff out of your name and put it in your business name, the LLCs, the S corps, and blah blah blah.
Yep.
We got to take advantage of that. Like, there's huge breaks in that. Like I said, my phones, I got two phones, Verizon. They are not in my name. My cable is not in my name. And other things I buy is not in my name. Okay. And it's straight write-offs for like taxes, straight write-offs. So I'm telling y'all got to get hit.
Wait, get your stuff up this year too?
Huh?
Did you write it off this year?
It's every year. That's forever. As long as I'm.
Yeah. Nah, I heard. Like, granted, I didn't do any business taxes this year, but I heard that it was certain things that we couldn't write off.
Yeah, like they got specific on like like you can't go to dinner anymore and say it was
have business
stuff like
and
like stuff like that they crack down on, and or go to like a basketball game and be like, my client wanted to be over here. Yeah, that's more tougher to do. But no, your phone, you have to have a business phone. You got to have that. Right. And look, while I need cable internet now, okay, let me be honest. Cable does not count. You got to pay for cable, and you got to put that. You can't put cable in your business name, from my understanding, especially Comcast. It has to be only internet. because they see it as what business needs cable TV.
Right.
But internet you definitely need, so that's in the business name. But then there's other things I buy that I can't really, you know what I mean, say on the internet.
Yeah.
But on the low, we could build them. You know what I mean? Some other time I can tell you about some doing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, a lot of things you buy, man. A lot of things you buy. You'd be surprised. Yo, hold up. This Mac I'm on right now, this Mac costs like $200. This was business money right here. You dig?
Mm-hmm. You just wrote it
Hey, Zen, I'm gonna show you something, all right? Hey, Zen, are you watching the camera? Hey, Zen, you can see me? I look crazy, right? You can see me, yo?
Yeah, I can see you, bro.
You see this right here?
What's that? Oh,
You see this?
laptops? Oh, Apple,
No.
what's the name? Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. You see how many I got?
Yeah.
Business.
Okay. From the
all right.
Right, I got you. From the tutoring or whatever.
All write-offs. Trying to tell y'all, man. All write-offs.
I mean, you not talking no stupid shit. Like, this is real shit. I mean, it's definitely real life shit. People can go out here and really do themselves. This is not.
And look, hey Zen, I want to say to the chat that all those iPads are that size is the best you can buy. It's the most memory or data, whatever you want to call it. The most memory, the bigger hard drive, all that. It's top of the line. So I don't buy whatever I buy. I go dumb hard. It's always top of the line. I don't play around. Hey yo, my miles when I travel are tax write-offs, Zen.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, when I drive, it's a tax write-off. Not everywhere, but most of my locations are you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a way to finesse them in there. Yeah.
They track my miles. Trying to tell you, family. Now, Polite was right about that. So everything he says is not wrong. So some things he be talking about be like straight on point.
Oh,
But Polite, but you got to be, but you got to just know.
I mean, yo, that's a con artist, bro. A con artist, even liars, people who deceive people, they have to use the truth and
Right.
Finesse it with their agenda and their lie. That's just what it is. I mean,
He said, I'm gonna share something else with you, right?
Mhm.
You watching the Swazi?
yeah, go ahead, bro.
You see this right here?
Right.
Right there?
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is?
Yeah, JBL speaking.
You know how much that costs?
A few bundles right there.
That's $450, bro.
Yeah.
You think that's in my name?
Shit, I hope it's not. You can write it off. You feel me?
Hey, yo, how about clothes, bro? How about clothes? It's straight written off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You dig? I buy my clothes straight write-offs. Not all my clothes, but like a lot of clothes I wear every day, straight write-offs.
Mm-hmm.
Because listen, the way they see it is, they say, would you buy this if you didn't have that business? And the answer is no. Like, why the hell would I wear button-ups if I ain't had this business? You dig? So,
Right.
like ties, like why would I wear that? But for my business, it's important. Presentation and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, bro, that's a fact. You gotta save money wherever you can get it.
Hey, yo, bro, I got 2, 4, 6, 8. Right now, I got 8 cases of Fiji water right now.
Oh, you balling.
Dude,
The Fiji like Gucci.
word. I'm trying to tell you, bro. And like my last one live stream, I actually showed the Fiji. I had like 12 cases at that point. Yeah, but my water stayed, stacked up. 8, 10, 12 cases stayed.
Yeah, bro. I gotta get my water game up like you.
Yeah. Matter of fact, check this out. Damn, let me see if I can do it. I'm gonna see if I can do it. Let me see if I can do this. Damn it. Let me see if I can do this.
I'm surprised it's just us on here with Chef and Corey
Yeah, I
and
sent the
them
link.
niggas.
I definitely sent the link. I definitely sent the link. Let me see. Oh shit, what am I doing? All right, hey yo, shit. All right, I'm gonna share my link. I'm gonna share my thing.
All right,
All right, I want to show y'all something. Can you see my thing?
Mm-hmm.
You see those right there?
Yeah, what's that? Gucci? They Gucci?
Yeah. All right. So now.
Oh, but you got the sea bass right there. What's that? Rockfish sea bass? What was that?
That was a red snapper.
Oh, snapper. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see what this is over here, right?
I told you I wasn't up on the joints like that.
That's a Mr. Margiela right there. But you see my designer colognes? I got about 30 of these things, bro.
Oh, you the man.
Now hold on. But I'm gonna show you my Fiji though.
I follow you. Yo, I gotta follow you.
Hey yo, you see these right here? These are Mason. Here's a couple of what I'm working with. I got the Gucci sandals, Mason, Gucci. You dig? But I'm trying to get to something important. Let me see.
So donate something to me, bro.
Huh?
I said donate something to me. You know what I mean? I'm accepting all donations.
You are breaking up again.
I said I'm accepting all donations. Excuse me.
I'm trying to get to my water. Giuseppe's over here. You dig? This one I was going crazy with the lottery stuff. I all these tickets, I ain't win a goddamn thing.
Yeah, you got more money than me, yo.
All right. Okay, right here. You see it right here? I'll try to show you this. Oh my God. You see the water?
Yeah.
I stay stocked up, bro.
What's that? Exactly 8 cases, nigga. What you kept the same 8 cases?
Nah, that's about 11. Nah, bro. If I show you my Fiji water email, you crazy, bro. I stay stocked up, bro. First of all, Zen, I cook with Fiji. I don't boil water from the faucet.
Yo, hey, stunt, nigga. Hey, dust your shoulders off. You got to, bro.
Yeah. I don't. All right, we got Blake. We got Blake in the house.
What's poppin'?
Hey, Blake.
He ain't fucking with us.
We can't hear you, Blake, if you're talking. Oh, is that the watcher? Yeah, we see you. We see you, but we can't hear you. And but Zoom is funny though. Like you might, like me, it's hard to hear me without a microphone. So Zoom is funny. You got to mess with your audio settings. So go ahead and click your settings, and mess with your audio setting. It's in there somewhere. You gotta select select computer audio, something like that. You gotta do.
Yeah, my shit don't even work right unless I fucking close the everything else.
Yeah, but again, like I want to stress. So like Monica Lamb was in the chat. She's like trying to do the day trader thing with her free time. You dig? So this chat is called opportunity cost, and anybody who studies economics, that's an economic term. Opportunity cost.
Let's go into it then. Did you look at those videos I sent you?
Now I actually get it. It's hard for me to do anything during the week because I work and like I clear my mind, and I don't do anything. You know, it's hard for me like to like dedicate time other than my business during the week. So like my free time is like Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's all good. Whatever. You ain't gotta explain no explanation to me, but I'm just saying, for those out there listening, like basically the market
Go
is
in.
right now. Ah, shit. Basically, the market is down because of the coronavirus. You know what I mean? The news that the United States is finally acknowledging that this is a not a pandemic. They're not trying to use that word pandemic, but
Yeah.
they're acknowledging the fact that this is an issue and that we need to start taking it serious. So a lot of people around the world, you know, have been selling stocks basically. Pre-market Monday, they were selling stocks like crazy. So when the market went on, everything crashed. Like everything crashed. I'm talking about everything crashed.
Yeah.
So I mean, as of Tuesday, some other news came out, which wasn't really a positive, but at the same time, it gave some traders confidence, which did boost up the stocks a little bit, but it was nothing the way it was within the past 2 weeks and the past 3 weeks. Even. Now, it's starting to be really a panic to see which company can create a vaccine, basically.
Oh
And
yeah, I heard something like Garfield posted something about that they're ready to like, you know, do a trial test on the vaccine, the coronavirus vaccine.
yeah, I'm currently invested in one company. I got probably like 6 shares in one company that was contracted to make a vaccine for the coronavirus. But there's one other company that I haven't bought into yet, but I do believe they may have gotten that trial package because their stock has been going up while the other one has been going down. So typically when you see when you see stocks going up, it kind of has to do with good news behind that company, basically.
Yeah.
You feel me? So it directly corresponds to things like that. But yeah, yeah, like I said, if you guys are in the stock market, these are the type of things that you can invest in, and these are the type of things that you can potentially make worth your while. You know, if let's say if the oil prices go up, if you're invested in oil and the prices go up, you essentially just made money.
Right. Right.
So
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stop procrastinating, and we're going to do a show. Not. I'm being realistic. Not sometime soon because you know this information is serious. Like it's going to take a little while to study. But we're going to start teaching the market. You know, the SEC, the you know, what else is out there? The New York Stock Exchange, different from Nasdaq, um, Security Exchange Commission. You know, why they came into existence? Because a lot of this got to do. A lot of these things came after the Great Depression, like where they learned their lesson. So
yeah,
I'm even prepared to talk about how the Great Depression happened. But again, like this is not microwave information like Mujabo always says.
you gotta take your time with it.
Exactly, because I can try
Especially with
to
money.
like, cause
I honestly think that we should take our time more with money because it deals with our everyday life. And I'm saying that not to negate any scientific research or anything like that because that also plays a part in our everyday life. But I'm saying like money is one of those things that you can translate to the most
yeah, you
lost
can.
sheeple in the fucking world and
Right. Because nobody wants to hear about science when they got to pay bills. You dig?
yeah.
Anybody? Yeah. And but look, but Zen, that's why I get mad at people who don't go all out to get out of this rat race And if anybody who is in financial trouble and they don't have two jobs, I cannot respect them. I just cannot respect anybody who has money troubles and they don't have two jobs. I don't take them serious. I can't respect them, and I will not help them. I will not. They are on their own.
I honestly think that we should take our time more with money because it.
All right, so somebody just came in. Okay, Blake is working now. So Blake, all you gotta do now is just mute. Blake, just mute your YouTube. The actual live stream, mute that, and you're good. So the actual video you're watching on YouTube, just mute that one, and you are good. Because we can hear you now.
And we ain't hear shit.
Yeah, we heard his feedback. His feedback was from what you said. It's a delay. It's like a 10-second delay.
Okay.
So we was able to hear that. So all he got to do is just mute the actual YouTube video, and then unmute his Zoom, microphone, and we can hear
him. My man said he in prison.
Oh.
Cuz in the chat, he said,
Yeah, that's funny as hell, yeah. Yeah.
Yo, y'all niggas get in the chat, yo, in the chat, y'all come on the Zoom and let y'all videos break up and come on and shit. Talk shit about y'all in the chat.
Yo, I love black people because we are funny as hell, bro.
Yeah, we really is though.
Yo,
we one of a kind.
Yeah, we got jokes that no other race got, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't get mad when young dudes flame me. Like I have fun with it. I be laughing, you know what I mean? It's because that's who we are.
We do that for sport though, like
right.
I my best friends. I talk the most shit about my best friends.
Yeah.
My best friends, and I feel like we comfortable enough with each other to where as though I can just talk shit about you, and you shouldn't feel no type of way. And if you do feel some type of way, then nigga, you gotta reevaluate yourself.
All right, hey yo, Blake, what's good, bro? We heard you live, so you got to unmute your mic and we can hear you out.
You hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Yep.
Okay.
What's up?
I see you, bro. So now, are you the watcher?
Yeah, man.
All right. What state?
You watching?
Arizona, Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, is it true that y'all got mosquitoes out there?
We do.
You do?
Hell yeah.
Oh man, somebody said because there's no water out there, so no mosquitoes.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
Oh my God. See?
Already.
Yeah, how's that possible if y'all like in a desert type situation?
It's not like in the movies, man. It's a city, bro.
Okay.
It's a city.
Yeah, but do they have parts like that where it's like straight desert?
Oh, hell yeah. But that's like on your way to Cali and Vegas.
Okay, I got you. So like if you have car trouble, what happens? Like you like dead basically?
In the middle, if you're driving from fucking Phoenix to Vegas, they have those mile stretches, but there's always somebody rolling by, and you can always call somebody got a phone, but they got dead areas and shit.
Yeah, because man, that thing look like that's suicide. You get your car break down out there, you straight dead.
Yeah, I can't lie. Yeah,
but what's going on though?
Oh shit, man! I'm about to head out to the gym, but I want to see if I can fuck with this Zoom shit.
Yeah, now it's working.
Oh shit, I'm in Phoenix.
Okay.
Chatting shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So what time is it out there?
Right now it's 8:51. I'm gonna be listening to y'all while I'm at the gym and shit, be typing, but
I think you are 2 hours behind. Yeah, I'll be going to the gym in the morning about like 8:30, 9 o'clock. That's when I usually go up there and ball up with the fellas.
Oh, okay. Nah, Mojave's up north. I'm in Phoenix.
Okay. So
I'm talking to the chat. I gotta stop doing that shit. I just got out.
yo, somebody said look like you in the halfway house.
Niggas, y'all don't want me to stunt.
Hey, yo, somebody said, nah, don't do it, because they got me like that. Yeah, when I show my camera, one dude said it looked like I'm in a hotel, like a cheap hotel. Like that thing pissed me off, man. That shit pissed me, bro. I was showing my sneakers, all my designer shit. I was so tight, bro.
I'm in the office right now.
Hey, man.
I don't know what y'all niggas.
Hey, them bitch
I got a
ass
window.
niggas.
Okay, I see you.
You know what I'm saying? These niggas, cuz.
Nah, but you know what, yo, I was invited to Solar Mind channel to like debate some stupid stuff, and I came after work. And I had a hat on, right? I took the hat off. Like, you don't know how you look. I just walked out. I was actually running late, so they was waiting on me. So I took the hat off. I didn't comb my hair, so I'm looking crazy. I didn't know it. So as soon as the camera cut on, his chat is flaming me, bruh. Yo, man, I was so mad, bruh. So I started showing off all my stuff. Yo, what else I'm gonna do?
Yeah, you got to put them in their place. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Take them outside, eat a portion of beans, then they really feel sick.
Yeah, I say, bruh, because we can almost guarantee that the average Negro is doing bad.
Right.
So if I show off anything, it's going to shut them up.
God damn, yo, you just throw us all under the bus like that?
That's a fact. That's a fact. But first of all, like, we can't have it both. So, like, we can't say that we own 1.1% of the nation's wealth. That means we're broke.
Point blank, nigga.
And then we can't say we're rich. You know what I mean? We can't have it both ways. Are we doing bad? Or are we doing good? And that's what Tone Talks and Yvette be doing. Like, they be showing all the stats.
Listen.
And Dr. Claude Anderson be showing the fact. We know how bad we're doing. If you live in a black area, and you're in Baltimore, like, so you already know the average dude ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing, or the average woman, like, they struggling.
Hold on, time out. Where you from, yo?
Who, me?
Yeah.
New Jersey.
Oh, all right. Because I'm like, yo, you keep saying where I'm from, but I don't know where the fuck you from, yo.
Yeah, New Jersey.
All right. Good. Continue.
Yeah, so now that's a fact. That the average black person, matter of fact, let's not say race at all.
So what part of New Jersey are you from, yo?
Well, I'm in central New Jersey, but I'm like in between New Brunswick and Newark. Huh?
What part is that?
Well, I'm in between New Brunswick and Newark. I'm close to both of them.
Is Roz Baca your damn? What's her name?
Who?
What's his name? Roz Baca, the mayor of I think it's Newark.
Nah, that's Newark. That's Newark. That's not my city.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, but my city's small. Like, most people don't know, name my city, but it's predominantly black though. But it's just small. But like I was saying, no, like, black people are the most unemployed in this country. That's a fact. But I was going to a bigger stat. So, like, beyond race, the average American, if you look at his debt and the income they bring in, they're only worth $1. Like, yeah, like, the average American do not have $1,000 in their bank, in their savings. So that's black, white, that's everybody collectively together.
Right.
Do not. So now, if that's the nation, and we know blacks are the bottom of everything great or good, we know we on the bottom. So yeah, I'm in Plainfield. So that the average, yeah, I'm in Plainfield, New Jersey. So the average black dude, we know, black, black woman, black man is basically check to check.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a fact. So that's why.
Like I was about to say, the thing that determines our wealth is the fact that we don't make good decisions with our choices as far as when it comes to wealth.
Well, no, yeah, that's actually a fact, and that's why this video is called "Opportunity Call." Take advantage of your free time. So, like, that's the main thing. Like, we don't. Well, first of all, like, let's say when we date or get married, like, we don't look at it as like a financial, endeavor, like a business. Like, we look at it as, oh, she's cute. She's cute. She work at CVS or Walmart. I'm gonna holler at her. Nah, like,
So look. Cause I've been a business owner, bro. I've literally had to create my own income. I've literally sat in the house thinking of ways to create income. One thing that I noticed is that having time to think and procrastinate is when you care about shit like that. You know what I'm saying? When you
yeah,
don't care about shit like that, I mean, when you don't have time to care about shit like that, let's say you have a baby at a young age, or let's say you're kicked out of the house by your parents who doesn't have an understanding at a young age, and you're literally just forced to get a job because you have to eat. See what I'm saying? Those type of choices affect how you translate information, for real, all types of information, whether it's information that can get you into financial wealth, or whether it's information that can get you out of your situation. You really don't feel like it's real because of all the other factors and things that play into it. You feel me? This goes back to the fact that I said that you can't point a finger at one particular thing and say that's the problem, because life doesn't work like that. Evolution doesn't work like that. Science doesn't work like that. Natural selection doesn't work like that. Nothing works like that to where as though you can just say this one thing is it. You feel me?
yeah.
It's a
So,
lot of variables that give us the product.
all right. So now let me address that. Okay. So let me use the vaccine thing as an analogy. Okay. So when we talk about autism, right?
It's
Now,
only within the past 20 years that they have acknowledged the fact that they have been crazy of putting everybody in this classism called race, and then doing all of and making all of these decisions, should I say, that kind of put people in these taboo type of situations off of this sense of race. They know that is not scientifically backed, so they only realize this recently. So the fact that they realize this recently, it's a lot of our people trying to still catch up to this idea that white America is not trying to fucking kill us, lie to us, and hide information, quote unquote. Like, everything out there, information wise, is out there to be fucking, investigated if you go and ask the right questions. But you have to ask the right questions. How
right.
to spot bang bang. Polite. You should put polite face on that book, bro. Put polite face at the top of that book, and
He's in chapter 2.
Okay. So let's deal with some factors that Black folks are dealing with that we know for a fact. Like you said, you can't point to one thing, but we could definitely point to some things, and that's a fact, right? So one is single parent homes. Now, this is just common sense.
Yeah.
If you have a single parent home, that means one income. If you got two parent homes, that's two incomes, right?
right.
So if I'm a salesman and I'm selling something, this is just me, right? I would be reluctant to even waste my time with a single parent home, right? I would be going to the two family homes with the double income, the dual income, and I'd be trying to sell something to them because I believe they should have some extra capital to buy whatever I'm selling. So I wouldn't really waste my time with the single parent homes too much. I will focus on the two parent homes. So we know that single parent homes, according to the stats. So like I said, I got all the data. I'm gonna do a video on that, how single parent homes like contributes to poverty, big time, because of the one income per household. So that's one factor. Then it's not like that one parent, the single parent home. It's not like she's a doctor making like some six figures. She's probably doing a decent job. You know what I mean? It probably not even a career. It's probably like a decent job, making $30,000-$40,000 a year.
All right, real quick. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the percentage of women you think that are doing successful? Keep that a buck.
Yeah, but black women?
If they are in a single family, I wouldn't put that more than 40%.
I would put them less than that. Well, the average black child, if I can recall, that grows up in a single parent home, I think it's like 80%. It's a high number. It might be 80-70% of black children who grow up in a single parent home, single family home. It's a high number.
Bring that source out, bro.
Yeah. So that's light. I could Google that real fast.
Nah, Google it.
Yeah.
I hope
Google it, but just think of 10 females that you know that are single. And where their income at.
You said what?
I said just think of 10 females that are single parents and where their income at and how many of them in the club.
Right, exactly.
They're still messing with a few of their baby daddies.
What I'm saying is that people think that there's a lot more single black females than actually is.
All right. Well, I got a source for you. You can see my screen.
Damn.
Y'all can see my screen?
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What percentage of African American families is headed by a single parent? CNN's Don Lemon says more than 72% of African American births are out of wedlock. So maybe I mixed up the single parent homes out of wedlock.
Bro. I can't fuck with that.
Yeah. That is high.
So look,
I'm in green.
Here it says 67. Look. So now it says children in single parent families, right? It says 67%. Nice. So there we go. That's like 70%.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, man.
Yeah. People who aren't married, yeah, I'm sure.
Nah, this don't say that. This right here says children in single parent families. So this is one person. It says 67%.
So this is parent family though. Bro.
Yeah. No. Well, single parent means one parent at home.
Like listen. My homeboy's in a situation right now though where as though he lost custody over his kid because of some fuck shit like this. But at the same time, like to the state, the kid doesn't have a mother because all his school information, all his doctor information, all that stuff is in his name. So who has custody? When it comes to the court, you have to prove those type of things as far as, whose name is behind this child, basically. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Like just because somebody says that it's a single parent household doesn't mean that it's without a father.
Bro,
yes,
wait.
Government.
Government assistance?
Wait. Hold on.
I know females right now using government assistance with the.
Oh yeah, nah. Definitely. But hold on. Like I said, Zen, we can't have it both ways. Because at one point, Blake.
Listen, I'm not trying to listen.
Hey, hold on, brother. I'm trying to get some words out.
Yeah, good.
Okay. When it comes to addressing our problems, from my experience, I'm 42 years old. From my experience, we don't like to pinpoint our problems. So we will argue when it benefits us, right? So at one point, when we're going at white supremacy, we'll bring up the fact we have single parent homes, right?
Right.
Then we'll act like we don't got single parent homes like right now. So like we'll pick and choose when to argue either we have single parent homes, we don't have single parent homes. We got to make up our mind. Do we have single parent homes or don't we have single parent homes?
That's not what's happening right now.
Okay. So I was born.
What you just said? You said that we acting. Hold on. You said that we have situations where we have single parent homes, but then when it comes to acknowledging these single parent homes, we don't want to acknowledge it.
Right. So it depends on what we're talking about.
But
So
let me address that before we
yeah,
go any further.
yeah.
Everybody listening and for everybody in this chat, I've never once said that I was not addressing the fact that we had single parent homes.
A lot,
All
right?
that I'm saying is specifically in the wording of what you just looked up. It is not addressing the fact that these people don't have fathers. And fathers ain't necessarily written down in black and white when it comes to a court system. And when
Right.
it
Now,
comes
I got that. So now I'm going to challenge you.
to
So
rights.
So I'm going to challenge you. So I'm going to challenge you.
You don't need
So-
to because we agreeing right now. So you really ain't challenging me.
No, wait. Now I'm going to challenge you because you said, look, okay, so Blake, so I get there's a gray area where there's a father that might be there, but the household is still called single parent because maybe he's not married. I don't know. Because maybe he's not married to the mom, right?
The example literally said they're not married.
Wait. Hold on. So then we're worse off than we are because a lot of our reasons for the youth acting wild is because there's no dad at home. So if there's a dad at home and we still can't control our youth, they're going crazy. That's more embarrassing. So basically, the socialist, the sociologist was giving us a way out. They were saying the reason why the youth among black people are unemployed, underemployed, and are involved in crime is because there's no dad at home. You dig? Compared to other nationalities, they got a parent, the other parent at home. So if we have a parent at home, like you're saying, and we're still underemployed, unemployed, and rich and full of crime, gang, whatever, that means that our dad presence is null and void. That means that his presence doesn't mean anything.
Well, then, why do we have all these other conversations talking about white supremacy, police brutality? Why do we have all these other conversations?
Okay, so wait, but I'm saying this. We gotta first make our mind up.
Plenty of time to talk. I know that you're slow and you probably want to.
Go ahead.
Guard this right now, but just give me a second.
Go ahead.
Listen, all that I'm saying is that there's too many variables, bro. And that's my point. Every time that anybody hears me talk, just let anybody who hears me talk understand that there's way too many variables for you to point at one thing. So why do we have?
I didn't point at one thing, by the way.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said no. I didn't point at one thing. Remember, my whole thing was pointing at the one by one. I wasn't pointing at one thing. I was pointing at one by one.
Okay. So let me address that.
Yeah.
So you pointing at things one by one is kind of misleading. Period. That's basically what I'm trying to say, and all this to sum it up. It's misleading because it's not something that we can just one by one point out. We really can't, because we have conversations like this addressing a lot of different issues that all affect us. You feel me? Whether we're coming from single family households or single parent households, whatever it is, these are all factors that still are relative to us without being in a single family or single parent or double parent household, bro. So we still got factors outside of what we're talking about right now that still contributes to our everyday environment, which equals the environmental pressures, which makes us who we are. You feel me? So I can't sit up here and talk to you about a single parent household when I've seen examples of people coming from single parent households who are absolutely fine, and I've seen the worst examples of coming from the same household and vice versa. You feel me? That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. Is that I've seen it on both sides of the spectrum.
Right.
And I can't
do something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not really the issue of a single parent household and that automatically means the household is a failure, the kids are going to be a failure. It's just that head start that the rest of the society is going to have over them. And there's many reasons why you can have a single parent family, even if there is a a boyfriend or someone else living there. It's just based off of the statistics that the government are allocating money to them.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So now I want to say this. What I don't do is I don't deal with the exception. You know, so when you're dealing with like huge populations, you deal with numbers, right?
Right.
You do deal just like we talk about stocks. You know, you got to deal with numbers, stats, averages. Okay. So when we're dealing with marriages or single parent homes, we don't deal with the one family that has, like, for example, I was born in a single family home all my life, and I was never in trouble, or, you know, so I didn't fall victim of, you know, the things that's out there that happened to my friends. But most of my friends did not have a parent. You know, we were all like, I don't know.
You an anti-vaxxer telling niggas not to get vaccinated, bro.
Who?
You.
I'm an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah.
You were wiser
Basically.
than the rest, is what he getting at.
Basically, because you sitting up here telling me how niggas turn out when they got single parent homes, and you whole time you was single. That was my whole point of everything.
No. Hey, no, wait, bro. I wasn't finished. You cut me off.
No, I know I did. I did that.
Right. Okay. No, I'm not the same. Because if you let me finish, I was saying that most of my friends that was single parent homes, they didn't turn out like me. Like, they actually fell to the stats that's out there. When they started selling drugs, they became alcoholics. You know what I mean? Some of them are bums. Most didn't pan out too well. So I wasn't even finished. A lot of them, some of them did, and some just in that prison system, big time.
But can that scientifically be attributed to the fact that they was a single parent, bro?
Yes. Oh, okay, so I'll give you a case in point. I'm gonna give you a case in point. My mom,
whether or not you have a fucking single parent,
bro. Let's listen.
You got the same type of kids going through the same shit. But go ahead.
Wait, nah. Again, but it all comes back to this. Okay, since you don't want to attribute it to single parent homes, so now I'm gonna ask you this. See, I'm a guy that's about solutions. So now that I can't point to a problem, then I'm gonna ask you, because it seems like white supremacy is right then. Like, black folks are just genetically just screwed up. So if we got a dad living at home, just like everybody else in this country, why are we on the bottom of everything good and at the top of everything bad? Go.
Systematic.
What?
The structure is set up to fail. It's not designed in our favor.
I mean, first of all, we were brought over here as slaves. We wasn't brought over here to be fucking educational.
But in 2020, we got opportunities to be educational.
Yes, now that we have.
Right, but I'm talking about now. I'm talking about now.
Right now, we have work to get to this point. So, in between that work and in between that actually happening is the part that we are debating right now. You feel me? Because in that work, it takes a certain type of mindset to say that, oh, this is wrong. We are human beings too. You feel me? So when you have that type of mindset, you have to now update your mindset to other people's mindset, because we're all individuals and we all need to get our perspectives out to the world. So once we do that and we express that, aka via marches, Martin Luther King's, Malcolm X's, Nation of Islam's, Malachi Z. York's, all of these so-called quote-unquote expressions was outward expressions to quote-unquote wake up people, whether we agree with them or not, which I definitely don't even agree with a lot of them, but I do understand what they are. So that is my point. If we are intellectuals and we understand what's going on,
as good as he was back in 2017,
acknowledge all of that.
He pitched twice in the ALCS against the Astros. Lost that game.
Haskell, what you playing over there, bro? so hey Zen, I gotta ask you this question.
What's up?
Okay, dude. Again, I'm gonna say this. When you can solve problems, you are successful. if you can't solve problems, you are a failure. So do you agree black folks got a huge problem, right?
Yes.
Okay, what is the problem with it that we're facing?
If you want me to just point at one thing, it's disorganization.
Okay, so now how do we solve that?
How do we solve that? I mean, we solve that by having these conversations that we having right now. It's just the fact that these conversations are going to start at a small scale, and I don't realistically expect for them to get anywhere to a point where as though we can create a movement within, you know, any amount of years that I'm really willing to calculate.
Okay, so this is why I'm going with the process of elimination. So I say we solve things by eliminating one by one. So the first problem I suggested was single parent homes. I'm saying that people who want to, you know, get involved in, we should take relationships a little more serious, get married, and lock the family down. You dig? Fight through the differences which you have with your significant other, and keep the family together. So I'm saying that according to the government stats that we just agreed to, that they're saying single family home.
What about the people? What about the people who had a family who was married for 15 years and the father goes out and cheats all of a sudden? And then
okay,
when the father goes out and cheats all of a sudden, now the kids want to rebel, and now the kids want to pretty much rebel against.
Turn into Tariq.
Wait. How do the children know the father cheated?
Bro,
because Tasha told him.
Exactly.
Not because no.
Exactly.
Hold on. Are you who's speaking from experience?
Hey Zen, how do you know when your father cheated, bro? Tell us that.
I was raised by my aunt and uncle. Mom's was constantly in the street.
Y'all want to let me talk?
I mean, that's a whole different story. And it ain't about making excuses or nothing, but his point is it's the parents' job to keep the family together.
Right.
But the sad part about it is majority of people are having kids before they know who the hell they are.
Right.
When they have the kids from 16 when my mother had me all the way down to like 24. But then again, at 30 years old, you still don't know who the fuck you are, what your tastes are, what you want to do with your life. But when you have,
and that's what I'm getting to.
What does that have to do with the kid?
Young, you're not even in a
position. I understand all of that, and I'm not negating all of that. My thing is that what does that have to do with the kid? You brought in a life to this world. At the least, you should be able to get along on that aspect. If y'all can't get along on that aspect, there's an immaturity level going on with you.
But that's what's happening, though. That's what's happening.
That is not my debate.
I hear you, but let me add in another factor, my guy. Let me add in one more ingredient, because there's a lot of situations, whether it's dudes being assholes, dealing with domestic violence, or females being thoughts who's constantly sleeping with their homies and shit. I mean, there's a lot of other variables, and you tell somebody to deal with that shit. That's not realistic. I got a lot of homies who.
No, I'm not saying to deal. I'm not saying to deal with it. I'm agreeing with you because you're saying exactly what the fuck I'm saying.
Okay, right on.
I'm saying that there's way too many variables for us to just be like, oh, this one thing is the reason for this one thing.
No, wait.
But I think what Bias is pointing out, Bias is actually, or Unbiased is pointing out particular reasons to try to find solutions.
Right.
I mean, we can keep stirring the pot with all the reasons why it's fucked up, but if we want to break it down point by point, he narrowed it down to single.
You got to separate them.
He narrowed it down to getting married, and then also understand the psyche or the mentality of what were the sacrifices you got to make to.
My thing is why do y'all think that getting married is the fucking solution?
Wait. Stop. Wait. Hey, Zen, listen. We do know black folks are the most unmarried people in this nation, right? So, and at some point we realize we're at the bottom of everything, and we realize. Wait. I have to finish.
Yeah, you will finish. Go ahead.
Right. So we realize that we're the nation where we have a broken family in that sense. People are not married. Okay. Mm-hmm. And bro, when you're not married, it's that much easier to leave the commitment.
Bingo.
It's harder to leave when you're actually married because you got to go through legal things to separate. So that means that person is still, your credit is still tied to that person.
Bro, are we talking about a solution? That is not a solution, bro.
Wait, no. You asked a specific question, and I don't know if you're ready for the answer, but I was giving you the answer why marriage is important. because it's harder to leave a commitment when you're married, bro. You can't just go date another woman and act like you're not married.
I agree with that.
She gonna want to know, like, what's up with that? You still married? Like, wait, what the hell? You dig? So now there's incentives for married couples. Like, there's a lot of breaks you get to be married, a lot of tax breaks and other benefits that I'm not aware of. You gotta ask somebody who's married. But a couple of my boys are married, and like it's a lot of benefits in being married that you can get that you can't get when you're single or have like a boyfriend or girlfriend at home. So like I know there's tax breaks for one, but there's other breaks you can get when you're married. That's a fact, and that's why people get married for those things like that. There's no benefit.
What does that have to do with the kid, though, bro?
Wait. You asked about marriage, so I was
asked about
marriage.
Nah, we was having a conversation about marriage.
Right.
Well, we're still in the category of how to fix a single parent household. He said by staying married. An example of why staying married is if you'll get a tax break or a tax credit, which will actually help out the child.
Which will give you incentive to stay with the chick.
That's
not a solution, nigga.
Not saying it's realistic, but it's an option.
Yo, I thought we was talking about solutions. That's my whole thing. Like, I thought we was talking about solutions, something that could fix the problem. Yo, if you hate whoever you hate.
Wait. What's the problem?
Hold on. If you hate whoever your baby mama is, marrying her is not going to give you.
No, bro. But that's what we was getting to. My man Blake just said that. My man Blake said people are dating or having babies at 16 years old where you don't even know yourself. And then he said you might even be 30 and don't know yourself. Right. So it becomes about you, like the person who's having a baby. If they are not right, then their relationship would not be right. Therefore, their household would not be right.
That's real.
Yeah.
So it comes back to the individual, and she is to blame and he is to blame because he might be right, but he dated somebody who's not right, and vice versa.
That is a fact. I'm not reading any of that.
Right. So okay. So now, going back to two parents in a home, whether married or not, can we agree that two parents in a home is better than one parent?
Facts.
Okay.
We have been agreeing on that the entire time.
Okay, so that wait.
Unless there's one alcoholic or asshole in a
right now, we're saying normal parents. Now we know that that's an issue within the Black community. Like a lot of us are just dealing with one parent, not a boyfriend. He doesn't live there. If she's dating, he ain't living there. We are dealing with one parent who's basically holding the household down. Her name's on the bills, and that's it. A boyfriend might help out here and there, but for the most part, it's her. And bruh, I myself is one of them, and I got tons of friends who I can call up on here, and they can say their mom was pretty much holding all the bills down by herself.
Yeah.
I got a ton, boys and girls, I got men and women. I got a tons of friends I can call right now, 11:25 p.m., and they could tell you that their mom was basically single the entire time that they was with their mom. So that means that mom was living there only.
Let me just ask everybody this.
Can I?
When you're as a child, what do you require more? Do you require bills being paid, or do you require just a relationship with your parents?
Well, you're gonna want attention if you're a child.
Yeah, I think attention is probably more important.
Attention?
Yep.
Yeah.
More than bills being paid and shit?
Yeah, because you also need that visual example. Because I've seen people in poverty and still produce productive offspring. And what I do right now, I work with fucking millionaires and I'm training and tutoring their kids, and their kids are coming out like shit.
Right.
Because the parents are working so many hours running their
and they don't have time to give them attention.
Exactly. So I would say having that role model or that person involved in your life and actually coming to your after school curricular activity.
Exactly. So does that
matters more?
I'm sorry, bro. But does that mean that you have to be married to get that same activity?
No, not at all. And please don't take
offense. Can you
still
to the be fact a productive father?
Please don't take offense to the fact that we're saying married. Because I mean, like I was with my lady since 2000. We didn't get married until 2013, and that was because we were going to school and we didn't know if we were going to even be together. We had our head on straight, so it's like we go to school and we graduate, go to college, get our degrees, and we may not even be the same people that we were. So before we bring a child into this, because we both came from broken families, we consciously made that decision.
Right.
So
That was smart. That was smart. That was smart. But that is not what I'm addressing. I'm only addressing the fact that people who have kids, and if you have a kid, you should be able, if you're going to have the kid, you should be able to accept the responsibility of raising the kid. And if you can't, then that is a personal issue, and that is partially the black issue. A lot of females try to trap guys. Period. Just because
wait. All right, now hold on. That can go both ways.
Yeah.
You got a lot of bum brothers that just she be trying to work with them. She don't got him on child support. I know many cases like that where she works with the dude and he still don't do his part. So that goes both ways.
Yeah. That's a fact. That's a fact. Don't try to throw that in there like I ain't with that shit. I'm with that shit.
All right, so now look.
That in there. But you see where I'm going with the shit though, nigga.
I got you though, but look.
Where I'm going.
I got you though, but brother, I'm in the business of solutions. So we got one solution down already. We agree that two parents are better than one, correct?
Yeah.
No, I agree with that.
Okay, so now, what guarantees two parents to be together longevity wise? Marriage or unmarriage?
Their personal relationship.
Wait, run that back again?
Okay.
Let me hear that question.
We agree that two parents are better than one.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going to keep parents together longer? Marriage or unmarried?
Personal relationship.
That contract puts liability on them, so they have to think twice and actually.
Right. It's not going to be easy, bro. Hey, Zen, I think you got it. I think you might. I don't know if you just got a personal bias, but what I'm saying is this: if you're not married, hey, brother, if you're not married, you could just walk away. You could pack your bags and walk away and never go back. It's that easy. If you're married, it's not that easy, brother.
But that doesn't make the relationship better. That doesn't mean you have a better household if you're married for your kid. Like,
Blake, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Listen, if your kid sits there and sees you arguing with with your mom and your father.
Wait, brother. I'm not talking about arguing. I'm not
you ain't trying
to
add that variable in, but you add
no,
that.
not yet, because I'm doing it one by one. Remember, we're tackling one problem after another. We're adding solutions. So we'll go with that later. We're just saying, how about the dude just can't take it? Maybe the job is stressing him out and he just want to just break out. It's easier. We have to agree it's easier to leave when you're not married as opposed to when you're married. Is that easier? It's hard to leave when you're married.
I agree, bro. Whatever you say.
Right.
Bro.
That's a fact. If you're married, you're legally obligated, like you're there. So look, it's in. If you are married and you bounce, right? The car is still in your name. So if she screwed that car up, your credit messed up, her credit messed up. The mortgage is still in your name. If she messed up, it's messing you up. All that is still tied to you. You just can't leave.
Mm-hmm.
You're still connected. So you would think twice about leaving. That's why people will be on some BS when they they be on some BS when they married, because they know they just can't leave. It's not that easy to kick somebody out. You're still tied to them. And I don't know what your problem with marriage is, but that's why it's there.
I have problems with marriage. I have a problem with the way you worded the question, and then you articulated it. That's the only thing.
Okay.
I have no problems with marriage. Both of my parents are married, but they definitely went through the situation that I detailed earlier, which is why I was about to explain how something like that could happen, like how one could find out that their father was cheating.
Okay, so let's do the prison system alone. Okay, so we're going to compare homes that have married, parents, and homes that are unmarried. So based off no Google, nothing, do y'all think homes with parents are married, their children are more likely involved in crime, or is it parents that are married more likely to have children involved in crime? Which one?
What was the alternative?
So when it comes to children more likely to be involved in crime, do you think the stat is going to favor parents that are married or parents that are unmarried?
I would say, when you're saying unmarried, you mean like not living together?
Well, whatever that comes with that, just not married, period.
Shit. Well, statistically, I would lean to if they're married, they're less likely. But I mean, if they're living at home with the parents, that's not too far off from the opinion. I feel like just because you're married, that title alone may not necessarily affect the kid, because that doesn't. The kid's gonna do what the kid's gonna do at that point.
Okay.
I don't think the kid is thinking like, my parents are married, so I'm going to commit this crime, or my parents are just living together.
I'm saying like, I'm not. Of course, I ain't thinking like that. I'm saying like, I'm just saying just from the stats only, right? Just stats dealing with married homes and unmarried homes. Just off this.
I would like to believe if they're married, it would be more successful all the way around.
Okay, so now that's prison. What about dropout? Do you think it's going to favor? You have more dropout rates with married homes or unmarried homes?
I would like to believe marriage. I think that's a stabilizing force in a family and a child's life.
And now look, hey Blake, now I could pull up stats right now, straight off Google, that it supports that when parents are married, the home is more stable than homes that when you have unwedded parents. I don't think any of us would really disagree with that. That's just the data.
Okay.
And so now let's talk about single parent home, one parent. Now we know, we ain't got to Google that. We know that child is more vulnerable to pipeline to prison, you dig, unemployment. These are all facts. Well, stats. The stats support that. So, Blake, all I'm trying to do is this. I'm not trying to force my opinion on anybody. I'm looking at Black people's problem as a whole. And I have a problem with that. Okay? And because I got a problem with that, I want to know what are the factors that's holding us back so we can address them, conquer them, and start being productive. You dig, and start being where we want to be. This whole ideology of being a nation and being on code. That's not going to happen with these problems. These problems being visible. Message to the Black woman. Okay, wait. The author, who's that? Is that Sharada Ali?
Nah, this is.
Okay.
Hard copy, 1965.
Oh, you got the hard copy. All right, so you got the original.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the bootleg one. Now, how you get that?
I was born in Bronx, New York.
Okay.
I'll leave that there.
All right, I got you.
But honestly, before we get to the marriage, you actually got to work on the individual.
Yes.
Because if you're not a fully evolved man or woman, there's really no point in getting married.
Right. So now, aren't these unevolved women and children, men and women, little boys and girls coming from what kind of household? Married or unmarried?
I think it's, well, shit. If you lived in a single parent household and watched different women running in and out of your father's life, or vice versa, the kid watched various dudes coming in multiple days a week with their parent, then some people, at least in my case, it forced me to not fuck up my life because I didn't want to repeat that mistake.
So, okay, let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask everybody one. So, hey, Blake, were you born in a single family or two family home?
I was born in one.
Okay, at Haskell, you at Haskell?
But I wasn't raised in one.
Wait, hold on, Haskell. Were you born in a single family or a dual family? Couple family.
You mean single parent? Yeah, single parent.
Okay, so let me ask you. So now Blake and Haskell, because then said he had two parents. So this question won't apply to him. I'm going to ask Blake and Haskell. Blake first and Haskell next. Blake, who taught you about sex?
The streets.
Haskell, who taught you?
Same.
Exactly, me too. That's the problem.
At age 6.
That's the problem. So I should drop my mic.
Three-way conversation.
Well, no, I didn't want to ask you because you said you was raised with both parents. So I'm assuming your dad probably taught you about sex, right?
I want to hear his answer.
Oh, you assuming? This is my
I
point.
wanna hear his
Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, answer.
That's my point. That's my point.
No, wait. Don't do that. Just answer the question.
He might be the outlier.
So hold on. I'm gonna do that while answering the question. You feel
Yeah.
me? So listen. No, I did not get that. Fucking none of those conversations from my peoples, yo. I used to gangbang. The whole reason why I gangbang is because I was fucking looking for brotherhood.
Well, that's my sex though.
I was looking for motherfucking older.
Yeah, but who taught you about sex?
Porn.
Hey Zen, who taught you about sex? The streets, your mom or dad?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Nah,
I missed it.
where that shit cut off at?
So, we didn't hear anything, bro.
Oh shit! I gotta get back in the chat. I feel like I gotta be too mature when the camera's
But
on.
yeah, I didn't get none of that from my father, bro. I went to the streets for all that shit just because
Okay.
I was looking for that. That was
Did
a
you
whole
have any
reason why I
siblings?
went. I'm sorry.
Did you have any siblings?
I have two older sisters. Both of them is 9 years older than me. One
Oh,
is my
damn.
father's daughter, and one is my mother's daughter.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So
Okay.
it was me.
So you went in the streets because you didn't want to follow them. You wanted to be a man instead of a female.
This is a fact. Like,
All right.
but not only that, like my sisters was, you know, women of the 2000s. So they was women whereas though, you know, they listening to Dipset, 3-6 Mafia, you know what I mean?
Right.
They trying to make sure I'm a man's man. They not trying to make sure I'm no sucker ass.
Hey Zen, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you see there's a problem with the school system or education and youth? Like as far as, do you believe the youth, like black youth, is underachieving in education?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and what do you think some of the main problems contributing to that?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
What do you think are some of the main problems that contribute to that?
I mean, honestly, as far as learning comes and information, the main problems when it comes to that is how it's being disseminated. That's it.
Okay, so get
I wasn't
all right.
so good.
So pinpoint something.
I can't hear nobody.
Hey Blake, let me ask. Oh, hey, Zen microphone might have went out. His internet.
Hey,
That's one of the reasons why I logged on, to make sure my shit ain't fucked up.
yeah, Zen should try to connect via Ethernet if he can.
Yeah.
That, or make sure your phone is off Wi-Fi and everybody else shit is off Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yo,
Hey, but I
just
wanna
paused
say-
myself out,
I
bro.
want to say something unbiased because I think like you guys aren't having a meeting of the minds as far as like, you know, the conversation. What unbiased keeps trying to put forth, he's talking from a macro level, right?
Right.
I could be wrong here, but I think Zen is more looking at it
Micro.
on an anecdotal level or individual level, right? So of course, you have two-parent households where the children come out dysfunctional, and obversely, you have single-parent households where the children turn out to be, you know, the stellar citizens, right? But if we're looking at it in a big picture perspective, as far as numbers, like overwhelmingly, the children of a single parent or unmarried household, in the big picture, that's going to be dysfunctional much more than in the obverse. And that just can't be argued. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm trying to say that I got a lot of associates, a lot of friends, you feel me? And a lot of friends I got 2-parent households, a lot of friends that I got single parent households. And on both sides of the spectrum, 50-50. Is some of them that is total fuck ups and some of them that is fine. You feel me? So what I'm saying is again, there's way too many variables for us to really be.
Bro, I'm trying to listen, again, I can't emphasize this enough. I do not work with problems. I am a solution-based guy.
But
right?
Where's the problem in that?
Okay, no. Bro, the problem is we're fucked up. So I'm trying to narrow down to the things that affect us the most.
But I mean, listen. Whenever you receive information, you're informing yourself that this is now needs to be brought to my attention. So once it's brought to your attention, whatever you choose to do with it from that point is on you, bro.
Bro,
so when you listen, when you realize that we are fucked up
as a nation, I'm speaking about nationhood only.
But bro, you can either choose to not be fucked up or continue to be fucked up.
As a nation, no. That's an individual. That's that micro stuff Haskell talking about. I'm speaking about macro. I'm speaking about the overall majority of us. Because an individual is nothing, all right? You are judged by the collective, right? So I'm saying, because Bill Cosby, not Bill, but Michael Jordan is rich, but black folks are poor. So Bill Cosby does not. I'm sorry, Michael Jordan does not represent us. We represent him. Okay, so the numbers is what matter. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. The majority represents the race or whatever's going on, not individuals, not the one person, two person. That's not the case, because right now you have a few people that's gay, but the majority of our race are not. So you can't say black folks are homosexuals from a small percentage. You would say majority of black folks are heterosexual, because majority of us are. Just like the majority of us are Democrats, we're not Republicans. You can't go with a few that's Republicans and say we're Republicans. No, you go with the majority. All right, that's just period. There's no way around it. It's universal. So universally, in this country, we are on the bottom of everything positive, and we're on the top of everything good. So with that being said, when we come together on live streams like this, we're trying to get solutions to fix ourselves fast as possible, because the way it's looking, nothing's ever going to change ever, because we're getting worse and worse and worse. So I'm more solution based. I'm trying to pinpoint potential problems. I don't know the exact problems. I'm just trying to pinpoint potential problems. Let's nip those in the bud and let's do one by one the process of elimination. At some point, we're going to get to the actual problem. If we just eliminate the things that might be the problem, if they're not, then we could roll them, we could cross them off. We got to first address them and acknowledge them. So I mentioned single parent families as one, but we could actually hold that and go to something else. You dig? But at some point,
I'm sorry, I can't. All right. And that's what I wanted to do. And I think I'll need to ask a question first, because if we're looking for solutions, okay, getting married, that can be a solution. Not for everyone, but statistically, and you ran down some points, that can help. Am I right so far?
Right.
Okay. Now, another one that I would want to throw out is education. And I could be wrong, but I believe, Zen, do you have a background in education? At least when you're beating up on a Puerto Rican dude, when he was grilling you, if I'm referring to the wrong person. Was it Zen?
Yeah. He's my double X.
Exactly, man, cuz I can't even say his name, man. Cuz, fuck.
Double X.
You said double X was Puerto Rican.
But he was grilling you on education. I think that's also like one of your you're saving points in it because the fact that you did get some education and you also threw that into your trade, that was your ladder out of your situation. And I could be wrong, but if it was not for that, then you may not be in the position that you're in right now.
Exactly.
You could be worse off. So if I would throw out there, and maybe we can pivot to another point, education, I feel like that's 90% probably the solution. Probably more so than married, because if you're smart, you know what you're doing, you'll probably choose a better partner.
I believe so too.
Right. So guys, all right, look, listen. This is let's I'm gonna show you how I was thinking about it. Okay. So we have psychology, right? So psychology goes into, you know, how people think, what they're thinking, you know, why they think certain things, how to communicate, and et cetera, et cetera. So when you talk about relationships, you're talking about psychology. So when you say marriage, and I'm not saying marriage, I'm saying, well, the relationship matters. I'm thinking about the psychology. You guys are honing in on the marriage. We talking about the same shit though. Yeah, you don't see my point?
I hear you, but I feel like deep down, marriage is blackology to you, bro.
Word.
No.
Yeah, it clearly seems like you just, it's not a problem. Like if you think marriage is pseudo, you could potentially be right.
No. I'm not saying that marriage is pseudo. Y'all just saying, oh, the first thing we need to do to make our kids better is get married. And
Nah,
how does that address the problem?
Zen, that's not how I see it, bro. I'm looking at the different issues based off the stats. You say it's from the government. I'm looking at that
from the government.
Wait, okay. Now, that's going to blackology now. Yeah, the government keeps official stats.
Yo,
hey,
wow.
I just came back in. I want to say something, man.
Yeah.
Because right after I'd made my little spiel, you know, the brother reiterated again, you know, sorry about that. He reiterated again the fact about the friends that he has and the associates that he has, and numbers of them being of households of married parents versus unmarried. And he was basically relating that it was basically like a 50-50 split. It's almost as if what I said didn't register because I specifically used the word anecdote, right?
Right.
And when you're relating your experiences on an individual level, you're talking anecdotally. What Unbiased is talking about, when you start talking about statistics, the United States is comprised of what? Roughly 300 to 350 million people, right?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
The African American community, and if you want to throw in diaspora Africans into that, like Caribbean and all of that.
Yes, sir. Throw them in too.
Is roughly about 50 million, maybe a tad bit more than that, right?
560.
Right. Now, when these organizations parse these statistics, right, they're gathering information from a large cross section of people that makes your individual connections like a grain of sand on a beach. You understand what I'm saying? So again,
I ever deny the statistics?
Hold on, Zen. But by you bringing up your anecdotal evidence, it shows that you're not.
What do you mean?
I don't feel like you're grasping
the personal experiences. So he's saying like you're bringing up personal experiences.
We all brought up our personal.
Hold on. I wasn't done.
All right, go ahead, bro.
I mean, what else was I going to say?
I literally said I agree with all the statistics. I literally gave my opinion, and my opinion is my opinion. I'm not saying my opinion is fact. I would never do something like that. No.
Right, I understand that. It's kind of like Unbiased. I don't know if you was listening to Garfield the other day when Aunt came on, and he said that marijuana is a gateway drug, right? Now, the point Ankh was making is of the people who do the harder illicit drugs, right? The debilitating type of drugs like your methamphetamine, your cocaine,
Yeah.
your hard drugs. What Ank's point is, of that group, of that subset, virtually all of them started off with using marijuana. Now, does that mean that if you smoke marijuana, it's almost academic that you're going to graduate into those? Of course not. And me personally, I can't tell you, like, most of my friends grew up smoking weed and none of us graduated into hard drugs. But the point is, the ones who do graduate into hard drugs, they all pretty much started with weed.
Right.
So what Ankh was showing you is, if you don't do weed at all, you have much less likelihood to ever graduate to those harder drugs than if you do smoke weed.
So
That's
right.
can I say something right now? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Basically, all I want to say is like, there's 4 different people on here. You feel me? There's a lot of different people listening. We all agree, basically, but we all have different perspectives, and everybody is going to listen to each one of us, and they're going to get something different from each one of us. Why do you have a problem? Because I like to qualify what I'm talking about. I like to get very specific. That's how I understand stuff. That's it. You guys are generalizing it. I'm making it more specific because that's how I got to talk about it.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, bro.
It's nothing against you, because I feel like we're talking past each other, but we're pretty much saying the same thing. Like Haskell brought up, between talking on a macro level up here and then a micro level down here. But the difference between a micro level, taking the individual aspect, and there's something called anecdotal, which you're using your experiences. It's kind of like if you're debating a feminist and she's saying, well, every time I go out, guys always grab me by the hand. And we're saying, well, that's not a fact that we can have a discussion on, because that's what you're saying. And in the court of law, that's just an example, and there's no facts behind it. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's not irrelevant, but you can't disprove it. Otherwise, we're dismissing your experience. So we can't even really attack that as what you're saying is irrelevant. We just have to accept it.
I'm not.
So when you're having a discussion like this, you can't really use anecdotal. So you have to break it down to a specific thing, or bring it down or expand it to a larger point, because we're trying to find a solution. But what's happening is this may be a sensitive situation for you. And so at least what I'm getting, and I think kind of what Haskell was saying, you're personalizing. Even in your example just now, you're trying to give us your explanation through your lenses, and we don't have that. And it's hard for us to not necessarily attack it or disprove it, but we just have to accept it. And that's why we're not getting anywhere, because we don't want to be assholes and say, you know what you're saying is irrelevant to the greater point. But that's sometimes needed when you're trying to find a solution. Maybe I misspoke, but somebody can help me out, because I'm not trying to come at you, but it's hard having conversations.
So you said all 3 of y'all came from single parent homes?
I was born in a single family situation. I never met my father, but born in Bronx, New York, and I'm gonna just lay this out here anecdotally. My situation,
right? Because that's what I thought. That's what we was doing the whole time. Because literally, before I said what I said, the thing that y'all keep quoting that was anecdotal, Unbiased gave his personal expression. Haskell gave his personal. We all was giving our personal expression. This is a conversation that is full of personal expressions. So that's what I was doing. Nobody's bringing up sources. Nobody's talking specifically. So we're all giving our opinion. So that's what I was doing. But I do agree.
Okay, and I understand that, but I think Unbiased hopped out of that.
Go ahead, bro.
I think Unbiased was trying to hop out of that so he can speak on a greater level, and that's why when he was using the facts.
But I was breaking up at the time when I was trying to finish what I was trying to say.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So as he's trying to break out of it, I'm still trying to finish a point. So it's not that I'm taking it personal. It was and look, I probably just broke up right now. Like, I don't know.
No, we hear you, but now that you mentioned that, you probably said some valuable information that we didn't hear, because you did cut out for a while, bro.
Oh yeah, my fault.
So that could be what's missing. So you probably said something valuable and we didn't hear that.
But look, we all saying the same shit.
I agree.
That's basically what I'm trying to say.
That's why we're trying to pivot to education.
We all saying the same shit, just in different ways. I'm just breaking it down like Haskell said, and yeah, unbiased is looking at it on a real general aspect, basically.
Right, because that's how you can find a solution. We can't just find a solution for your personal situation because that's not going to help the greater good. So
But some solutions come through information. That's how my solution happened. That's probably how your solution happened. That's probably how unbiased solution happened.
Right. That's, you know what's in? It's amazing you say that, because that's how I came to kind of correct course, so to speak, right? Because, you know, I believe men have something inside of them that allows them to recalibrate themselves, even if they didn't necessarily have that guidance, right? From life experience. Like, I heard you relate a story a couple of days ago, how you said you was hanging out with these cats and you got to realize, man, these dudes isn't doing anything, you know, and you self-corrected. But again, that is not the ideal. Ideally, in a big picture perspective, you want to have um, families that are guiding their children to where they don't have to go out there and figure it out on their own. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, when we
And that's what
coming into
I was trying to say that, basically the other night when we was talking about careers and how we got into that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my parents never pushed me towards any career. They just said you had to go to college. You feel me? I
right,
never knew what I could do. Even though that I was in the technical field, I was building my own remote control cars and all types of crazy stuff. My peoples never knew nothing about the tech
yeah,
end.
but Zen, you do realize that you're very unique in that respect, right? I
Yeah,
hope
yeah,
you
yeah. No, no, no,
realize.
no. But what I'm saying is that there's a lot of black families who just expect you to, who just be like, all right, I made money for myself to be able to provide for you to go to a good school,
Right,
and I got money to send you to college. You should be able to find out what you want to go to college for and what you want to use to get
right,
yourself
right,
successful. And
right,
it's like, well, you bought me everything throughout my life. How I don't know what to do. Like, you feel me? What's
right.
credit? Like, what's a loan? Like what's all this
You
stuff?
know, it's
Like,
funny you say that, Zen, because our parents, they didn't have. So when you look at other groups of people, they have a long line of continuity. You know what I'm saying? They have parents, grandparents, great grandparents who they've developed a system, right, where uh they know about those things that you're mentioning, like credit and certain things that you only learn from life experience. Again, when you're talking about black people, we're only what 60 years removed from Brown versus the Board of Education, when schools got integrated.
One
You know,
generation.
so
yeah,
so a lot of our
like
parents really, outside of go to school, get good grades, get a job, they don't know. You
no,
know what
I
I'm
know
saying?
that. That's what I'm saying. A lot of us is that's the lens that a lot of us is coming from, because my contrary to what a lot of people believe, I do see a change happening, and I do see black people waking up
I
right
see that too. I see
now.
that
But
too, bro.
but I'm talking about, it's because they were coming from the fact that
I need y'all glasses.
where I was challenging everything my parents were saying, because every time I stepped out of the house and went into the streets, I knew it wasn't what my parents sugarcoated and gave it to me as. What they sugarcoated it as was always bullshit, and people would give it to me right in the streets, and it'd be like, oh, well, damn, that shit make a lot more sense than what they was talking about. You feel me? And then it's just like, damn, they always sugarcoating shit, and they just hiding a lot of stuff from me. So it
Yeah.
came down to me learning a lot more about life, finances, everything from everybody outside of my parents. You feel me? And I see that, I've experienced that in my own individual opinion. You feel me? I've seen that from people that I've met, in whether it was business meetings, whether it was me traveling for work and just having conversations with people, whether it was in my own city, in different circles, all of that. You feel me?
You know what, then?
All of
That
that.
would be added as another component to the solution. So Bias was starting from the idea of having stable homes, right? So let's not like, you know, so that we don't get caught up in the minutia of, you know, married versus unmarried. Let's just say stability, you know, home stability. That's one thing we could all agree on. And then you could add that as a second component, Zin, is our people growing from information, like you said, because we're privy to so much more information than our parents ever were. And like you said, us coming into the information, we're responsible for disseminating it to as many people as we can.
Let me say this. One thing that I learned that I want to do when I have a kid is I just want to be able to communicate with them and support them. Because I realize, you know, the people I know who have the most communication and support from their families, they are doing the best right now. Period. I don't care what type of situation you came from. Period. So I just want to.
Hey,
Zin. Thank you, bro. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate this conversation we're having because it's giving me more insight. Because I only have one child. I have a little girl. She's 3 years old. And a lot of advice that I get from people is that when you first have a kid, the first thing is like what it tell me, the 3 P's, that you got to really be a protector. So when you have your kid, the first thing you got to do is be a protector. You want to make sure they don't get hurt. You make sure nobody hurts them. And then they said you need to provide for them. So you want to make sure that they have the right food, clothes, shelter, and all that. And then it's the one thing that our society, or at least the Black family, we neglect is to parent our children. We don't teach them what we had to go through to learn because we're so busy trying to catch up. And I didn't really understand that, but I'm listening to what you're saying. And the last few sentences you said about when you have a kid, even though we've all came from single parent families and we had to run our race to get to the position we're at, you had that. But it seemed like they were too busy doing the first 2 steps, but not the third one. And the first thing that you're making sure that you're focused on is the third one.
Right.
So it's
because as a child, you don't see where you live. You don't see how you don't have to struggle and all this stuff. None of that stuff matters to you.
Right.
What you see is the relationship you have with your parent.
That is so true, bro.
You know,
who Bias didn't fall asleep?
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Old ass, man. He got to be
here. I'm just waiting till you guys let me go in again, because again, I don't hear any solutions. See, the thing is, I don't hear any solutions. And look,
sometimes the solution might be in just talking.
Well, I still don't see, bruh. For me, it doesn't take that long. No, wait. For me,
microwave it.
Yo, for me, I'm saying for me.
Go ahead and wrap this up. Okay. Wrap this up.
Right. Yeah. So for me, the problems are clear and visible. You know what I mean? Like, again, brothers, the problem I have, and this is why nobody talks about our issues. You know what I mean? Because look at all the live streams. Nobody talks about the issues because we can't be honest. We are fucked up, but we want to act like we're not. And I can't just do that. We're on the bottom, but this blackology making us believe that we're competing. No, we're in last place. We're far from everybody. Okay? Nobody owns like big. I ain't talking about small little business. I'm talking about big corporations. We're not there. There are a few white folks, right? I forgot the names, but a few of them make more than every Black person combined in this country. So we are losers in this country. We're behind big time, and we got to eat that. We don't want to eat that. We make up excuses for why we fucked up. So then I get confused because when I address how we fucked up, we act like we're not fucked up. So I'm like, hold up. If we're not fucked up, then white supremacy ain't strong. Then it's not really affecting us. But then it is. I'm like, hold up. Which one is it? Are we fucked up? Are we not fucked up? Is white supremacy holding us down? If white supremacy is holding us down, then we are fucked up. If white supremacy is holding us down, but it's not working, then we're not fucked up. So So we got to make up our mind. Are we on the bottom, like we know we are, or we acting like we have some momentum and we're competing? We're not competing, man. We have nothing. Like what do we produce that this country? Okay, so for example, we talked about one live stream, the Hispanics, the corner marker, the lawn care, and then we got Jewish that does like the homes and the renting landlords and whatever. Then you got the Italians who got the ports and stuff like that, or the metal, or the tin can, whatever that is, the construction contracts. What do black people do in this country that we are needed for? That we can say we corner market this. You need us only for this. Nothing. We're on the bottom. Okay, so now we need to talk about solutions. How do we get from this goddamn this bottomless pit? And it's really like tripping me out because we don't even want to start to talk about solutions. I want to narrow down some problems and start talking about solutions, because I know for a fact when you have solutions, success is around the corner, right? And I know for a fact when you have problems and no solutions, you're doomed to repeat failure, events. Period. So we did all this talking and no solution. No solution. I got quiet because I don't hear solutions, so I like bowed out the conversation. I want to hear about solutions, and I'll check back in.
Conversation.
Okay.
I mean, we talked about stocks earlier. We talked about LLC. We talked about all types of stuff earlier. Like, what do you like?
No. Okay, but now we're talking about our problems first. That you try to act like that doesn't exist.
We're just talking.
Hey, no, I want to talk about. Now, if y'all want to talk about it, we can skip it. You dig? We can skip it.
I mean, we might as well just pull up a bulletin board and just start writing out.
Bro, well, we started with you.
One sentence.
I did. That's what I've been doing.
Okay. Now, so we started with Zen because I'm trying to prove a point here. Hey, Zen. Now, I was taking it easy, but I believe that you are some of the few people that believe that we don't really have a problem because you won't admit to anything. You act like it's so like we got so many problems we can't.
Name me a time that I ain't admit to something.
Okay, so tell me some of our problems right now. As a whole.
As a black community.
It's organized. Family structure is fucked up. Our eating habits is fucked up. Our mindset is fucked up.
My guy, you cutting out.
At the best at the best time.
Yeah, our internet is fucked up.
God damn. He probably giving out all the solutions too.
Word. Hey, yo, brothers, I just want one. I don't want a million. And see, and that causes more confusion. And that's what he.
None of the shit I just said.
I don't want a million, bro. I don't want a million problems.
Our eating habits.
Hey, brother, let's build on one problem at a time, Zen. So give us one problem and let's deal with it.
One problem at a time. All right, let's go.
Let's deal with it.
Let's start. Let's go there since we stopped there.
Eating.
Okay, real quick, before we hop on eating. He said we're disorganized, and then I think you were talking about the single parent, and then so we found the solution for marriage. Can we close that one and revisit it later, another day, another time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I did want to pivot to education, but
all right, go ahead. We can pivot on education, but I mean,
that's what I was actually trying to do the whole time.
Go ahead.
I felt like we needed to.
My bad.
Okay. But I mean, this is Biases, network, so I don't want to.
Let's just go ahead. I'm with it.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, like that was a solution. That's what I pretty much threw it out there, so you can go ahead and run with it. Unless you were still on marriage.
Nah, we off the marriage thing.
Right on. So, because honestly, I got to get to the gym, so I want to listen in, but I don't know how to do the Zoom shit on my phone. So
yeah, you got to download the app.
That whole marriage conversation kind of went into education, I think, a little bit.
That's what I was trying to pivot into.
Yeah. So you should go ahead then, because that's what we was talking about last before Unbiased came and hit the layup right quick.
Oh, okay. Well, Well, shit. Honestly, I feel like pivoting away from the marriage situation, we got to get educated before we even get married because we need to develop who we are as a person and find out what we like and dislike and what our means to support a family, how we're going to get that done. And I think education comes primary. It's hard to get married and then try to go look for the job or try to get that education and then support a family. I mean, it can be done. It's being done. I'm a product of it being done, but I didn't want to repeat that cycle. Like I explained my anecdotal situation, what me and my wife decided to do. We needed to just put all that bullshit aside. You know what I mean? Not throwing her too much out there, but I mean, she was in the situation being raised in trailers and families in and out and all that type of stuff. And I was being bounced around from family and shit. So we decided to sit down and actually have a conversation about it and not repeat the cycle. You know what I mean? Because I've had girls that I was with, and then I find myself halfway into taking care of a child, ultrasound after ultrasound, and then as soon as the baby come out, I get a blood test because I'm not boo-boo the fool, and it wasn't mine. And that shit shook the fuck out of me. Because I had everybody telling me you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that, but I decided to do that.
That was multiple times. That was multiple times. Multiple times that happened?
Twice.
Twice.
I messed with a female that I thought was the female, then the government told me otherwise.
Oh, damn.
You feel me? So I was like, fuck that. I can't. My primary is not building a family and finding security. I need to put all that shit aside and get myself right. So I had to get educated, had to get my money and bread right. And then when I got with my girl, we met. We went to the same high school. I was on a boys basketball team. She was on a girl, but we just wasn't fucking with each other. I was on some other fuck shit, and she was on her school shit. And then I ran into her again at ASU or in college. Well, I went to a community college, and she was at Arizona State University. I finished that up, and then I met her in the cafe or the Memorial Union, whatever they have the food and shit at. And I started hollering at her. And then we met back up. But I mean, I was in the mode of I can't get sucked into no BS. I need to get my mind right. So I was on education. Before I get off into a tangent, I was on education.
Right, right. Mm.
You did.
Yeah, you know that education is
Hey.
Somebody just
get my own apartment, get my own whip. You know what I'm saying? Got my job, moved into a career. Start investing in I start making moves, you know what I mean? And then helping her out. And then we start helping each other out. You know what I'm saying? Start paying off student debts and shit. And then we grew from there. But I mean, like, to me, that is 99% of the, besides I can't even say 99%, maybe 80% of the situation where I'm at now is because I buckled down in my education. I did have some thought to encourage me the wrong way to not fuck with the females and start a family and try to pair up. I had to put all that shit aside.
Right.
Hey, and I can agree with that. Like that, I think that would be the foundation. You know what I'm saying? Like, because like I would listen to before, like with the single parent household, you can't say the solution is marriage because you can't control that. You can't control love, and you know what I'm saying. And then if both people are better educated, then they can make better decisions about their mate. They can make better decisions about their financial decisions because a lot of relationships fold because they're not financially stable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So with education being at the root, I think that has to be that has to be the root. That has to be the foundation first, and then everything else will come.
Yeah, and by education, the way our Blake was talking is it's not just a matter of academic education because he's talking about working on yourself also, and you know, gaining a certain level of stability as an individual before you try to engage in building any sort of family or anything like that. So yeah, education isn't just
that's all a part of it. That's all a part of it. Yeah, that's all a part of it. You know, waiting, don't, you know, stop, like, to understand, like, you know what, it's not a good idea to have a baby at 19 or 20.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just that level of understanding, like, yeah, what, I need to graduate college first. That puts me at least 21. I still ain't got my career yet. You know what I'm saying? I think when you look at white families, and I hate comparing, and I hate really when we compare black folk to other races.
Yeah.
Right.
You probably find that they have children later in life, as opposed to African Americans and probably other races.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, that gives them an advantage. You know what I'm saying? And just their whole economic system allows them to wait. You know what I'm saying? They can hold off on certain things because they're not so much in a rush. You know what I'm saying? Like they're in college and they realize, like, you know what, I can't have a baby right now. I'm in college. Versus a young black female who's 20 years old. She's not in college. She's just working. You know what I'm saying? So having a child to her,
or she the first black
in her
female
mind,
in her
because she's
family.
not in college. You see what I'm saying? Huh?
I said, or she the first black female in her family that went to college.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's like people, you know, the racial economic put a different lens on certain things, and I think you can't really just kind of like old boy said. There's a lot of like Zen was saying, you know, there's a lot of factors. You can't speed through it. Like you can't speed through it.
It's also, I think he was either cherry picking or you came in late, brother.
No, I've been listening for like 2 hours, bro. Like,
Okay.
the whole time.
Wait, Zen, hold on, Zen, because you might be a little emotional on this subject. Hey, Sosa, I never once. I was asking Zen. I said, Zen, name a problem. He named a million. I said, dude, just name one and let's build on it. Okay, so now it's Sosa. So I out of all the problems, I chose single parent. That's all. I never said that was the only one. I said, looking at the stats, it seems like there's something up with single parent homes versus homes that's with, you know, that has two parents. And I was looking at that as marriage. Okay. So for one, wait. So you get on where I'm going. If there's one parent there, that's one income, it's hard to survive with children. That's why I used to be against child support when I was pseudo. But when I realized how hard it is for one parent, preferably a mother, to hold down a family, I said, you know what? Maybe child support. I said, you know what? Damn, child support is necessary. You dig? When I looked at it into really, she can't afford to live by herself and afford children and their schooling and their sneakers and, you know, whatever they got to do after after school programs and blah, blah, blah. That's a lot of goddamn money for one parent. So two parents, two incomes, you know, it's a little more easier. Babysitters that one parent can stay home if they need to be, or, you know what I mean? It's a little easier to maintain a household for two parents than as one parent. You go ahead.
Okay, the reason I try to stop you because you started the conversation by saying, well, I was cherry picking and you never said that was the only problem.
Yeah, never did.
At what point did I say that you said that was the only problem?
Bro, what? Hey, listen.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you're starting an argument that I never made.
No.
Like, I never said that.
Actually, no, I'm not starting an argument.
No, I'm saying you're basing, you just made
okay, so let's move forward. Okay,
on something I never said.
Listen.
Like, I never made that statement.
Okay, for me, it's not that serious. Make your statement. Okay, so, okay.
Yeah, it's not, you
right.
said it's not that serious. Like, it's not serious to me either. I'm just saying.
Okay,
like,
so look.
I just want to. I never made.
So,
I never accused you of saying that.
Okay, cool. So it's miscommunication. What? Name a problem that we need to address. Go ahead.
I ain't really naming the problem. When I came in, I
want you to know.
Listen, like I said before when I came in. When he talked about education, I said that's a good route. I think that is the foundation.
So let's start right there. So what is the problem with education? Let's start with the problem first.
What is the problem with education?
Right.
I mean, there are a lot of factors. Poverty.
Okay, so just name one. There's a lot.
Poverty.
Okay, so now is it poverty or so? Poverty is financial.
I just said poverty. Then you said is it poverty? No, poverty.
Okay, so education or poverty? Which one?
Poverty affects education. You asked poverty affects education. So you asked, what is the problem with education? I said poverty.
No, you gotta be very general and unspecific with
yeah, what a solution is. You did. Yeah, you're right. With somebody who is great with solving his own problems. I don't have any problems, by the way. All my problems get solved. I actually care for solutions around over here.
Polites and the unfurls out there.
Everybody got problems.
No, I don't have those problems. My problems get solved because I'm solution based. I don't have any issues now.
Okay, well, you may be the only perfect perfect
No,
person.
I'm not perfect. I'm a guy who takes finances seriously. All right, and I know that when it comes to finances, every book teaches you. Wait, hold on. I'm making a point. All financial books teaches one thing. It says if you can solve problems, you'll be successful. I'm successful because I solve problems. It said you can't solve problems, you'll be a failure. So when you can't solve problems, you become I'm talking about my own personal problems. If you can't solve your personal problems, you will be a failure. If you can solve your personal problems, you are on the path of success. That's real simple. So now I'm saying collectively as a race. Go ahead.
What do you own a home?
Okay, dude. We had first of all, I can own a home if I wanted to. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me answer that question. My young boy, who's 20 years old, who owned like the whole damn block. Oh no, wait, bro. I'm asking you.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm asking you a question.
I'm listening.
I'm going to ask you a question. My boy right now hit me up, and I was already on live talking about this. My boy who owns damn near block hit me up the other day. I hang with successful people, dude, all entrepreneurs. He want to go down with some 2-family homes with me. He's waiting on me because I am a shopper. My credit cards are like down to the max, so he's waiting on me to pay my shit off so my credit can reflect. So he's just waiting on me. That's it. So I don't own homes I don't want to own a home to live in. We are trying to do some some real estate investment type shit, but he's already involved in. So he's trying to bring me into that. So no, I don't own a home, dude, because I was buying up fucking everything. I just showed all my shit I got. I spent 10 grand on 1 year just on fucking sneakers and shit and clothes and belts. So for me, dude, I ain't gonna do all that. But all I'm gonna say is this. If I was not immature with my money, I would be a homeowner now. So what happens is I had developed an addiction for shopping. So it was hard. If anybody knows about shopping or any addiction, it's hard to break. Okay, I was damn near going broke just buying. I got about 30 fucking designer colognes in like 1 year. So like I'm you know what I mean. So I spent my money. I did a bad job as far as spending money.
So you do have a problem.
wait.
I mean, the short answer is no. Well, I mean, the question I asked, the short answer is no.
Bruh.
Like what I'm saying is that everybody ain't got everything figured out, bro.
No,
and
bro.
to try to say that.
Okay, wait. Stop. See, because listen, nobody's pitching a perfection story. Now, hey, Haskell. Listen.
Before you change, you just changed it off me.
No, wait. No.
Like fast.
No.
This is the problem with anecdotes.
Go ahead.
Bro. Okay, right now I agree with that, but no, we're not switching. If you're asking me personally, Haskell, if you're addicted to shopping, you don't see that as a problem because I'm not complaining. Like I didn't mind going to Neiman Marcus, whatever, Primark Mall, spending a lot of money on just bullshit. I didn't complain because my incomes were replenished. So it was never a problem in my lifestyle. Bills are paid first of the month. Every bill's paid. It's just extra money. Instead of investing it or saving it, I was just spending it. So I never had a real problem.
Unbiased.
Yeah.
You're shuffling right now.
Okay.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. It's like when you talk to somebody, because you use the word.
Now we're addressing the black problem.
Hold on. Yeah, this is some blackology right here. But I'm surprised.
Go ahead. Show me.
I'm surprised to even hear you say it unbiased. You know.
Me too.
But thanks for being candid, though. But
I appreciate it.
We appreciate that. But the fact that you use the word addiction, I mean, it's you can't dispute that. You know, you said that precluded you from possibly either investing that money, you know, probably turning that money over, or purchasing something that appreciates in value.
Yeah, but I don't have to do that though if I don't want to.
Hold on, I'm gonna wrap it up.
Yeah.
You said by you having this addiction, words, this precluded you from possibly purchasing a property that would.
Yeah, but I don't need to buy a property though. I don't get what you're saying.
Hold on, unbiased.
Yeah.
I'm just using strictly.
Right. I was enjoying clothes and over property. Okay, go ahead.
You're getting defensive.
You're getting emotional. You're getting emotional, bro. Like, just relax, unbiased. Relax.
They're just making shit right now at this point.
I say something? Can I say something before we get off the edge?
I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
'Cause I know where you're going with it, but I know exactly what he's saying because I had a homie. Well, I'll just use a famous. What's this motherfucker's name? Well, whatever. Was it Jimi Hendrix? It was someone who's wealthy, and he said, "I used to have a coke problem until I got my first contract." So he wasn't an addict anymore once he got his contract because his finances were so stable. He was able to take care of his addict or his issue and also take care of his health. So in that type of situation, when you have an addiction, it's only a problem when you broke. A crackhead has a problem.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Like these people on Wall Street and these people working with stock exchange, these motherfuckers do coke constantly, but they have enough money to take care of themselves and go to a rehab, or they have enough money to keep it coming, because when you have an addiction, the problem doesn't present itself until you don't have the money anymore. A crackhead is fine until you run out of crack. So if you're a shopaholic, you're fine if you can always pay for it. Now, when he looks up and like, shit, I spent 10 racks on this.
And that's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm saying.
That's his point. But what they're trying to also bring to your attention is you have that problem and we're hitting you over the head with it just because it's funny.
Blake, anytime you use the word addiction to describe a behavior, problem is inherent in that word. There's no way around that. Otherwise,
what's the first step in that? What's the first step towards solution? Admitting it's a problem, and that's what he's trying to say he did. But we keep going back to knocking him for having that because the whole time.
No. I'm not knocking the brother at all because look.
Okay.
I believe, in my opinion, a lot of us are the same way because I see myself in unbiased. Because when I got a little money, I was doing the same shit too, tricking it off. You know what I'm saying? And that's psychological because you have to remember, we're not used to having money. I'm talking about as a collective group, you know? So when you come into a little bit of money, you want to feel yourself a little bit.
I wound up.
Polite said it best.
Yo, one thing,
poverty is the sickness. And he shops because he's been dealing with that sickness his whole life. So that's why he's splurging all his money on shit.
But that's what I'm saying. In the bigger picture, if we're being honest, that is a problem.
Yeah, that's true. To the greater scheme. If he has ambitions to do other stuff, then it's a problem. But if he has no ambition to do better, then it's not a problem.
I know Unbiased got ambition though. I know he do. I know he wanna expand his business. Probably want to have multiple.
Yeah, but it has, in all fairness, I'm asking for problems that's about the nation and solutions for the nation. When does it get about me? I don't get that.
That's why we can't use anecdotal examples. Are you feeling that, Zim?
Let me say this. You feel me? All I know is like when it's been times where I've had money and I ain't do what I should have did with it. You feel me? Because my mind wasn't on investments and trying to make money. It was because I didn't know how to make money. So it all revolves around the education aspect again. But y'all can go ahead. I'm done.
Oh no, you got a point. I feel that.
Yeah, y'all there?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, shit. Whitney Houston was a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? And she dwindled her money. She dwindled her money down. Well, she probably didn't run out of money, but she died. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
It's like Chris Rock said, man. Like riches, you can fuck that up in the summer. Niggas fuck up. I mean, millionaires fuck that up consistently. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, wealth. You need wealth. Wealth is something that's long lasting. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas fuck that up in a heartbeat. And I know you know, hustlers generate major income.
And that's what we got to think about when we talking about how, you know, you got white stockbrokers who can walk around here and blow money on cocaine. It's because 9 times out of 10 their family has wealth and they don't really have any real worries. You feel me? 9 times out of 10, if we're a black person and, you know, we went to college or we got a decent job, we either the first or second generation of that line of people to do something like that. So it's different. We got to think different.
They typically have vehicles in place that are perpetuating money continually. And also, they have much more associates and family who also have vehicles, you know, that are perpetual in terms of generating wealth and income, you know, and we're not in that situation. So we don't have the luxury.
Right. So I want to address those problems and provide some solutions, which Black folks never seem to do.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say. So when it goes back to me, and y'all want to base it on me, I would like like you said, Haskell. You said when you use the word addiction, like that was my just like I could have just because I say addiction, like how am I using that word at that point? So for me, shopping was fun. So when I say addiction, not that I was scratching my neck and shit, like, oh, I gotta shop. Nah, it was just fun to me. But the thing is,
like what niggas do.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is my bills was always paid first before I bought anything.
Yeah,
And
nobody's taking that away from you, unbiased. I think it's like we're talking about like Kanye West, what he said. You know, I bought me a chain before I bought me a house. See what I'm saying? We're talking about that mentality. I mean, he could afford a chain, and he wasn't broke. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he eventually got a home, but thinking back, he like, damn, I should have bought the crib first instead of buying the goddamn chain.
It was stupid. So I'm trying to get back to the nation because again, like in my experience, you know, as because I was once a Hebrew Israelite, and and most Hebrew Israelites they teach a broke man fucking doctrine. Like it's cool to be broke. So when I shook that thing off, and I decided to like that's enough. I'm gonna make something of myself, right? And then when I did that, and when I tried to reach back to help my own, it was nothing but excuses, bum nigga excuses. But niggas would had excuses to be bums. And like I shared thoughts with people. I gave people ideas how they can do their own thing, expand what they're trying to do, and it was just excuse after excuse after excuse until today. I was talking to a friend today, just nothing but excuses, and this is just Black folks in general. Like when you talk to them about solutions to their own problems that they agree to, it's an excuse why they can't just pursue it right now. Like for example, you might talk to a person that's talking about we need to do this, we need to do that, and I will ask that person, okay, tomorrow, what's stopping you from doing any of the things you just mentioned? And then it's crickets. Like go out there and just do this shit.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Haskell.
Yo.
You heard any excuses tonight?
Who that's in?
Yeah, bro.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I did, but I don't wanna go back to that. You know what I'm saying?
Haskell, did you hear any solutions?
Hey,
yeah, I heard solutions offered. Absolutely.
Okay, to what problem?
Hold on. I wasn't done.
Okay.
Yeah.
You heard nothing but what did he say? Complaining.
That's all I heard.
I didn't look at it that way. I think it seemed like more they was challenging your stance on the it's a multi-layered issue.
Exactly.
I think that was the main point that he was trying to make is that, and the reason he was attacking some of the things he was saying because he was trying to show you that it's multi-layered. You can't just say it's this and then go off that.
No, you missed what we said earlier. We said we're doing a process of elimination. We're trying to eliminate one by one by mentioning a problem, and we can't even do that.
But the answer is no. Not in my opinion. I say no, bro. I'll pass it.
Hey, Blake, you heard nothing but excuses tonight, bro?
I heard 60% of excuses, maybe 40% of solutions, but we didn't dig into those solutions like we really needed to.
Exactly. That's all I want to do is dig into solutions.
Because Unbiased been nitpicking at everything for real. Every time we try to go into a conversation.
Okay, so let's name a problem right now.
Real quick, can I forget? Let me get my point on this. Is the mic still on me? Because I'm over here trying to get ready and I'm talking. Who's asking the questions real quick?
And
who asked me the question?
Watcher.
Zen.
I'm Watcher. I'm Blake. I'm Watcher. Was
Blake,
that
Blake.
you, Lynn?
I was asking you the question, bro.
You taking them steroids,
Okay.
Blake?
No, I'm actually taking crealkaline, I'm taking L-glutamine, and I'm taking arginine.
Okay.
My guy. If you must know.
Yo.
If you must know.
Look at that HGH.
You're taking that Pacquiao.
That Pacquiao.
Got that fancy words and shit. That
I'll take
HGH.
a gummy bear. Look at the HGH nigga. Nah, nigga, I wouldn't be this small. I'm only 195.
Hey, but you know what? I want to propose another problem.
Let me get to my. Can I finish my point?
Go ahead, rock out. Go ahead, rock out, man. Go ahead.
Okay, because my issue is, yeah, I know we did hear some excuses, but I heard the same excuses just on a different topic from you, Lynn.
Right.
You and Unbiased were both throwing out those same excuses because it became too anecdotal. We started going too
I don't want to speak
personal instead of
about me,
keeping
though.
it general.
But I don't want to speak
I
about
agree. I agree. It's just you got asked the question and you manned up and you threw yourself out there. And that's why I said I appreciate it, because we all need it and we all been there. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's not nothing. I'm not taking a knock on you. I feel like you man enough to understand it because you put yourself out there for the sake of the conversation and for the sake of our growth. Because some people, whether they want to admit it or not, they're not where you at financially or able to or capable of buying the things that you purchased and you threw out there. But if you give them the dollars and the money, who knows what they'll do if they had that power? You understand? It's just the fact that you're willing to admit it and you gave more detail saying that you don't have it and you're on your way to get it. Now, it took a long way to get there, but it was the same situation that we were having with Lynn, because I think he felt that marriage shit was pretty much not as important since he came from a situation where it wasn't really valued, and he may not be in it right now. I don't know if he got kids or whatever his situation is, but I kind of felt like he was going a long way around getting the point. But that's just my 2 cents since you were asked, or since I was asked.
Okay, so I still want to deal with solutions to problems. So can we please name a problem?
All right.
Let's get some solutions.
I'm a propose one. The psychological health of our people as a whole. And that could go from, when you look at how certain people, to use an example, like your Umar Johnsons or your brother Polites and stuff like that, there is something defective in our collective thinking that makes us vulnerable to people like that. Because when I listen, if we're a healthy people, or if you're a healthy person, you can listen to a Umar Johnson speak for 2 minutes, and a sane person would say, "Man, get the hell out! I'm not giving you any money." You know what I'm saying? You're a madman. You know what I'm saying? So, I'll say psychology is a huge, huge issue. To go to what Unbiased kind of touched on, because that delves into psychology too, is being the ones who have always been left out, or in recent history, we've been left out and marginalized, and we have some serious self-esteem issues, whether it be wanting to keep up with the Joneses by, spending our money into things that don't appreciate and value, whether it be being prone to buying into wild conspiracy theories that don't have any real bearing in real material life. The list could go on. So I'm gonna throw that out there, psychology, and I don't know if the other brothers maybe could.
Let me say this. I think it's perfectly natural for us to want to buy things that we want. There's nothing wrong with that. But where, Unbiased is trying to come from with the conversation is where's the problem for Black America? So Black America should be able to recognize the problem like how we recognize the problem, and we should be able to make adjustments, being as though we are at a lower totem pole than every other person Black America, which I know you understand as well as everybody else on the panel. But yeah, I'm just saying that. But
See, my thing about this when we have these type of conversations, right? It's like, how do we gauge exactly where we're supposed to be as a nation when the shit we just got civil rights in the 60s?
right, yeah,
Like,
I agree.
what's the accurate measuring stick to go, oh man, we're doing bad. We supposed to be here, but we're here. You see what I'm saying? Like, so this is my problem. We had a conversation. Like, what is the measuring stick?
Exactly. And that was going back to what I was saying earlier. Like, we're basing it off of something. And are we really acknowledging what that something is? And I think that something is just because where we see white America and where we want to be.
Exactly.
You feel me? And that's really not what we're acknowledging. But I mean, considering the fact that we only been really in progress since the 60s. I mean,
That's an excuse.
I mean, I ain't.
That's an excuse.
Don't forget about
Reaganomics. That's not an excuse. That's a reality.
Okay.
A reason.
Everybody share their opinion. Can I share their opinion, please? Everybody share their opinion.
Go ahead.
Hey, Blake.
Yeah.
You said you tutor, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, just your honesty. That's it. Okay, that's all I want from you. Just your honesty. Okay, so the children you tutor, do they have? Are they already good in school, or are they doing bad in school? Which one?
They go to private schools that are $16,000 a semester in 8th grade, in 7th grade, in 6th grade.
Okay.
It costs more to go to their elementary school than it does their high school.
So now let me ask you a question. So when you're tutoring them, is it to help them get further, or is it because they're having trouble in school?
It's because their parents know that their wealth and their education is already 5 steps ahead of the rest of the community, and they want to make sure that it's 10.
Exactly, and that's okay. Cool. And that's why I asked you that for a reason, because I knew what you were going to say. That's why I asked you those questions. Yo, okay, so now we had a show before in this The Watcher. You wasn't around. So now in the urban communities, we act like tutors just cost so much money. Now, I was reading my economic book, and there's a chapter where it said that if you can't get that raise that you need, if you can't get that bonus that you need, then it said perhaps you start eliminating some bills like Netflix to get what you want. Yeah. Now, this is my economics book, right? So it's just generally speaking. So now we know that the educational system itself is not designed for you to be a genius. It's just giving you like the foundations, and if you can do good with that, then fine. But mostly, because I'm in the tutor field also. So that's why I ask the questions. A lot of children I tutor they are all ahead of the game. Nobody's struggling. And matter of fact, they got a tutor in every subject, including and everything else. Now, look. When it comes to us,
your parents got money to have.
No. They got, bro. Listen, bro. I got nothing to do with money. That's what I'm gonna nip that in the bud. The parents that claim to be broke, they got Netflix. The children got Jordans. They got an iPhone. They got all the expensive shit, which is not indicative of a poor parent. Poor parents, like when I grew up, we grew up poor. We had no fucking Christmas. No Christmas. All right, that's poor. No Christmas. You can forget about that.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. If your parents can afford a tutor, you're not poor.
Wait, no, that's not what that means.
That's to a degree.
No, there's
are a percentage of parents who make a sacrifice.
There's sacrifice.
No. I'm just generally speaking.
No, but that's wrong.
Generally speaking. I'm not talking. Yeah, parents do make sacrifices. Yes, but
right.
I'm just saying.
An example he gave was he said the people he taught they're going to school, and the elementary school costs more Then the other, so I'm saying he was talking about
The
that's why I
private
said
school in high
poverty.
school.
Yeah, he started talking about people with wealth.
Now wait. Okay, you guys took that comment out of context. What we're saying is that these parents are willing to sacrifice whatever it takes for their children to be better than them. That's what they're doing, bro.
If they're sending their children to school,
Wait.
Can afford.
Wait. Don't focus on just that, because I'm pretty sure now.
I mean, that's the scennario that he gave. So why?
Wait. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm basing
we
I'm basing
left
the
off
strict.
there, bro.
Yeah, I'm basing this. I'm basing this.
Look. Oh, hold on. Stop. Because niggas stay with fucking excuses to be a fucking bum. Like, we gotta stop this shit, man. That shit getting crazy. Like we got excuses to be bums, bro. And
You made a statement.
Yeah.
I'm responding to the statement he made, and you're saying I'm bugging.
Nobody is
No, what
talking
he's
about
trying to
being
say
bums,
is
bro. What are you
we have to take that in account and do what we have to do regardless.
And dude, I
Because we already
understand,
know these motherfuckers got a head start over us. So
And
we
I
can't use the excuse.
and I understand that, family. I'm not disagreeing.
Okay.
This is not something I'm disagreeing with. But
Yeah, I don't even
it's
know
like,
what's
and
up,
based
Rick.
on the
Like,
statement I made about the measuring stick, like what he said is like he's using a tutoring point to argue against what I said to be.
No. This don't have anything to do with you. I'm making a bigger point, period. I'm saying that for one, a lot of my clients are Indian, okay? And they come over here, they understand that they have like a high 80% illiteracy rate in their country. So they come over here, they're trying to accumulate they're trying to take advantage of all the opportunities that we can take advantage of that we don't. Okay, so they come over here as minorities, and they take advantage of all the programs that we don't. You dig? And they know that education is the solution for many of their problems that we just said earlier. You said lack of education brings upon poverty. So they know this because they are coming from impoverished communities. They're poor as hell. But when they come over here,
that's not what I said.
So you've been
That's not
saying
what
we
I
ain't been
said.
talking. We've been making excuses. We
Yeah,
already
exactly.
mentioned. We already mentioned 100 different ways that education is the problem, and you want to just keep talking around. Hey, yo,
what I said was
sometimes.
I said poverty affects education, and then
No,
family
bro,
made a.
I ain't talking.
I'm
I
not
agree
talking
with
about
you,
you.
Sosa.
I ain't talking
I
to you,
agree
Zen.
with you, Sosa.
I'm not talking about you, Zen. I'm just saying, like, because Unbiased said, I said education brings on poverty. I said it the other way.
Just saying,
I said poverty brings on education. I said poverty affects education.
I'm just saying we talking about there's been no solutions. We talking about there's been no solutions. But one thing we keep saying is education. And for real, education is the underlying issue with all problems, bro. All problems, period. And the thing is that we keep thinking that we making excuses. We not. We just diving into the fact that there is so many different ways that we are uneducated and ignorant to stuff. Period.
Okay, wait.
And look.
Here we go.
Sometimes the fix to everything seems so simple that we don't even pay it no attention.
Okay, so forget about tutors. Forget about that. Let's just do an education period.
Let's build on it like we've been talking about building on it for the past 30 minutes.
Wait. Relax. Because since tutors
I'm very relaxed.
So let's do education. What's stopping a bum ass nigga tomorrow from going to Barnes and Nobles and buying some books and getting an education up? Go.
Bum nigga mentality.
Exactly. And we have that a lot in our communities, right?
Of course, because you have people, man, you cannot teach somebody who's worrying about, you can't teach a nigga who's concentrated on food, clothing, and shelter, scientific literacy, bro.
No. Bro, I'm
like,
not.
It's like you listen, it's like you use stats and stuff from Tone
No,
Talk.
we're not using that. I'm talking about us on the chat.
I'm making a statement. I'm making a statement on bias. You don't gotta just relax, bro.
Yeah, but I'm talking about us though. Forget about teaching people.
Just relax and just let me say what I'm gonna say, bro. And then you can just say what you want to say after.
Walk with him. Let's hear his knowledge.
I'm saying you're using stat lines and you're talking and saying what Tone Talk and what Yvette talks about, but you're using those statements to eviscerate black people in a way. And when they make those statements, they're getting into the nooks and cranny of why it is like it is. And then when we do that, you're saying we making excuses. Nah, we're telling you why it is the way it is. It's not making excuses. Now that don't mean that a nigga can't go to Barnes and Noble and get a book, but as a whole nation, every black person ain't finna get up and go to Barnes and Noble to get a book.
Right.
And every black person can't get up,
The fact-
go to Barnes and Noble, get a book, and understand that book that he reads.
Wait.
The thing is
Why not?
that it's bigger than the black person. It's the human being, and human beings learn through
Bingo.
experiences. We all learn through experiences, yo. So it's all of us have individual experiences that led us to right where we are, and those people, they have them at different times of their life. Like that saying goes, like, we all on the same train, but we got different stops. Like, some people might get off that stop at 16, some people might get off that stop at 50, but we all will meet up at the same place eventually. You feel me?
Shit. Hey, Blake, you still there?
I'm right here, my guy.
Okay. Do you think we are taking advantage of education? And look, like I said, look, dudes can talk about tutors being expensive, but Barnes and Noble's not expensive. Hey, Blake, do you believe that we're taking advantage of the opportunities we have in this country? That's right there. You could Google some of this shit. Is Google.
We absolutely do take advantage.
Let me show you.
Wait.
Hey, if I took your economics book, right, and I walk up to a nigga on the corner and pass it to him,
wait,
hey, bro, read this.
I'm not talking about teaching people at this point. I'm talking about self-empowerment. Go ahead, Blake.
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna take your book. I'm gonna give it to him. I'm not gonna teach him. I'm just gonna give it to him. No. I'm not even saying doing that. I'm saying your own house. Forget about teaching the next man. I ain't gonna teach him. I'm not talking about teaching him. I'm talking about giving him the book.
No, don't even do that. I'm saying, okay, go ahead, Blake.
See, this is what he's trying to get at. Like my.
Damn.
Hey Blake, you kind of did something. I never seen that shit before.
I think he cut his shit out. He might have hung up.
Have to speak.
Oh, right.
Microphone is unmuted. What the fuck?
You gotta show your screen. Okay, go ahead, Blake. Yeah, you back.
Like, see this right here? This is that they sell at like fucking Walmart, a pre-K book for kids. Going over tutoring that daughter because I know she has no chance at getting into any of these schools that I'm sitting here working for these parents to get. And this is the work that I think my man is talking about. This is where it has to start at. Education starts at home. These are flashcards got from the dollar store. And I know we have it, but we're not really doing it as a collective whole. Again, I hate using myself as an anecdote because I feel like I'm an outlier because I got to peek on the other side and I saw what was going on. I was that spook that sat by the door. I'm like, holy shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think what Bias is really trying to get at is as a collective whole, and I feel like whenever it's anecdotal or whenever it's you ain't doing it, nigga, we start taking it personal. Hell, I take it personal. I took it personal. Except I'm a competitive motherfucker, so I'm only going to take it personal so long that I'm like, you know what, fuck this shit. I need to get right, or I need to get a leg up.
Can I ask you a question?
Drop it, my guy. Drop
it. As a whole, where should we be? Based on what we talk about. Where should we be? Like, do you see? Considering our community, do you see the mentality? Do you see the mentality that you have? Do you see it increasing, or do you see it declining?
I'm on this chat because I have this is the closest that I've ever gotten to it, my nigga. I'll be a buck with you.
Yeah, and I'm coming across. I see it more now because, nigga, 10 years ago, it wasn't no community like this.
Exactly.
There wasn't no niggas even talking like this.
Which means it's growing.
You see what I'm saying? Like we just moving into this space. So we sitting here
fighting with each other about the same thing we fighting against right now. We
just moving into the space. So it's like everybody ain't gonna run at the same speed.
I wonder how Unbiased feels about that, because I feel similar to you, King Sos, and I've made that point before, that even though I can look and see within my community and people that I know, I see dysfunction, but at the same time, I do see the upward trajectory. I do see the progress.
Yeah, I can see it in my family.
So I wonder, Unbiased, what are your feelings on that specific point?
Okay.
Do you feel as if do you see incremental progress being made, even if you don't necessarily feel that it's to the level that you believe it should be, but compared to, say, 30 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, do you see that improvement?
It's so minute that it doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect us at all.
Right.
Now, look, I'm gonna go back to Blake. What Blake said. Blake said he's privy to. He said he's a spook that sat by the door, and when he seen what they were doing, these other nationalities, he said, "Oh shit!" and he started implementing his own household. I'm saying the same thing. When I'm around these children,
Oh,
these
he
parents,
flexing on you. He flexing on you, bias.
oh,
You getting flexed on.
okay, I see you guys. See, big. Hey, yo, let me beat my phone like season.
He said, he see your Marciaga shoes or whatever the hell them shit's called, and raise you a Porsche, nigga.
See, I like that because
And two Benzes.
see, I
And
like
two
that because
Benzes.
that motivates me to go hard, man. Now listen, now
I hope it do. That's the only reason why I did it.
So Haskell, now see, I need. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I said that we need to surround ourselves with people who are doing better than us to raise the standard higher. We got something to look forward to, and that's what I need. I need that type of motivation because it inspires me. Because I'd be content hanging around my bum ass friends. So anyway, to answer your question, Haskell, Blake said he was a spook that sat by the right? So he was able to see what these different people are doing because they're obviously way far advanced than us, and every level possible, right? So when I see these Indians and I see what they're doing with their children, they got 24/7 hour tutoring, man, not 24/7, but from the time they get out of school. Now these children are honor class students, okay? They get home from school, they got tutoring more. It's not because they're dumb. It's really so they can get a free ride in college, really. You know?
Yeah.
So for things like that. And I'm saying what Blake is saying, that when we see how serious they take education, we get to see how far beyond we are. Even just little bit of increments of progression, we are so far because we don't understand how we got to be ahead of the game. We got to be honor students on top of honor students. So I want to end it on this. For a black child to get it to a good college, the SAT score is 1100. For white, and I think India is 1350. For an Asian child, is 1700, bro. Their bar is so goddamn high.
No, ain't no way in hell it could be 1350.
It's 13. No, it's 13. That's a fact. It's a fact. 1350.
So what's the max? What's the max score on the SAT, bro?
No. Okay. Did you hear what I just said?
No. What's the max
Okay.
score you can get on the SAT?
Okay, I'm Googling right now for you. I think like 2400, to be honest.
Look it up, bro. Look it up.
I'm rocking the suits, man.
It scores fast.
And you know the sad thing about it is, the kids that I coach and the kids that I tutor, their parents are so damn wealthy, they be stunting on my cars.
Yeah, word.
16-year-olds.
They be what, Blake?
16-year-olds.
You said they be what, Blake?
They be stunting on my cars. Like, Coach, you still driving that same old Mercedes-Benz? I just got a G-Wagon. 16-year-olds with a G-Wagon.
That's a fact, man. They be in BMW and everything, bro.
They like you got that Porsche truck, nigga. We got the Lambo truck. This shit just came in last week.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's not lying. It's like a car show when they be pulling up, man.
Hey, you know what, Blake?
You know, it's ridiculous.
Blake, it's funny.
I do it to keep up.
I believe we've reached a point where
the highest
unbiased,
the highest possible score is 1600.
Okay, so now I gotta look into that because it says the old SAT was out of 2400. It says there are new sub-scores, cross-section scores to consider as you evaluate your performance. Your section scores are the individual scores for the two main sections of the SAT, reading, writing, and math. All right, so now I'm going to show and prove my point. My point is the standard for a black child to get into a school, okay, on the SAT score is lower than a white child. And a white child Indian score is lower than Chinese. That my whole point was the standards are lower for us and it's lower for white folk compared to Chinese. The Chinese got they need the highest SAT score to get into one of these crazy, like a Harvard.
I can talk about Harvard or something like that. But my point was My point was that I went to college, and in order to get into the Charleston Southern, you had to score 1100. It didn't matter. It did race didn't matter.
Right. I gotta
you had to have a score of 1100.
You gotta show me that source on this race-based criteria for. I'm not buying that one.
Yeah,
we've been talking about sources all night, but everybody want to be.
We got to go to sources more too.
I'm not buying that.
Everybody want to be specific, but we've been talking about.
This thing you said about the a certain score for blacks, a certain score for whites. Show me that, please.
Okay, I got you.
It's actually based on universities specifically. It's not going to be general. Like
it's going to be like
Arizona
it's
State
going to be like
University.
Harvard. It's going to be like Harvard, where they might have a affirmative action program or something like that, or a Princeton, something like that.
And that's what it is. It's based on state funding.
Yeah, because like I said, I went to college, and there's a
so
general
it's not
school.
Straight up, it's not straight up ethnicity based like what Unbiased is saying.
No, because there's certain colleges. If you go to certain colleges, there's just a criteria everybody got to hit. You got
right, because if what Unbiased is saying is true, that would be illegal. You can't have a standard where, okay, if a black person gets 1100, they're in.
That's why the Asians had a lawsuit against Harvard College.
Yeah, Asians. Yeah, they did do that.
Asians University.
Okay.
Prestigious university like a Harvard or Oxford, because they were discriminated against black folk for so long, and now we got affirmative action. So there's criteria made so they can get more black people into the schools, bro.
So in other words,
so they're lowering certain standards.
Right. So in other words, in order to satisfy an affirmative action quota, for example, they're going to relax certain standards. Let's say if they want to have 10 black folks in, and let's say only 3 out of those 10 meet the universal standard, they're kind of going to let the other 7 kind of get by, even though they don't meet that standard. It's not so much that it's explicitly stated that if you're black, you can get by with 1100. Okay, I get what y'all saying.
Like I can give you a real precise example. I can give you a quick, precise example. If they had a black person with 1600 and an Asian kid with 1600 and everything matched up,
the black person going. Exactly.
Bingo.
Right.
The black person.
That's what he's trying to get at.
Right.
Because based upon how much discrimination went on, you see what I'm saying? And now they have to have a certain quota. They're going to make sure a certain amount of African Americans get into the school. Because otherwise, those white parents would dominate.
Too.
Yeah, well, otherwise, those white
but
parents.
They're trying to reverse it, though.
Yeah,
Trump's reversing that shit.
But otherwise, those white parents who are boosters who pay will have their way, just like those white folks got caught in that cheating scandal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to have safeguards in place, and you're dealing with economically. Well, these white parents, they can afford to have their kids tutored, and you know what I'm saying, and all this other stuff. Whereas, you know what I'm saying, that all their things are put in place. Cause like a damn like niggas ain't like a 1400, 1500 on the SAT score, bro. Like that's strong. Like
hell yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like maybe y'all ain't up on what SAT, but that's strong, bro. Like
at least I'm biased. At least we not last on this list here.
Yeah, niggas ain't hammering out like 1400, 1500 SAT scores. Like you know what I'm saying?
The natives are last.
Yeah.
So hold on.
Arizona.
Abo's the last on this list.
So you got 5,000 compared to 271,000 though.
Hey, listen, man.
Hold on. Look. You got 947,000 white people, right, that took the test, and only 1,100 of them niggas, I guess, passed. And then out of the blacks, you got 271, and out of the 200.
Where you getting that from? Where you getting that 1,100 pass or whatever?
I'm reading it right off the table right here that Unbiased is showing on the screen.
That's
not what the table says.
That's the average score.
That's why I said if I'm reading that correctly.
Now look at the Asian score on average, 1,200. That's what I'm saying. So when you say 1,350, because nigga, I went to college.
No. Wait, no. I just showed you that they were going off the other system was 2,400. So now that is whatever the score is now.
1600. Yeah, 1600
All right,
now.
it's 1600 now. So this
I
is
went to college in '91.
so this is what you're using now. But my point is still what I was saying is that the look 1223 on average, 933. So now,
So unbiased. I think I know what the problem is, man, and I got to side with Sosa them because we do want to get to a point eventually where we're competing, but considering that we're so proximate to coming out of Jim Crow and all of that stuff, you can't really look. No, and you know what, unbiased? I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say that's an excuse, but on a macro level, unbiased, hold on. On a macro level, you cannot look at whites or Asians and expect black people as a group to be there right this moment.
I agree. I agree with that.
That's just not
we
real.
all agree with that. Besides, fucking
especially when you're using the average. Now, if you were saying, "Yo, take our best 200,000 African Americans, and then take the best 200,000 white folks, then you even it out, then maybe you can get a clearer picture." You see what I'm saying? But when you're using the whole race as an average, you see what I'm saying? You can't use it like that.
Hey, Blake.
Go ahead.
Black children, but black boys, are they seeking to be NBA stars, or are they trying?
But hold on. We gotta consider. We only 12% of the country too.
So, but Indians are less. Okay, Indians are less. So what does that mean?
Hey, that means that there's more Asians than black people going to take SATs. But still,
no. I was making a bigger point. That's because our focus is different. We care about making the NBA and being a rapper and shit like that.
Right now, but we shifting our focus, bro.
Hold on. Unbiased.
These statements unbiased we making is problematic.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, man.
Guess what, Sosa? Guess what, Sosa?
No, you want some blackology.
Unbiased isn't completely wrong in saying that because we can all admit that as a group of people, we're more inclined to pursue things other than the higher arts or the higher sciences or higher education, and we do put an uneven value on things like sports and entertainment. But guess what? That's because of a trauma that we suffered, right? The trauma wasn't only physical, it was psychological trauma. We were, for a long period of time, right, engineered to think, especially our men, to think in a perpetual state of childhood, of adolescent, of juvenile thinking. That was something that was engineered into us socially. That is why. So unbiased. When you say we have these type of mentalities, it's not something that was innate. It was something that was put in us. These other groups, that didn't happen to them.
Hey, and on top of that, Haskell, listen. When you talk about these kids with these dreams of being a rapper or even an athlete, or right now, you got to think of that child looking at their parents, right, versus the other race looking at their parent. And like you like, at least me coming up, I never see my parents in a position where, like, nigga, I got time to go to college, get my master's, and do all this shit, and then take care of them. Like when you see your mom and shit struggling, like you thinking, I need to get it quick now. Like this shit, I don't have the luxury of another 10 years after high school. Like my mama need money now. So then you start thinking, like, man, how could, you know what I'm saying? You see the other ways you can get to it quick versus a white parent who, like, you know, they living a good life. My mom's good. If shit don't work out, I'll go work for my uncle. So I can try college for a little while. I can party, take it serious later on. If it don't work out, I can go, you know what I'm saying? I can get a job. You know what I'm saying? There's different environmental pressures that's making a nigga mentality different than other people. That's why I say you can't compare African American to other people because our situation is unique.
Like I said, it's way too many variables out here, yo.
Can I speak real quick?
Yeah, bro.
Can I speak? I think also with considering all that,
that has to be more of the reason why we can't rely on that, because we're fully aware of it. And if we have an opportunity to get educated or at least make the sacrifice for the next generation, we have to do it.
Who is we?
We have to, because there's no way we can't put ourselves on their level. We don't have that luxury. We don't have that transgenerational wealth to fuck off college or fuck off school. Our rope is a lot shorter. Just like we don't have money if we get caught, pulled over with cocaine, and then we're just going to get a slap on the wrist. We locked up. That's 5, 10, 15. So we can't expect to have the same measurements that they have compared to what we have to do. Now, it's so hard to pick a side, because I feel like what you guys are bringing out is 100% valid, but the only way to climb out of it is to shift your mentality and look at it the way Unbiased is saying, like that's no longer an excuse anymore. We can't use that as an excuse anymore.
But let me ask you this.
But Unbiased is saying that after you realize everything that we saying first. Because if you don't realize what we saying, if you don't realize what we saying, you ain't going to come up out of that thought process. Just like how he was just a Hebrew a few months ago. He ain't come up out of that until somebody really put it to him that he was talking some crazy stuff.
Now, actually, that's false. See?
Right. Yeah, right.
Wait, hold up. When did you ever... See, now that's false. When did you ever hear me say somebody got me out of my Hebrewism? No, that was me researching, dude. I researched my way out of that. So now,
did you not receive information from outside sources that influence your perspective?
No.
So you can come to your own conclusions.
You know what turned me away from the Hebrewism, like ISUPK?
What's up?
You was a Hebrew Israelite fan?
And when I couldn't find,
I never officially. I never was officially, but I mean, I was watching the YouTube and all that other stuff, and praying
I wanted to
that.
find a Haskell and Sosa. So Haskell said that we would like, it's a psychological thing.
Crossover.
So Haskell, when you get the chance to talk, I want you. So now you name the problem. I'm glad you did. 'Cause I'm all about trying to give solutions to problems. So now, what's the solution to that problem, and what are we doing, and what steps are we taking to get the solution? So that's for you to answer. And then I Am Sosa said that wait, Sosa, what did you say? Piggybacking on him.
Bottom line is Unbiased. Like what you're saying, I don't disagree with. And what I'm saying, like you shouldn't disagree with it. I think all those things are needed, but we can't just say, you know what, nigga just need to do this. Like it's just that simple. Like, you know what I mean? Like I agree niggas need to do it, but we have to agree that everybody ain't gonna just get it like that. And there's things we need to put in place so people can gradually start getting it.
Hey, yo, it's just like when you used to go to church or something, and they'd be like, well, this is how you pray. And you see everybody else doing it, and you be like, well, am I doing it right? You sometimes you need more than that. Like, what is this? What is going on here? Like, what is the purpose of this? Like, well, you start asking questions then. You feel me? It takes a certain type of mind to where as though it's just like, okay, I'll do it. You know what I mean? And it just won't question it. Other minds, they question it. Other minds, if they don't understand something, they just gonna rebel against it. They're gonna turn it, that's just natural human nature sometimes. You know?
So I'm gonna ask another
variables.
I gave a question. I gave a question for Haskell for a solution. Now, I Am Sosa, you said that there are different ways you can, deliver a message to get people on board. So I need you to give some solutions how we can do that. So I don't know who wants to go first.
Some of it's going, like I said, some of it is blanket education. Some of it is doing like what we're doing right now. Having a live stream where people can actually come and hear people have conversation based on progress instead of conversation based on doctrine. Like all those things factor in. And then some of it is like, yo, once the community sees what's going on, like monkey see, monkey do. If a group of black people see other black people progressing in a certain manner, and it's fluent in that neighborhood, other people will join along.
And yo,
other people won't allow the other bullshit to go on. Go ahead,
reminded me of something though. I wanted to say this earlier. Like today in 2020, you now got people on TV talking about, metaphysics, flat earth, science, crystals, all this stuff that quote unquote used to be back when I was younger, years ago, knowledge and stuff that wasn't out there. Now it's available. People starting to talk about this. So therefore more people are becoming aware of these things. More people are going to start questioning these things. More people are going to start looking and seeking for answers, asking questions, and it's going to in turn make us smarter in the long run. We just not acknowledging it here for some reason.
Yeah, but do you know
That's what's
how
going
far?
on.
Are you not acknowledging how far we are right now from everybody else? Today, 2020, February.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
I'm talking about on TV.
No.
Regular national TV.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about. And maybe you missing it on purpose. I am so sorry. Are we not light years behind the standard right now?
Of course we are, boss. We didn't have. What I'm saying is this. Like I said before, how do we determine where we should be versus where we are? Like, what are you using to measure that? Okay, white people are here, Asians are here. We should be here, and what are you basing that on? How are you determining that we're light years away? Like, how do you take everything we went to, use the math, divide it, multiply, divide it, and then come up with a scenario where we should be here? Like, what are you using? That's my biggest issue.
And first of all, we're in progress, though. We're never stagnant. We're in progress.
Everybody's in progress for something, but the progress is like so minute that it's apparently
not minute, bro.
So, okay. So are you telling me that it's max?
I see black scientists popping up out the woodworks
every
day on articles
how can it be max though? Like why? Why would you even expect? Like, why would you even expect max?
Bro. Okay, look.
Yeah, like you just expecting it to be like overnight success.
I want to know
instantaneous.
Okay, so forget about what I'm expecting. I want to know what you
want
guys
it microwaved.
Okay, hold up. I want to know what you guys are expecting. Okay, so when it comes to black folks in our current state, where are we? Are we in the middle? Are we in the front? Are we behind?
We in progress.
No, but where are we exactly?
We gonna have to we know we're behind based on where we started. Like it's not even a debate. So I'm saying. So what I'm asking you is this, unbiased. Yeah. It's a more simpler question. Based on where we started, let's from Martin Luther King, right? From that time period, how many generations do you think it would take to recalibrate that and then get us up to speed with everybody else? How many generations do you think? If you had to guess.
Go.
This is gonna be a lot.
There you go.
Exactly. That's my whole point. That's my whole point, bro. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
So hold up. So hold on. So let's go with that. Now listen. Let's go with that. Because it's gonna take a lot. That's why we should be full throttle. For example, when the European settlers came over here, they were starting from fresh. They understood they were light years behind, like we are now. So
not all, but go ahead.
That's not true.
Right. You gotta let me finish.
You about to butcher history, but go ahead.
No, right.
Go ahead.
Get your point out.
Now, I could give you physical books that actually finish the read.
I know history, bro.
Go ahead, my guy.
Go ahead, my guy. I want you to source up because I can source up what I have.
A lot of indentured.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it. I read the.
No, my thought.
I read the.
I'm so insecure. I can't finish my thought.
Okay, go ahead. We can have this. We'll have this historical debate. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So when white folks came over here, there was no America. This land was not developed at all. It took slave worker 24/7, basically hard forced labor to get this country where it was, because they understood if they try to do it legally, right? Just pay people, digital service, pay them or whatever they're gonna do. They'll be a third world country probably forever because they was behind. There was countries already, flourishing and doing things on their own. So what the settlers understood over here is that for them to even catch up to be competitive, that they would need a forced labor, a labor force that's forced. So that's why they got they thought of chattel slavery. Other than that, there's no way they can compete. They already start from behind. They're starting over. Other countries already flourishing. So what they did was they had slavery. African Americans over here to work in the harsh conditions, forced labor. You know what I mean? I can't even emphasize it more. It was forced labor.
I got it.
Swamps. I forgot Mississippi. Whatever it was nothing. It was straight just bushes, jungles of Mississippi. That these guys, these slaves, these black folks actually did it themselves. Like it was impossible to do. It was forced labor to get this shit done. So that's how they was able to catch up. They was able to catch up with how many years? 250 years of forced slavery?
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. There were no jungles in Mississippi ever. And the slavery part, bro, slavery was status quo. They didn't decide to get chattel slavery. Like the English that came into America, they came last. Okay, the Spanish and the French were here in North America way before them. Right? So you got to deal with what happened to the Indians. And the people that came over, they were financed by the people in England. They like
15,
the reason
14.
Yeah, the reason
like
the reason the rich didn't come over because they wanted to deport. They emptied the prisons and sent the other people here to figure this shit out because they know they were gonna die off. So they waited till after everything was settled and for them to get everything situated, and then the rich came over. But they were financed by England, and then eventually 1776 they broke away, and that's how you got America. But they didn't come. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. You like, there's a whole bunch of things you're just leaving out. And just
No. I'm talking about, bro. I'm talking about how they cultivated the land, how they cultivated the land.
They cultivated the land because with the help of the Indians, they didn't know how to make crops.
Okay.
The Indians showed them how to make crops.
From the rice coast over here.
So what I'm gonna do is source up with a book. You do the same thing. Hold on 1 second.
Actually, I'm about to
what is the book saying?
It was indentured service. It was indentured service, bro.
Yeah, tell me what they're saying.
I'm gonna read
what the point, man. We off the point.
That's all.
No, we can source up.
We can MBK made a whole video on it showing you the sources. Like, what are you talking about? I ain't gotta show you the sources. They made a whole video making it real easy for you, microwaved it for you.
And what are you arguing? What did I say that was incorrect?
I'm about to go to sleep on you.
Yeah, what did I say that was incorrect that you're trying to debunk? What part I said?
Yeah, we way off the point. Damn, we way off the point. Is my mic on?
I'm out, bro. Y'all be safe. I'ma holler at y'all.
Like, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what point that I made that was incorrect.
All right, y'all.
They was financed. Like England emptied their jail to send those people over here, bro.
Right. They were backed by the crown. Yeah, like they were the
this ain't even a debatable issue.
Yeah, they were the dregs of their society.
No,
like,
what are you debating? I'm talking about how the land was actually cultivated, bro. I'm talking about that.
Yeah, they were taught that by
they were taught that by the natives.
Yeah, they were taught by the natives, and a lot of those Africans they initially brought over too.
Yeah, Jamestown, Virginia, them niggas starved out, bro.
Yeah,
they were cannibalism.
Those Europeans, when they were left to their own devices, unbiased, they were dying.
Bro, I'm not talking about none of that.
It's the same thing with the Spanish, bro. Until the Indians showed them, they were dying off. It wasn't until a native tribe took them in and showed them how to survive on the land that they were able to get established in Spanish Florida, bro. Like, I'm geeky.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So I know Spanish Florida because that shit is my history, bro. Like, I'm very familiar with this shit.
Yes. What does your book say? What were you gonna read from your source?
Yeah, I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for you.
And I got a book right here. I got a book right now in front of me. We can do Blacks in Spanish Florida. You start at 1515.
Sosa, I want to hear.
Is your mic on?
As
contribution.
Huh?
Okay. I was just curious to see if my mic was on.
Oh, who that, Blake?
Yeah, I'm back.
The watch.
I was on the treadmill. The watch.
Yeah,
I like that. The watch.
The watch. That shit made me fuck with Jay-Z. I wasn't fucking with Jay-Z until I heard that track.
It was Eminem. Eminem was on that too, right?
Nah, not that
Nah,
one.
that's some classic Jay-Z shit right there. Watch
Yeah,
it. That's
yeah,
classic.
Dr. Dre. Yeah,
it's
he
classic.
did it. He wrote the song "The Watcher" for Dr. Dre, and then Jay wrote one or produced the beat for him. But yeah, real quick, Bias. I feel like you was on a point, and you let them get you way off. Way off.
You start talking about goddamn you.
Way off.
You're like you finna tear history up, like.
Yeah, and he off with it though. You know what I mean? Because you got to recognize indentured servants came over, and they were pretty much like you said, England's worst. They got released from prison for 7 to 10 years. They had to do like a contract before they were even free.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But
and there was very few African slaves at that time. Very few. And even because you know what I'm saying?
The French had more. The French were here first. Them and the Spanish started from South America. But I mean, there were Negroids here, but not us.
Yeah, but you know,
he
Spanish,
has a point that he's trying to make.
Yeah, but Spain got in Florida. They was there like 60, 70 years before the Americans got over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Florida was already up and running.
Okay.
You mean British Sosa?
Huh?
You mean before the British, right?
Yeah. No, I'm saying America because you know when they broke away. But the British, they was fine.
Yeah,
like
the British.
Yeah, like you can read the hearings where the court hearings are where they talk about this shit. Like, yo.
No, Sosa, I don't know if Unbiased necessarily disagrees though. I want to hear what in particular, you know, from his
sourcing up. He's sourcing up.
No, but
he done went to sourcing up on me, man. Like, goddamn.
He got a point. If he got some new knowledge, I want to hear it.
Right.
If he got some new knowledge, I want to hear it.
So it probably doesn't necessarily contradict.
It can't because nothing I said was incorrect, bro. Like I know the history.
Right.
But go ahead, I'm gonna listen. I'm listening on headphones.
I know his bigger point though. He wants to drop this knowledge. If it's cool, I'll take it. Don't get me wrong, but I really want him to get back to his original point.
Okay.
Like I know history, bro. Like I don't even play no games with it. Like I tell you, that's just.
So are you with contract leasing?
Oh, of course, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. I got some questions for you. This whole book is about contract leasing. Okay.
What year are we talking about, bro? What year?
1880.
1880.
Oh,
what we talking about?
That's late.
200. You know, moved up 200 years. You talking about?
But what they do? Okay.
1880 contract leasing. That's dealing with.
You have no idea what I'm going to read.
Hold on.
America.
You talking about 1880 contract leasing? You're talking after slavery, bro.
1776 becomes America.
Yeah.
It's not English colony.
Unbiased.
It's America now. Now you talk. That's like some life shit, bro.
Yeah.
That's like life in Eddie Murphy. Not Eddie Murphy. Yeah, like Eddie Murphy, bro.
Yeah.
Like I know what. Like you think I don't know the history, bro? Like, go ahead, man. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen while you go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, I got some questions for you that know the history, because a lot what I'm reading is a contract leasing in Mississippi. How they basically cultivate Mississippi.
Yeah, they cultivated Mississippi with the cotton field, but not the shit wasn't bare, nigga. There's fucking mounds in Mississippi.
Okay.
The Indians had mounds and shit right there, bro. Like the shit wasn't just fucking all goddamn swamp land.
I got you. Well, really? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure, bro. Because there's mounds because there are mounds in Mississippi, bro.
Okay.
Like shit's Googleable, man.
Okay.
You can't win. Oh, BC got all
go ahead.
of
I'm gonna listen, bro, because I gotta make a run to straight track. Go ahead, I'm listening, dog.
I'm looking at my goddamn YouTube recommendations, dog. Goddamn Billy Carson got some shit on right now talking about moving from the third eye to the first eye. Oh, good. But yo, Unbiased. You meant to say convict leasing, right? Not contract leasing.
Yeah, convict.
Convict. Okay.
Oh.
What you getting it? You getting it together, Unbiased? You getting the information together?
I got my book in my hand. I'm just skimming through some parts of this. So it might be this chapter right here. Okay.
How we doing?
We waiting on unbiased to source up.
To maintain crumbling discipline, prisoners were tortured for minor infraction of the rule.
How you doing?
Yeah, I've been a little sick.
Okay.
Yeah, it tore me up, man. Tore me up.
Okay.
My bad.
So 45 of the 72 convicts did not return.
Slavery's over though.
Yeah.
Therefore, they were permanent. Not that.
Nigga BC stupid as hell, dog.
He's still cracking.
Yeah, slavery ended like 1865. Like you just convict leasing.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
Officially, allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah, I like that one.
Shit.
I like that. I like that one. I ain't gonna lie. Allegedly, you're right. Allegedly.
Yeah, you got me in here. Put my shit on hold. See what homie got. Yeah,
And then you gotta realize, like, I'm from the South. I only know he know this shit. Like, I'm from the South. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
Eating the mayonnaise sandwiches, huh?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but the bigger point, even before I had to got that dip out, was it's not that I don't understand what Unbiased is trying to say. I'm just like, bro, like it's just more layers to it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, you can't let that go.
It's not so simple. Yeah, and it just ain't. It is like, cause sometimes black people make it like it's simple. I'm like, no, it's not simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this shit ain't like 2 plus 2. Like it's like, man, we gonna have to do some division. We gonna have to do we gonna have to subtract some niggas. You know what I'm saying? Then we have to multiply some niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit, like
you gonna have to do some damn quantum equation.
yeah, it's gonna be some Einstein shit. You know what I'm saying? Before we get it right, but it's gonna take some generations for us to get to where we at that quantum physics level, that quantum theory level. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, we on like chemistry or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like algebra 1.
Yeah, but he on that. You gotta have that Mamba mentality. Don't make no excuses. Just run up on it.
I don't fucking no bum niggas, man.
And I admire that shit. I admire that, bro. Not like, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want him to be like, you know what I'm saying? I admire that shit.
The niggas act like we got. See, that's the thing. Like that niggas looking at year 4020. Right? Nah. I see what these other. I see because I'm in the educational field. These children. I see how their parents are pushing them to.
Hey, watch them.
Anecdotal. It's called an anecdotal fallacy, guys. Anecdotal fallacy.
Go on mute, watch it. You sound real inappropriate, dog.
You're right. Shit. I don't even want to look at the chat. Oh man.
Hell nah, niggas say you had a Chippendale poster in the background.
Yeah, I saw that. No, I'm at this gym. They got professional bodybuilders and shit up here. This shit is wild. Come late, so I ain't got to share no equipment.
Yeah, I'm biased. I'm curious as to what you deem. You out of there, Sosa?
Nah, that's the wrong person.
Nah, you know, I'm biased. I'm curious as to what you would deem a suitable level of progress, a suitable rate of progress. You know, like, because it seems like the measuring stick is, you know, these other communities.
It is. They're okay. When you look at, well, first of all, you look at employment alone. Okay, when you want to work at like, let's say the pharmaceutical industry, you have a lot of Indians who run that shit. Okay,
that's real.
A lot of them run that. I know, all your bosses and everything, and as a result, now in New Jersey, I believe, I don't know if this is factual, but I believe New Jersey has like most. I believe they got the most pharmaceutical companies. I think New Jersey got it. Now, I could be off, but I believe that's the case. Okay. So not only that, I'm starting to see a lot of tent agencies being owned and ran by Indians. Okay. So all this starts from education, especially when we are paying for our children's education and their children are going to education for free based off like their test scores or whatever, and like, you know, their GPA, whatever, those type of factors help them. Now, I'm saying that the average black family is not going all out hard when it comes to education, but we go all out hard: soccer, football, baseball, basketball, rapping, shit like that. We go 100% harder. But the things that counts, the things that decides who's successful and who's not, who's an employer, who's a worker, those type of things, we don't go harder. And we make up excuses as to why we don't go hard. And we got the same opportunity as everybody else right now.
Yeah, I'm biased. Like, you know, other brothers on the panel, we're all pretty much in agreement. I think where we're not in agreement is the why. You know, why do these other communities put so much focus on that, put so much importance on that, and the black community as a whole doesn't? And when we try to explain, like, okay, the reason why that is because of these other extraneous circumstances, I think you view that as excuses, you know? And I think I don't think we could come to a consensus on that, bro. Like,
well, it's real simple. What's stopping the average black person tomorrow trying to be as educated as can be in anything? Finances, real estate, STEM, anything. Like, what's stopping the average black person from seeking a higher education, either through a school, paying, or themselves, or some autodidact stuff?
You know what it is, bias?
Huh?
The only thing stopping us is vision, perspective. But I don't think you're paying enough respect to that. Like, let me give you an example, right? Let's go back to the 90s, right? When like gang banging and that stuff was on a high level, right? Much more so than today, right? People, you know, killing each other with colors and that sort of stuff was on a high level. What was stopping those people from recognizing that, yo, it's just a fucking color? Like, don't kill that person because he's wearing blue or red or whatever the case may be. What was stopping them from the very next day just not doing that behavior? The answer is nothing was stopping them other than their mentality that shit actually meant something. But unbiased, I think what we're missing is this is the way how human beings work. When you're talking about large groups of people, unbiased, the type of change that you're looking for, that stuff happens incrementally over a period of time. It never happens.
Okay, so we got the problem. What's the solution?
Solution to what specific?
Put the excuses on.
What you just said.
Excuses on hold, and see better, know better, and do better.
That's it. I mean, but like I said, all right. So going back to my example about the gang banging, right? Because people go crazy about like Chicago and places like that today, but when you look up the crime statistics, when you compare Chicago in the 90s to today, like the murder rate back in the 90s dwarfs what it is today. You know what I'm saying? So I think for you, unbiased, you have a very high level of a very high standard that you would like to see us as a group be at. And I think you want us to kind of be there, or your idea is what's stopping us from being there tomorrow? And the answer is there isn't anything stopping us other than the natural development of human beings. Like, that shit is gonna take time, bro.
How much time?
I would say a few generations. I would say maybe the next 4 or 5 generations, bro.
So, is there any way that
Not everybody has generations, my guy. Not
Is there
everybody
any
has
way-
generations.
so you say like 4 or 5 generations? Is there any way to curb that and
kind of expedite it?
Yeah.
I don't think not to the level of when you're talking about 50 million people. Nah, I don't think so.
So okay, so why complain if we're doomed for the next 5 generations?
No, it's not a matter of being biased.
Let me throw a carrot out there. How long did it take Malcolm Little's parents' point of wealth and success and knowledge to get to Malcolm X's wealth, success, and knowledge? That was a generation. He put himself in a different environment. He got assistance. He got help. But nonetheless, he was able to make a dramatic move. Now, we can look at the rest of the society and say no one was near his intellect or knowledge. Or you can go all the way back to Frederick Douglass, who wrote many books at the time when 90% of his people couldn't even read. So it's hard for me to accept that point that it can't be done in one generation. I just think you have to put yourself in an environment or climb to an environment to kick down the door and get into a situation where you can get the knowledge. Some people don't want to be cool or don't want to be a clown or don't want to be a fool, or they always got to be hard or always got to be in a position of power, and they're not willing to humble themselves and sit at the feet and get that knowledge and then run with it.
But
that's just my 2 cents.
Hey, watch this.
Drop it.
You
Let me hear
it. You realize in that example right there is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, of how human beings make advancements in increments. Because when you're talking about Malcolm Little, right, you're talking about a human being on their most base level, that worm level where it's about survival, right? The next meal, you're just scrapping on the street, hustling, right?
Yeah.
He made an improvement going from that into the nation, right? But I think we all, in retrospect, looking back at that, can see that where he was at as far as the nation, that wasn't it either. There's still many levels to go after that, because how did that turn out as far as being in the nation? That same type of gangster mentality and that dog-eat-dog mentality was prevalent in the nation. And that's
what year was that?
Huh?
When Malcolm made that move, what year was that? When Malcolm made those moves, what year was that?
Shit, I don't know, bro.
1950s, 1960s?
Right, it was in the 50s.
Just rock with me. Okay, now think about George Washington Carver, or think about Frederick Douglass.
Right.
I mean, these cats are coming off the plantation and getting that knowledge and putting in that work and surpassing their peers and even their contemporaries who are from a different culture and background.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe that it cannot be done.
Right.
I know we have the big ass step to get to, but what homie is trying to say is we can't use that as an excuse. If you were just to throw all that out, or the analogy that I used to hear professors tell me all the time in classroom is just aim for the moon. You may not make it to the moon, but at least you're among the stars.
Right.
You have to change your perspective instead of looking straight ahead or looking at someone else. But the main point is you have to find somebody who's doing better than you and then travel that road.
Hey, Blake.
Oh, man, go ahead.
Think about where Malcolm was before he died.
Okay.
Or when he initially joined the NOI, right?
Right.
And think about where he would have been if he had lived. How old would Malcolm be right now?
He'd be up there.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Now,
He'd be older than Farrakhan, know that.
Right. He would be way past where he was when he was in the NOI. You get what I'm saying? Right. So that's what I'm saying. He went from the street thug to what people in this community would call the overly spooky-fied, religious, da-da-da-da-da-da. And he graduated out of that when he saw that, these people aren't really about the stuff that they're saying they're about.
They about talking and not showing it.
Right.
Right.
And he was getting ready to grow out of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
he
what
did when he traveled.
What you're seeing right there, Blake, is not going from the street hustler to the straight up pragmatist who's scientifically literate. You're seeing increments from grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. You get what I'm saying?
I feel you, but you know why I brought him up? Just real quick. You know why I brought him up? How many generations did it take him to do it?
To go from the Malcolm Little to NOI Malcolm?
From the day he was born to the day he left, to the day he was traveling in Egypt and traveling to Ghana and traveling to Libya and everything. He did all that in one generation.
One generation.
And I know we're using that. Right, but I mean, that's just contemporary. That's why I went all the way back to the 1860s. And I use people like Frederick Douglass, because I mean, he had less opportunities, less intellect, and less chances and examples, and he still was making moves. George Washington Carver, so I'm taking it even back. We can't use that crutch that I think Bias is trying to yank from us.
Right.
Because I see his point. I'm not going to say it's easy. I'm never going to say that, and I'm not going to say it's possible for everyone. But in order for us to take that step, we got to remove it. Some people are going to fall, but you got to take the training wheels off.
Hey,
Some people ain't going to make it down the street.
I would
man, go ahead.
Say it's easy. The actual decision, the decision itself to say, I don't want to do that bullshit. I want to ascend.
That's the first step.
That is easy. What's hard is no. Hear me out.
Okay.
I'm saying is, like once you reach that point in your mind, right, to actually do it is just an academic matter. But when you apply that to a large group, right, when you start talking about the Washington Carvers and your Frederick Douglasses and people like that, you know, you're talking about outliers, brother. I hope you realize that. You really are. You're talking about outliers. You know, your average black person, they're not necessarily looking to, you know what I'm saying? They know they probably don't even see the necessity to be like trying to advance like that. Talking about back then. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Right, you talking about some special individuals right there, man. Malcolm X and Washington, you talking about some special people.
So,
you know, like your Neil deGrasse Tysons, you know what I'm saying? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is who he is in an environment, or when he grew up, it's not cool to be a nerd. It's not cool to be an astrophysicist. You know what I'm saying? And in successive generations, I believe, as far as our people, one day it is gonna be cool. Like, though, you know what I'm saying? Like
that sounds like
Where'd I get cut off? Where'd I get cut off? I thought I was speaking.
Nah, you went out.
I was talking to myself. God damn it. I thought I was really saying something. Oh, shit. What was I saying? What did y'all get?
Okay. Haskell was going to the I Have a Dream speech just now.
Okay. But did y'all hear my point?
One day, black folks will get it right.
Yeah, dog. I was basically saying we gonna make it.
Okay. Did you hear my point about Malcolm X and how many generations it took him?
Yeah, heard that part. That's around when you cut out, Blake.
Okay. So did you hear my point when I was saying George Washington Carver and Frederick Douglass and how many generations it took them with less opportunity? Did y'all get that?
Right. Heard that too.
Okay. But shit. Just wait. Look at me weights fucking with my head. I can't focus. But shit. My whole point is fuck. I guess I'll listen because
look what Corey's saying in the chat. Corey said his grandfather couldn't even read. Think about that, bro.
Yeah. Man, how many slaves you think stole books and learned how to read
Right,
and put themselves forward?
But
and
those are
learn?
out, but
See,
those are the outliers, bro.
But my point is, we don't have to be afraid of being killed for reading the books and stealing books from libraries when you can just walk into a Barnes and Noble and read the book and put it back and go home.
That's what I'm saying.
And I think that's what I was saying. Unbiased is getting at. We have to get past that crutch. You know what I mean? Like, we can go far, but we got to take the training wheels of excuses off. And I know we don't want to hear it. I would never admit this in a public forum. I wouldn't have to say this against our counterparts and the people that we fighting against. But when it comes into our area and we close the doors and we get on each other, Papa's gonna say stuff that you ain't supposed to take out to the streets when he's talking to his kids or his people. And we got to remove that.
Let me see.
We got a flat earther in the chat, y'all.
Oh man.
Hey Haskell, look. And the earth is flat.
Earth is flat.
Haskell. Again, this is why I brought up earlier that most Black people aren't doing well, right? Financially and educationally. You know, a lot of us lack education. You know, a lot of us don't have, like, I don't have a college degree, nothing like that. And then on top of that, some of us are financially not doing well, right? A lot of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, some of us are not going all out to get out of these financial problems. You dig? Like I said earlier, I said I'm not interested in somebody who check the check will not get a second job. Like, I can't respect that. That's me personally. I can't respect it because you're not doing all you can to get out of the check to check cycle, you know? So now when it comes to education, so that's dealing with finances. Now we have a lot of free time, and that's why this opportunity calls take advantage of your free time. Our free time we don't take advantage of, you know, especially not to improve our situations. Okay, so if we're lacking education, we're not that free time we have. We're gambling, we're chilling out, we're at the club, we're playing basketball. We're not taking advantage. And what I'm seeing and what Blake is saying, we're seeing other nations who are well off still sacrificing playtime to get educated, right? Or increase their finances. Like, they're not vacationing on some football, hanging out. They're not doing that until they're successful, at the very least. So I'm saying I would say this. I'm saying to say this. Because we're not doing well, we refuse to take accountability. We want to blame white supremacy, and the Illuminati. We want to point the finger at everybody, and we refuse to point the finger at ourselves. That's all I've been saying tonight.
And real quick, just to butt in, that's what makes us so susceptible to the Ali Muhammad,
right? The scammers, right.
Or the scammers, you know what I mean? The fucking young pharaohs, because we won't. Oh shit.
Yeah, you kind of cut out, Blake.
Oh, I got a phone call. That's cool. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, but that's what makes us so susceptible to it, because we won't remove it.
Right.
Go ahead, Unbiased.
Yeah, so and that's all.
Unbiased.
Yeah.
You know, I gave an approximation of 4 to 5 generations, right?
Okay.
In your estimation, if Black folks were to get, as a collective on a macro level, serious to how you would like to see them, what do you believe is a realistic time period for us to get our shit together? 5 years?
Let me see. Let me think about that.
I got a suggestion. Why he thinking?
Okay, go ahead.
I say it's never going to be. You can't speak for the collective, So we can't say all black people by this time within 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. I think it's all within their system. If you have 1 or 2 kids, then you have to pretty much sacrifice your growing and then focus in on them. So you have to stop and put everything into them. Now, for those who don't have kids, I'm less patient. I'm less forgiving with them.
Right.
Not to be judgmental, but I mean, come on. If I had 3 or 4 kids, I wouldn't be at the gym right now. I'd be at my second job.
Right, exactly. That's
you know what I mean? I wouldn't have went to, if I would have had 2 or 3 kids, then I wouldn't have went to college. I wouldn't have taken out loans to get various degrees, nor would I have allowed my wife or supported her in doing that. If we were in a situation where we had mouths to feed and you being selfish, focusing on yourself, I felt like we have to stop on our aspirations and dreams to a degree and then invest in our kids.
Right.
And that's what we're not seeing. I see a lot of beautiful perms and stuff at the club, and knowing them females got 2 or 3 kids that's hanging out with their aunts or with their cousins or their sisters and their nieces, instead of them investing in their kids. And then they'll tell me, well, I'm trying to find daddy. And I'm like, okay, that's good to a degree. I get that. But why are you looking for him here? Any dude that you're picking up here is not going to be quality. But I'm talking to deaf ears.
Yeah.
They're stuck in that cycle. So again, the question that you're asking is very valid. And it's really unrealistic to expect it to happen within short terms. But I think it's based on that person's in a particular pace in life. So if you have 1 or 2 kids and you're willing to get a job and you can make money, and instead of you spending that extra money on this whip or these shoes and this and that, and you can put into something else, that's fine. And I think that's where it should be. It's more individual. It's based on that individual person. Even though we want to do it collectively, but if 15 people are making a step, I think that'll be a big noise. But it's really about sacrifice and what you're willing to put down to pick up later on.
Yeah,
you got to put shit down.
I say the same thing. I say it's sacrifice, man.
Yeah, I still want to hear your timetable though.
So I believe if we get right, starting right now, if we get right, I'll say, like, cause we so far behind. I'll say 2050 or longer.
So 30 years
or longer.
Wow.
Or longer.
What percentage of the population in 30 years? What percentage of the population?
I really just can't see it. To be honest, I just can't see it.
Because look at the whole thing. We're 12% of the population. Just to get a black man. They're black people in general. We're 12% of the population, and majority of that number is actually women and children. So if you cut that in half and take away 2, then that's what we're dealing with. And what percentage of that is actually locked up?
Right.
And they're not in a position to even make that sacrifice or get that federal loan to get into colleges and universities or AA or.
Yeah, exactly. So 30 years is basically, you're talking about basically one generation.
Yeah, but I mean, like the viable people who can make that move as far as the black man, we're talking about like 6% of the population that have an opportunity to make that move. Now, that's not me judging the people. That's crediting that fucking system that was built. That's a hell of a system if you can dwindle numbers down like that. And I think that's what we're missing. We're fighting against a system, a beast of a system that's grinding us up. And if we can acknowledge that, then we have to see that we're really on the timetable, so we can't play. Anyone who's playing around, I have no patience. That's the reason why I subscribe to Unbiased. When he said a while ago, like, I have to stop fucking with people who ain't doing well or trying to do better. So I put myself in environments where I did try to help out people, but all they looked at me and saw was a pork chopper meal, somebody to hustle on. Every time I see females, oh, I'm doing bad. I need help. Even when you were talking about earlier, you had a homie who was coming up with excuses and he ain't got a job, but he's over here at a lounge and doing all type of shit. That shit make me roll my eyes and be like, hey, I'll be right back here. Hold this 20 and I'm gone. That'll probably be the last time you see me. I'm not answering his phone no more because I just have no more patience for that. Knowing where I came from and all the shit I had to put down, all the top ramens and noodles and beans and franks and shit I had to put down. I had to make mad sacrifices and fucking going to court on the bus and stuff, just trying to take care of a kid and taking a girl out who's pregnant and trying to find out the kid ain't mine twice. Because I'm a sucker for love and over here trying to make I was in that marriage shit first situation before I got selfish, because I recognized my mother had me at 16, and instead of me hating her or saying my mom was a hoe, it's like, you know what? Well, she was fucking when she was 15. Who was watching her? That's where my mind went.
Right. You started looking at it. You started looking at it in a bird's eye view, broad perspective.
Right. Even though I can still resent my mom because she was doing crack cocaine. I remember the very first time my aunt came because she took us from my mother. And I was living in Bronx, New York, back when you used to get your milk in a fucking box. We used to mix our milk with water and stir it up. And that's how we ate our cereal. Cheese came in a brown box and we had to get a knife cutter just to eat the shit. Motherfuckers in our apartments didn't even have doors. They just tied pit bulls up to the door frame. I went through mad poverty and I watched that type of shit. And so me coming from that, then I moved to Arizona. I see homies in the suburb or going to LA and Palo Alto and Cali, and I see all these people who have two parents and have it, but they want to gangbang and play around. And I just didn't have that patience. I fucked with them because I didn't have nothing to do. I go hit the blunt, hit the drink with them and hang out, go fuck bitches and all that other shit. But I knew at that time, like, I got to go to work tomorrow. I'll catch up with y'all.
Right.
I was not going to just sit there and play that game. So again, now that I'm older, I just don't have the patience. If you're trying to do it the right way, I'll fuck with you. I'll share knowledge. I'll kick with you. I'll listen to what you got to say. But we have to stop fucking with people who ain't doing for themselves. And we have to see people who are trying to do for themselves and try to show them the way. That's the only reason why I start fucking with this site. Just off of what he said right there. Let me know, like, wow, there's somebody else there different. Because I don't see that anymore.
Yeah, bro.
I really don't.
Hey, Blake, man, I'm straight. No excuses, bro.
I see it. That's why everybody was on your head.
You know why, Blake? Because I'm out here doing more than an average dude that needs real help, and I don't need as much help as them. And my hustle, my work ethic is way higher than it shouldn't be. I'm like, yo, dude, you're struggling. You live in a room, man, and you don't want to. You dig? Like, you good with that?
But I've been there.
Shit is crazy.
I was that guy. Paying my little $150 to my people's parents and then bringing girls in and out of the room until I couldn't no more. Just bringing them in and out of the window, putting a box outside and a crate outside so they can climb out the window, teaching them how to take off screens. I was that such ass nigga.
Yeah.
I was that dude. I had to change, bro. I was like, man, I can't do this shit no more, man.
But what age did you come into that enlightenment, Blake?
It was all in stages, and I'm not gonna be unrealistic and say I stayed in it. I was doing right, then fell off, started fucking around, then I had to get back on. But it was more, I say 18 is when I really woke up, but about 26 is when I really took it serious.
Right.
30 is when I mastered it. And in like 32, 33 is when I said I can't go back no more. That's when I got tired of making the same mistake. Sitting in the room like, why am I fucking up like this again? Pissed off at myself. Flunking classes because I wanted to go do X, Y, Z. Or I wanted to go to this concert. Or I wanted to go to this city. I wanted to go see what Freaknik was about. I wanted to go to Florida and stuff. Knowing that I had finals and knowing that these other niggas had nothing else to do, but I had shit to do. But I wanted to be in, or I didn't want to leave my people behind. And they guilt tripped the shit out of me. They gaslight me like, oh, nigga, you want to be homies, you gonna turn your back on us, you gonna be woo-woo. And again, I came from living with my aunt and uncle and seeing how they treated her kids different than me. So I kind of took that shit to the heart. And then I started hanging out with the streets more because I'm like, you know what, these people treat me better than they do at home. But it was just because they knew that I was the source of income. We going to the club, everybody getting in on me. We going to the mall, I got you if you ain't got it.
Right.
I was that dude, taking care of everybody else. And then I grew up out of that shit.
So I'm biased. When did you turn that corner?
I would say like recently, like 36, something like that.
All right. Think about that, unbiased. 36 is practically middle age.
Not anymore.
Actually, yeah, because the life expectancy in America is what, 78, 80 years old? So yeah, 36 is practically, that's why I said practically. It's practically,
you're right.
Huh?
You're
Yeah,
right.
it's practically middle age.
Yeah.
And that is a perfect example right there, because for me, I didn't have that epiphany until around 28, 29. You know what I'm saying? So just think about it, bro. Extrapolate that over 50 million people.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But you gotta recognize it's only 6% of the population who we can really consider that.
Hey,
if we're kids, I'm just talking about the black male. That's me. Because I feel like you got to start with us. Because I
Hey.
feel like when we go, the women follow,
Look,
and they need that protect. Go ahead.
when I finally realized, don't forget, I was like prior to the turn the corner, I was in all these black, melanin, and all this spooky. Okay, the minute I came out of that, bro, I felt so deceived, man. I was like, damn, yeah, and you studying this pseudo stuff the whole time. I should have studied finance and all this other stuff. And I know this Bible back and forth, but I should know about credit. I never took credit serious until about like 30, like I said, around the mid-30s. Probably watching Garfield show. Like I didn't see any benefit to it because I had that loser mentality. I had that the last shall be first, the first shall be last. So I'm telling you, Pascal and Blake, I'm telling you my perspective of how I was looking at life in these groups. I was blaming everybody but myself, man.
Yo, I'm biased.
Yeah.
I'm biased. You see, if we're gonna make an analogy between a lifetime, right? A single human lifetime like yours, and apply that to a group, right? Look how long it took for you. What was stopping you at 21 to think the way that you do at 36? Nothing was stopping you.
Religion.
Other than your perspective.
Yeah.
But at 21, you just weren't there yet. It just you just weren't there. And guess what? You cannot what's the word I'm looking for?
Project.
Say that again, Blake.
Expect or project.
Right. It's like you can't fabricate that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but hold on.
It's a natural process. You got there at 36.
Wait. Yeah, but why wasn't I able to be where I needed to be? And that's what you're missing. Because
there yet, biased like dog.
Wait, it wasn't that, Haskell. It's because nobody I know was really talking the way I'm talking right now.
Yeah, that's true. Because I was stuck in the religious stuff until I started recognizing Aunt and Wujawu. I'll keep it all the way above.
Yeah.
Until I start really questioning. Actually, it was more so polite because he had me reevaluating everything that I was supposed to believe.
Right.
And you go further back, I'll say Eminem. Eminem, the white rapper, was the first person that I ever heard question his parents and his mother and blame them for their lack of involvement in parenthood. Because in our community, the black woman is God and your mother's always right. People think about talking about what you say about my mama. We quick to defend them instead of putting them and evaluating them. So when
ain't that crazy?
And when he opened my eyes, that you know what, sometimes your parents ain't always right. Mama ain't always right. That's when my head started looking up like, oh shit. So I started recognizing, oh, a lot of these females out here, they may be mothers, but they out here thotting too. You know what I'm saying? They out here doing wrong too. And I was never in the mindset of understanding that. So then I fell back on religion. And then people start poking holes in that. And so I start falling back on religion. Then I recognize science and truth. And once I start recognizing there's an ultimate truth, then that's when I was able to get up under the yoke of all the dogmatic karma and the religion and faith. And I start questioning things myself. But again, like you said, you can't shortchange that.
You see them stages of development right there? Did you just hear that?
Yeah, but
that shit is stages, bro. You don't get the Friday without going through Thursday. You gotta go through Thursday.
Bro. Listen.
You gotta go through Thursday. You can't get around it.
Black folks are the only people that believe they got all year, all life to get it right. Like when we don't that don't have like my man, like Blake said earlier. He said that George Washington Carver, Booker T. Washington, these guys didn't feel like they had eternity or stages. These guys are straight from slavery. You want to talk about being psychologically damaged? They're straight from slavery, and they understood that education is what was like basically the promised land. So and because they was denied it so much, like they knew education was valuable because they were deprived of it. So they said, it's something with this that must be valuable that we can't have it. So the minute they were free, they went right after it.
Or while they still were slaves.
They went all out. We are in a privy position, right? The internet is bliss, right? All the information is there. We don't even got to buy a book. Garfield sent me PDFs on books I was going to buy. I ain't got to buy. So these books are free, and you got audio books. Pastor, I'm saying, at what point are we going to see the urgency that we don't have time? The same way as I was making a point earlier about these Americans over here, that they use slave labor, whether it's for cotton to all the steel that was all the steel manufacturers, the coal, the mining. They understood that they needed labor, forced labor, to get this done quick. They understood they didn't have time. We need this right now.
Yeah,
time. And they did what they had to do to get it done. And unfortunately, it was forced labor, slavery labor. You know what I mean? Okay. And then going to the parched farming, the parchment farming situation, they still needed free labor. Okay. Emancipation Proclamation, 13th Amendment, slaves are free. And guess what? They're not free, because now you're back in slavery through this convict leasing thing, this parchment farming. So they understood that they still have no time. They got to get this done now.
You want to hear something even worse than that? There were slaves in Rome. They knew they needed slaves in Rome to make that society work. Ain't nothing new.
Right, because you know why? They understood they didn't have time. They need it now. We the only people on this earth that believe we have time. And that's bothering me, because at the same time, we're acting like we get something done in a last time.
I'm biased. It took you time.
Bro, the minute I realized what this was really about, I went dumb hard from that point on.
Yeah, but you was damn near 40, unbiased.
Yeah, but I just said the minute I realized that, I mean, because like I said, nobody was telling me this. Matter of fact, hey Blake.
Yeah.
When I got things together, when I got things together, Blake, everybody always told me how to move out, but nobody actually prepared me to move out. So when I actually tried to move out, Blake and Haskell, I realized you need credit. I realized you got to make 3 times the income for anybody to take you serious, so you can prove you can pay the rent. So I realized that it was like damn near impossible to move out on your own. Like, oh, this shit costs money.
Yeah.
So I realized, you got to make a lot of money to move out, unless you try to move with somebody for double income. So that goes back to marriage or like 2-family home. But to move out on your own, it's like damn near impossible. Somebody black.
And but guess what? Even on top of that, you can have the income, you can move out, but then you still got to learn how to budget.
Right.
You spend all your money in the beginning of the month, and you don't have any groceries, or you end up buying stuff that you can't buy. Like you always brought up, and I was frustrated no one would bring up the point that a lot of people who have money and buy things that they can spend it, but they really can't afford it.
Right.
Because everyone can buy something, but can you really afford it within your budget? And after you lay on your bills, and then you have to get a payday loan, and then you're paying exorbitant amount of interest on that, you start realizing the hustle ain't nobody trying to help you. The system's designed to make you fuck up and move back home with mama and papa, and then try it again.
Right.
And try it again.
So a friend had told me this. So exactly what you said, Blake. A friend told me this. He said, a close friend, he said, yo, you thinking about just paying rent? He said, dude, it's more than rent. You got to tack on light bill. You got to tack, you know what I mean? He started running it down. So the rent went from 1,000 to like 1,800. Like, oh shit. Like, damn, all that.
I ain't going to the club.
Right. He said phone bills. He started talking about so when I realized it cost that much, bro, I got depressed. Like, oh my God, I'm never gonna get this. So then, like you said, listen to people like Polite. I realized, I said, damn, the only way I could afford to move out is to just do my own work. Because I don't have an education, right? I don't have a college degree. So that ain't gonna happen. I have a high school diploma. So I said, okay, realistically, it ain't gonna happen. See, I had to like be truthful with myself. And black folks have. I said, as it stands, I'm gonna be working 16 hours an hour, $17 an hour. That's not enough for you to live on your own, live comfortable.
There you go.
I said, so I gotta figure this stuff out. I gotta figure out how can I generate income by just using my intelligence, like helping servicing people. I figured it out. I tried different things. A lot of stuff didn't work, and then one kicked off, and and we are here right now. But
the rest is history.
Yeah. Now
30 Balenciaga colognes and 40 Gucci shoes later.
But Haskell, but that wasn't enough, Blake and Haskell. That wasn't enough. I want to move out and just work. I don't like working. So I said, whatever I do, I don't want to be at work long at all. So because of that, I figured out a way where I could just work 25 hours a week alone. That's it. No overtime. No overtime. That's it. 25 hours a week. 5 days a week. That's it. But be able to generate enough income to be comfortable still. I could work and still pay bills easily. And if I want to put on a home, I could save up to do that. Or if I want to buy, like you said, Balenciagas, I could do that too. And if I don't have anything in savings, that's just my personal business. But I'm not wanting for anything. I'm not borrowing money. None of that stuff is happening.
Hey, I'm biased.
Yeah.
I want you to check out something, man, when you get off of here.
Okay.
You heard of Black Authority before, right?
Yeah, it's my man.
Have you checked out his latest post on this Wilder fight?
No.
Check it out, bro. I think it was brilliant. Sometimes I think the brother is a little
arrogant.
Yeah, he's a little pompous. He could be pompous. Very.
He's very aggressive.
But this latest post that he made on Wilder, he drew an analogy between Wilder and Black America.
Damn.
Yeah, I think it was brilliant. I think it was.
Who is this?
Black Authority.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes the brother is full of himself, but
yeah, he is.
I think this was brilliant. I mean, absolutely brilliant.
When we fail to plan?
Right, fail to plan. Yep, that one right there.
Okay, I'm gonna look at that.
He was basically echoing the sentiments that Unbiased has been making all night long. Deontay Wilder is really a case study of Black folks, not just in America, but in the diaspora, right? Being one-trick ponies, being complacent, not pushing ourselves, not refining our abilities. You get a little bit of measure of success and you think, hey, that's it.
Right, yeah, yep.
Despite people telling you, hey, you need to refine what you're doing. You need some other tools. You need to start adding some other things to your arsenal. Yeah, you're an amazing athlete. Yeah, that right hand is like fucking goddamn the thunderbolt of Zeus. But guess what? One day the thunderbolt ain't gonna be there. You gotta have some other skill sets. And he didn't listen. Y'all gotta listen to that, man. I'm telling you, man.
Okay, I'm trying to find it now.
Because Unbiased.
I got it right here, right?
Bruh. Hold on. Let me look. Hold on.
It's on Black Authority. It's that one that's right there.
Yeah, failing to plan.
Yeah.
So you see it's in my subscription already. It's here.
Failing to plan, man. It was really well done. And it's very short, only 47 minutes, very concise. But man, he really hit the hit on target, man.
But that's what I preach like to my friends and everybody who lives in me. I always talk about proper planning. Like I got the proper preparation prevents poor performances. So I always been an advocate of proper planning. Like it's hard for me to get caught off guard because I'm always planning for the worst. I'm always planning. I'm always planning. And I always pitch that. So even before the fight, my man said, "Who you think?" My man who I watched, he said, "Who you got to win?" I said, "I'll tell you right now, Wilder plan is to knock him out. That's it, one punch." I said, Tyson Fury actually has the plan.
Right.
And that's exactly what I told him. And so I'm definitely gonna watch the video tomorrow. But I always talk about planning, man, proper planning. And guess what? A proper business plan teaches you how to plan where your business won't be because like to get a loan, your business plan gotta make sense, right? It gotta be sensible.
Right.
So you have a greater chance to be successful or fail within that year with your business plan. Without that real business plan, you don't really have a good plan. So you
don't have a plan at all. Without that, you're just guessing. You're just hoping.
Right. Exactly. And I'm saying that's what we're doing as far as our condition. First of all, Haskell, we are afraid to point out our problem. As you can see, my man said we got a whole bunch of variables. He didn't point nothing. Sosa didn't really help out too much on that. All I want to do tonight was point out a problem and let's together come up with a solution. We couldn't do that.
I'm in agreement with you on that, man. Because one thing about it, man, to get anywhere, you have to be candid about where you are at the moment. And a lot of us are uncomfortable and embarrassed, and don't want to face the real hard truth. But in order to grow, you have to face it.
Right.
It's the only way. It's the only way.
Yeah. The reason why my friends like me because I'm so truthful about my own situation and about them. Listen, Haskell, with my friends, I gotta tell them the truth. I can't lie to them. Like, yo, dude, you know what I mean? Like, let's say they call me up about the girl, whatever. And if I get the story correctly, I'm like, dude, it's you. I know you think I'm gonna say it's her, but you dig? Like. And so they hated at first, but but people like me because of that. They value my opinion because I'm not gonna.
Hey,
I'm truthful.
Hey, unbiased. Check this out. Lynn Washington in the chat say 45 1-2. So 45 wins. I guess 2 draws and 1 loss with 43 KOs isn't a game plan. Isn't a good plan. Shaking my head, kicking the man while down.
No. First of all, I'm a Wilder fan, and I always say this. First of all, you see my logo, it's the boxing.
Hey, mute out right quick, Blake.
Oh, my fault. Right on.
All right. So, Lynn, if you probably can't see my logo, but you can see on my Unbiased Sports logo for my channel. It's boxing gloves. I'm a boxing fan, you dig? And I also know boxing. So I can tell you who's fighting, I can give you records. So and I'm a black fan, period. In all sports, I root for black folks. It could be a soccer match, I root for black folks. It could be a cricket match, I root for black folks. That's just me. You dig? So I'm a black guy in that aspect. But as far as boxing, that's a fact. Yeah, it has to go. All my NFL teams are quarterbacks that are black.
No, you stupid, bro. You say you're a blackologist in that respect.
Yeah, I am. And all my NFL teams are teams with black quarterbacks. If they don't have a black quarterback, it's not my team. And I don't root for them. They got to have a black quarterback. And secondly, a black head coach. So, but anyway, I want to respond to Lynn. Lynn, I'm a Wilder fan. Matter of fact, I'm a black boxing fan, period. So I always said this, Haskell. I said that one punch took him as far as it can take him. I'm not mad at him.
Right.
It took him, but boxers always win.
Especially heavyweights.
Boxers always win. Sluggers are unsuccessful in boxing.
But yo, unbiased. Lynn's response is a perfect example of what you're saying, or the point you've been making all night. He's taking it as an affront, right?
Right.
Or as an attack on Wilder,
Right.
by me saying Wilder
didn't have a plan.
Right. Wilder was remiss for having all these years and not adding anything to his arsenal.
Zero.
It's really deplorable. It is really embarrassing.
Right.
It really is.
No footwork, nothing. Just
no footwork. I'm biased. I've never seen Wilder throw a combination.
Nah, you won't ever see that.
A simple combination.
You won't see that.
Like, bro, you don't have to be like the most technically gifted boxer to learn a little simple little combo and incorporate that in what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I don't mean I don't want to pick on Lynn, but Lynn said, "Yo, he's 43-1-1."
Right.
And you see, that's a perfect crystallization of what you're saying right there, Unbiased, because we're looking, or a good amount of our people are programmed to just look at what's directly in front of them. We're not forward thinking.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
he's 40.
It's hard though. It's hard. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's hard though, and I'll keep it a buck. I unsubscribed from you, Unbiased.
You did?
Yes, when you put that Pseudo's getting knocked out like Tyson or something, or Tyson getting knocked out on Pseudo, I was so in my feelings. I was so in my feelings. I was like, this nigga cut. And I unsubscribed, and I went downstairs. You know what I mean? It took me a day or two to get back on, but I was just so in my head. You know what I mean? Because I felt like like Homie said, you kicking him while he's down. And I watched the fight, and nobody I knew was going for Wilder to win. I mean, we were rooting for him, but we all knew if we're gonna put some money down, we're gonna go with the fighter. I mean,
right.
You know what I mean? Even I looked up Mike Tyson, and he was like the kid's named after me, and he's a great boxer, so I'm biased. I'm gonna go with him. And I was looking at everybody to see what their opinion was, and everybody was picking Tyson. And I was getting in my feelings like, man, I guess I was on that Blackology. But after watching it, I was getting disgusted. I'm like, you're not gonna make any change up. You're not gonna switch foot. You're not gonna move the head.
Right.
And I had to realize, like, damn, I'm getting caught in my feelings rooting. But then once I saw you put that up, I was just sick, bro. So I can't even get mad at Lynn when he put it, because I feel him. Especially me, I take it back. Me, I was in that moment. Once all the adrenaline and everything left me, I realized I was being a little bitch about it. But
okay, so I got a question for Lynn. 2 questions. Both fights were Ortiz. When Wilder fought Ortiz, who was winning that fight? Crickets, right? So now when he fought Gerald Washington, right? When he fought Gerald Washington, and he knocked him out brutally, like later on. But prior to that, who was winning that fight?
Yeah.
Like Wilder loses most of his fights.
Yeah.
Hey, that was his thing though. That right hand, the eraser.
Yeah. Nah, definitely.
Yeah. He never was skilled, bro. Like, and then he started late.
And look, I'm not even mad, because Wilder probably wouldn't be who he is right now had he learned how to box. He'd probably had 5 losses by now. You know, who knows how bad he would be if he tried to learn how to box correctly.
Nah, I disagree with that. That nigga would be a goddamn problem.
Nah, because maybe he would not have developed his right hand. Like,
right.
Nah. Look, no. You know why I disagree, Sosa? Because you know Wilder only started fighting, I want to say in his 30s. He started very late.
Started fighting late, very late.
Right.
See, that made up in the thing though, Haskell. Maybe his trainer saw like, yo, you don't really got the
time
type of skill, to be a boxer. But I can develop you a knockout. You know what I'm saying? But you got knockout power. You see what I'm saying?
But
you know what I mean?
But check this out, Sosa. When we had this discussion on Saturday, this was the point that I was making, right? Let's use Shaq as an example, right? Shaq is like a destroyer of worlds. He's fucking Galactus in real life, right? He didn't need to develop anything. He could have averaged 27, 12 and whatever, just off of just pure physical dominance, right? Now, what Shaq developed was that little baseline hook. That shit wasn't no tremendous amount of skill to do, you know what I'm saying? But guess what? Just having that one little counter, is all he needed to take his physical dominance to. You get what I'm saying? So Wilder don't need to be Muhammad Ali, but goddamn, bro, you could at least incorporate a little. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
look,
Look,
come on now.
Shaq also incorporated a drop step. Like he was like one of the first big men to do a drop step. You know, and then also a spin. Like his spin was like pretty fast.
Right.
But listen,
that black tornado.
Pretend you Shaq, right? You Galactus, right? You ain't developed no post move. You got 6 rings. You see what I'm saying? Like
you ain't got no.
You ain't gonna try to develop no more because you a champion. Like you see what I'm saying? Like he already got the championships. Wilder. So looking at, and he knocking everybody out.
Yeah, but Shaq already admitted that he wished he worked hard as Kobe.
Right.
He
maximizes his talent.
Yeah, I agree.
He did.
I know. Yeah, she should have. He should have.
But
I'm saying, like, imagine if Shaq was young though and came into the league, didn't develop nothing, and was champion, 5-time champion. He probably wouldn't have developed no drop step or nothing like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because he was already successful. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, why change that, nigga? Like, you know what I mean? The boat ain't, what is it? The goddamn, if it ain't fixed up, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Now look,
I ain't saying he was right, but you know that's just how the nigga probably viewed it.
How that work out for Dwight Howard though?
Hey, I ain't saying the nigga was right. You know? Yeah.
Now,
Dwight Howard ain't had no championship. He should have been working the goddamn.
Now look,
he wasn't successful.
Will Chamberlain was big, and he was able to like do a lot. You know, 100 points and average like 55 points throughout his career. So Shaq at least has something to look at. Shaq has something to look at. He could look at big men in boxing can dominate with a little bit of skill. You know, it's possible. But Deontay Wilder in boxing, it's like, dude, how far can you go just throwing a right hand punch in the history of boxing? And the boxing tells you not far. The boxer usually exposes you. Look at the Crusher, Andre Ward. The Crusher, one punch guy. You dig? Andre Ward beat the hell out of him twice. So, but sluggers that Mayweather fought, that he made a career off beating the hell out of him. It's you know, like it takes a boxer to really beat a boxer. That's why Pacquiao was like the guy that people thought because he actually can fight. But nobody really ever picked those sluggers to beat Mayweather.
Nope. And yeah, man, it's the perfect analogy, Bias. It really is, man. Yeah. Because one thing about being here in America, because somebody in the chat had also made the point that when you have Africans or black people from the diaspora that come to America, how they excel. He pointed out particularly the Nigerians, right?
Yeah.
How they do academically and otherwise. And that's the thing about America. You know, America is so developed. The economy is so developed. You have such an abundance of things that it is hard not to be complacent. It is hard not to push yourself because you're living in proximity to this wealth, even though you yourself don't have it. And I'm talking about Black America, where as opposed to someone, say, coming from Haiti or Nigeria, you're living in absolute, abject squalor, like just absolute, just the worst of the worst poverty. So when you come here, it's just, you just like a rabid animal after it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you know, it is tough. Like Sosa said, it's tough. You know, if you're physically gifted like a Deontay Wilder, to push yourself to, and you're having success, you know what I'm saying? It's not easy to push yourself to go beyond your physical ability.
Yeah, that's why there's only one Michael Jordan and like one LeBron, like, you know what I'm saying? Because they was already at a point and they pushed themselves.
I
continue to, to keep pushing and pushing. You know what I'm saying? Where other people gonna be like, goddamn, you're gonna have, you're always gonna be, your Ron Harpers or your Tracy McGrady's, a lot of talent. You know what I'm saying? But don't never really, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I got you. Yep. I know exactly what you mean. It just
Because I look at niggas in the NBA sometimes and I be like, bro, like Rondo. I'm like, how you don't have a jump shot, nigga?
Right.
You in the league for 15 years. You can't work on a pull-up, free throw line, jump shot, nigga.
Lazy dude, bro. A lazy dude. So look, Haskell. You there, Haskell?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I be watching the hell out of Shark Tank. Okay. Yeah, I watch the hell out of Billionaire Buyer, The Deed. I watch all those money shows, bro. I watch all those money shows.
You need that money mentality, huh? I love it.
What's the one with the real estate in New York? What's that called? It'll come to mind. But check this out. A Haitian dude in Haiti. When the earthquake happened over there. Now this guy, like you said, Haskell, he ain't doing too much over there. You know, he's in a poor country. When the earthquake happened over there, this dude sought refuge over here. He had access to the colleges and stuff like that. He took advantage quickly. Got a doctorate. Became like an MD. Clever enough to come up with some type of solution, get on Shark Tank and reach like a multi-million deal with Mark Cuban. All this in a matter of it wasn't like a long time at all. This dude did it. I don't even want to guess, but it was like in between like 5 to 7 years. It wasn't long at all. Like this dude did all this in a short span of time.
Right.
So I'm like, so it can be done in a short period of time.
Where you said he was from?
Haiti.
Okay.
So look, Haskell, but you said you're right about you and Sosa and Blake are right about that, the mentality. But look, even since the last time I was live, I was talking about the mentality. That's why I got a book called Think and Grow Rich, How Successful People Think. And Damon John, the FUBU dude, got a book called The Power of Broke. So Haskell, Sosa, and Blake, in my opinion, if it is psychological, and that's why these books are written, is to reshape how you look at life. But we don't read books. So we always say it's in the book. So now Damon John got a book called I got all his books, by the way. He got a book called The Power of Broke. What is that book about? He's not saying there's power in being a broke dude, right? He's saying what you said, Haskell. You said after you get a little bit of success, you get complacent, right? Like Shaq. Shaq got 6 rings, a little bit of skills, and he was good. Deontay Wilder with a right punch, he was good. Damon John book is called The Power Broke. He's saying, remember, so he's assuming you're successful. And remember, you were broke not too long ago. So he's saying always have that broke thirst, that broke, desire in you to be successful. Keep that burning desire in you, and you will be greater than what you are now, and be greater than what you are yesterday. If you keep that desire of being, that's what this book is really about. Because when you're broke, you consider like hunger. Like you said, in these other countries, you're broke, your hunger for success is tenfold, 20-fold, 100-fold. But that's what these books are for. These books are for to change your mindset on life.
Right.
I agree with that, but like I said, it's difficult. For me, goal. You know what I'm saying? Like that works for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every time I get something, I try to, what's next? You know what I'm saying? That keeps me from becoming too complacent. You know what I'm saying? Because I always feel like there's something else I need to try to get to. You know what I'm saying? And I try to set it where I'm never gonna get to it because there's so many shit I want to do. I'm gonna try and knock out as many as I can.
Right.
Yo, Bice, you know what's a perfect example?
What's that?
Look at civilizations, right? They all eventually fall. And pretty much uniformly, it's always complacency.
Yeah.
With every single civilization. They grow, they rise to the peak. The successive generations who didn't necessarily do the building of the civilization, they don't have the appreciation that the crafters of the civilization did. They start getting lax. You know, they're not pushing themselves anymore, not making advancements. Next thing you know, another group of people come from outside and come and usurp them.
Yeah.
And it's happened. It happens over and over.
So I'm so glad you said that. Now, are you? Do you see my screen? Haskell, you see my screen sharing?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. As you can see, that this is at the very end of my document. It's 37 pages so far. Now, Haskell, what you said was important because look what subject I'm on. I'm on cartels, right? You see cartel right here? Right? And now I'm gonna go up a little further. See, America stopped themselves from doing that, collusion and cartels. Now I'm gonna go all the way up to this right here. All like God police, right? So America is kind of stopped this right here, where
they're not doing a good job because it's still an oligarchy. America is definitely an oligarchy.
Yeah, see, but the book talks about, you know, you could do things, you know, it's ways to go around things, but what they're trying to do is they understand what you just said. They understand cartels are people who stop competing against each other. Like they don't move forward. And so for that reason they get complacent. They can control prices and stuff like that. So all I'm trying to say is that American economists understands that what you just said. So they try to create laws and things like that to keep the market competitive, keep people innovative, to keep the country thriving.
Yeah, you gotta keep it going, man. That's the thing about life. You know, it's perpetual, it's infinite. You know, you'll never get to a point where you say, I'm here. Once you have that mindset, it's over for you.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yep. And that's absolutely true. This is why I try to like, this is why, like, when Garfield come on in the morning, Haskell, I turn it on, I listen to like the first couple minutes of it, and I put it on mute. And I start reading my books or watching my videos. So I'm not even watching the video because I feel like I understand, you know, he's doing a religious thing, the Hebrew thing, but for me, that's not doing anything for me. So I have it on mute, and I would see you guys chat, and I would respond to what you're saying, but I have no idea what the audio is talking about.
What's Garfield's channel?
Huh?
What's Garfield's channel?
Dagger Squad.
Dagger Squad. Yeah,
I used to fuck with him, but I thought he was hustling.
I
With that credit union, I got kind of skeptical.
Oh nah, you thought he was finessing Blake?
Yeah, man. I mean, I ain't had no proof of that, but whenever somebody comes out with the credit, my first thought is like, I got to give you my SS to see what's cracking. Nah, bro. And I mean, he could be legit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking him because I know there's a lot of people who need that help, but I just hate predators, man. I hate predators.
Garfield legit. He legit.
Thank you for telling me that.
He charge a high price, but he legit though.
He legit.
I know too many people that dealt with him, and they ain't, you know what I mean? They ain't never said nothing.
Garfield 100. He just when it comes to like debating topics though, he just
oh god.
What is it called? Dagger or something?
Olar.
All right, I'm gonna fuck with him. I root for him in debates and shit. I just don't know about that credit shit, man.
Just like this morning when I tuned in and he talking the whole Kema West Africa thing, right? And I'm in the chat, right? And I'm like, yo, like, you don't know enough to make a definitive argument against it. You know what I'm saying? And I hate when people do that because people personality worship and they gonna just follow Garfield.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he's like, yeah, after this debate, I'm gonna tear down Kemet. I'm like, nigga, you finna read? You ain't gonna read no books or nothing.
That right there. See, that's
Destroy
what
the
I'm
West Africa
against.
Kemet connection. Like it's gonna take
Right,
months to read books and study on this. Like, but I'm
Right,
like,
right.
come on, fam.
But real quick, let me get into my shit. Hold up, real quick. Let me get there. Where am I at? Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. That's one thing I'm against. I'm against tearing something down if you don't have nothing to put up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nah, he got something to put up. Watch it. They're on this West Africa kick.
Oh, okay. So I mean, like, you can, if you're gonna tear down Kemet, or if you're gonna unplug the Hebrew and stuff on the Matrix, like I said before, if this man's religion is the only thing keeping him from coming into schools and shooting up people, give that man his Bible. You understand what I mean? Do not
Right,
unplug everybody from, because not everybody's ready to be unplugged. So, you know,
Facts.
some people need that Kemet so they can start reading and start going to school and challenging themselves and enroll in a community college. So I'm really against when you're trying to snatch what every little bitty people have if you're not supplanting them with a little bit of truth. Because that's what took me so long to get on my journey. You know what I mean? Because I was just following people, and then that shit got tore down, and then I got discouraged, and then I had to start over, and then that shit got tore down, and that got tore down. So, but I was lost a lot of those years. So I mean, like, if you want to tell me that Kemet is this, Kemet is that, all right, that's cool, but don't throw me in the water without giving me a floaty or point me in the direction where land is. So he's moving people back to West Africa. I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that. But all right, so okay, I didn't really know too much about Garfield, but if y'all co-signing him, if Haskell and Unbiased and Sosa, if y'all co-signing him, I'm gonna put that shit on y'all. Don't let a nigga drown.
Hey,
I'm gonna give him a
The
feel.
Watcher. Just don't, look, the Watcher. This is all you got to do, bro. Don't never call in or get on the Zoom to disrespect Garfield.
Oh my God. Hey, yo.
Yeah, just don't do that.
Facts.
Why you say that?
Hey, I done had so many. You know, we fell out over them ADOS arguments we used to have. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So I
my,
be like, man,
I was
I'm not
beefing
finna
hard
talk
with
to you
him
about
over
this
that.
shit no more.
What is that ADO? Because I don't feel that. They saying we was here and never over there. I felt I couldn't rock with the ADOS. Is our Garfield ADOS?
No, that's the ABO shit. That's ABO. That's something different. That's something different.
Not Sosa. ADOS is American Descendants of Slavery. That's not the ABOs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I got it mixed up. So
Yeah,
American,
like, you know
Descendants.
what I'm
Okay,
saying?
all
Yeah,
right.
but
All right, that's cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
American Descendants of Slavery.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just basically a movement created by Yvette and Tone, whereby they're saying because of Black Americans' unique history and lineage in this country, and the fact that they built this country, they're entitled to specifically reparations to basically
address
to
this.
put Black Americans in a competitive space, basically.
Yeah.
I
And a
feel like
definitive
that's
term. And a
Go ahead.
definitive term. So like a lot of the stuff we get are put into a minority category. So it's specifically for us. Like, so, you know, other people thought, you know what I'm saying, Asian could get minority privileges.
Right.
You know, white women
Right.
can get minority, you know what I'm saying?
Everybody
Yeah, I feel
but everybody but white and Chinese men, I think, could get minority privileges.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You
And
know that
affirmative action was supposed to be specifically for us. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
I'm sorry. White men too. They got the gay white men. So everybody can get affirmative action to the Chinese.
Homosexual white men.
Okay. I'm gonna say two things. I don't know if I really rock with Yvette. You know what I'm saying? Just because I've seen a little few things from that. I don't know her personally, but just the little hints that I got from her made me fall back. And another thing with ADOS, I think it's cool, but I'm not all for like just doling out cash or money because it's kind of hard to really trace that. I mean, I've took studies and courses and even had debates in classes, and it's kind of hard to say who came from what. Like how many people can literally trace their family back to that. Some people can, but I think there's a lot of people who can't. And I don't know if it'll be better for a government to do some subsistence, like help out with education, all this type of stuff. But I really don't see this society and this government actually just doling out money just for blacks like that.
Yeah, but
I mean, it would be nice.
It's not really about. Yeah, it's not really about it's not really about like a cash settlement. It's really about like you know, money into black college. It's not gonna be like niggas ain't finna get a check. Like just forget about that.
This
like,
society and this
like,
government ain't not gonna have it, bro.
Yeah. But you talk about like government programs, maybe like free college, You see what I'm saying?
That's what I think is more
of,
realistic.
Yeah, that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like business, like we can go take like business classes, get literacy and shit like that.
Yeah,
That type of thing.
Yeah, that's more realistic. I can see Congress and people on that type of a footing, but I feel like there's too many poor white people in this nation that's not gonna fly with that. Not gonna fly with it.
Yeah, cause you know, you just give niggas money, goddamn Jordan sales gonna fucking shoot through the roof.
Through the roof, bro. Just like that Dave Chappelle.
Chicken wings
shit,
gonna be fucking buy some stock of chicken wings and shit in Jordan, nigga. Like
I won this baby in a dice game. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
you know what I'm saying?
Wait. Hey, so let me help you out with the Garfield thing. The Daggers.
Right.
Don't call in. And Haskell, what else you say?
Yeah, don't disagree. You could call in if you're gonna agree with him.
Oh yeah, and don't disagree in the chat either, because Sean will block you.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hey, matter of fact, I'm still unblocked in Unc's thing, man.
Really?
Yeah.
What you say? Probably Sean.
No, it was Sarnetta.
Oh yeah, Sarnetta's a bitch. So
you know what I'm saying? Oh, he blocked like 40 of us.
Yo, bro. Sometimes I ain't gonna lie, dog. I'm gonna be very frank and full disclosure, right?
All right.
I ain't gonna lie, dog. Sometimes I do be on some troll shit.
Me too.
Because I
It's
know
supposed to, man. It's fun sometimes, man. Ain't supposed to be all serious, man.
Look, though, because I know niggas is sensitive. Bruh, sometimes they take this shit so serious, dog. I be like, watch this shit, dog. I'ma say some shit. Like when I went on in, I was like, man, West Africa, the mad rapper. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, girlfriend, he be mad at you, Haskell.
Dog. On two.
Yeah, Uncle was hot. Uncle called Haskell, you a bitch, Haskell. I'm like, damn. I came there going like, nigga, I'm like, Haskell, what'd you do? Because I missed it. He's like, the nigga Haskell, you a bitch. I'm like, what the fuck Haskell do?
I love when Unc go off.
I do too. He probably don't believe that, but I love fucking Unc. He's just funny as hell. I made some comments, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't agree with like a lot of that evolution shit, and a lot of that shit is garbage. Like,
you think so?
And I'm unabashed. Huh?
You think so?
Yeah, like specifically about this.
Don't do it, Haskell.
Okay, come on, man.
Stay on point, Haskell. Don't do it, bro. Stay on point, bro.
Go there. I ain't gonna do that.
I ain't no monkey. I ain't no gay monkey.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that a lot of that shit is garbage, and I be in the chat. I'm unabashed about it. You know what I'm saying? And when they was having the vaccine debate, you know, I'm kind of on the pseudo side, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Like I had made a comment in one thing. It's like, oh, you taking the white people's side? You taking them crackers?
Hey, man, look, Haskell don't believe shit though. Haskell be like in the chat, like, so you believe dinosaurs real? I'm like, bro, come on, man, like, nigga, Haskell don't accept shit.
Like
if you ain't seen that shit
bro.
in the past with your eyes, he ain't fucking with it. Like that's
yo, King Sosa, that shit be making niggas mad as fuck. Bro, I'm like, dog, I could see if I was talking about your mama or I was saying like, yo, you a bitch, or, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that dinosaur shit. I think them crackers made that shit up, dog. That shit is bullshit, bro. I'm about to pull that picture up with a T-Rex, dog.
do that shit.
Dog, this shit about 10 foot tall with some little bitty ass arm. Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, man, I told you.
Out of here, dog.
Kangaroos fuck.
With
the little baby ass arms. Some kangaroos.
Baby ass arms, nigga. Some cracker got imagine that shit and drew it. Get the fuck out of here. How them shits, oh, look at the Stegosaurus, King Sosa. You know the Stegosaurus, right? The one with all the armor and shit on it. Bro, how is them shits fucking, dog? Come on, man. Come on, dog. Just common sense shit, man. Like, come on, bro.
I can look at that. I can look at that and plead a case that those were dragons and they had wings and those little bitty nubs.
Yeah, these niggas done spent millions of dollars to figure this shit out, and then
Ain't nobody know.
all you do is need a picture.
Bruh. And look at shit.
Yeah, one photo. Haskell solved the crime. All Haskell solved the crime with one picture. This bullshit.
But he
look at a bone and nothing.
Right.
Y'all funny.
At least test something in the lab. Goddamn, Haskell.
But Sosa, check this out, right? Niggas pick and choose when they want to use looker shit, because look at the other day Garfield show when he was showing them Hebrews and shit, right? He was saying clearly he's but he was saying no, but he was right though. Did you disagree with him? Because as far as those depictions, those are clearly not Africans, bro. Like, but come on now.
They may not be African, but they could still be black skinned.
Ain't no may not, dog. Come on now. Sosa, have you ever seen bus of the Native American Pakal?
Native American what?
Have you ever seen? His name is Pakal. It's a Native American, like from back in the day, right? So. And they have like a stone portraiture of him, right? Yeah. And he got that super straight nose, and like you could look at that as, yo, that's a Native American. Like you can't, some shit is just like.
Yeah, some things, some things, bro. Not, but with a
lookership has its place, dog. And like I said, when Garfield showed them depictions of them people, to look at them people and say, yo, those are not Africans. I don't need a DNA test and all. Come on, now.
I agree. Well, we should have did that, but I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that shit, dog. But my thing is, if you gonna admonish people for lookership, when they look at them old make heads, oh, those are clearly Africans. You can't then turn around. These are clearly not Africans. You doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I say, yeah, I agree. And if you look in the chat, even Corey type in the chat, lookership. When he did that shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's lookership, bro.
That's King Seti with the lookership, bro.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, but Garfield's a walking contradiction, bro. So you gotta expect that from him, bro. Like,
I don't know enough about Garfield. I'm rooting for. Well, I want to root for him in this debate, but I don't see how he's gonna pull it off unless people go off of semantics.
Garfield swear he the best debater ever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all right,
he'll be like,
this is my take on Garfield.
He'll be like, you really want to battle Garfield?
So, of course, I'm a ride with Team Dagger Squad during the debate.
Right.
But here's the problem.
Go ahead.
And the problem is that lately I've been watching Jabari like beat the shit out of everybody.
Right.
And I just can't see Garfield getting past it. Let's be clear here. Have you read my book?
Hey, look though.
Yeah.
He be going off the head, right? And he got a real good command of the information, bro. Like he be solid with his points. And then he like a real good listener. He a real good listener. Like when he be talking, he be listening, bro.
Yeah. I just don't like his sneak disses, bro. I hate his little sneak disses.
Dog, he's very smug.
I like that shit though.
He is very smug. He is very smug.
Yeah, and I mean he holds his education over everybody. But to me, it's like
No.
but he's doing it in a fashion of. To me, it's like you could do it a better way. You know what I mean? You don't have to keep relying on your education. I got degrees, but I mean, like, I'm never gonna hold that over somebody's head. I'm gonna find another way to get you. And once he feels
But
like he's.
listen,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
at certain times, though, bro, you gotta pull rank on niggas. Like,
I feel
bro,
that.
you
I feel that.
you know what I'm
I
saying?
feel
Like,
that.
nigga, I went to
But
Cornell,
get
nigga.
what?
You went to YouTube University. Like, god damn, my
True,
nigga.
true.
I feel
But
that.
look,
I know that. But
niggas will pull
sometimes he
rank on
swing
you
it down
quick.
when it's not even necessary. But I feel like he does it when it's not even necessary, and he's already
Yeah,
winning.
he trying to put him in that place. I don't mind that because you know what? Because if I went to college for 8 years, whatever, I'm going to definitely remind everybody. Like, listen, I went to college.
But the thing is but there's always somebody
probably
who took
worse.
2 or 3 more. But what I've learned
Would
is
be
there's
worth
always somebody.
No doubt about it.
There's always somebody who went to class a little bit more than you. So it's one thing to put people in their place, but don't do it in such a position that where like you know more than everybody. It's like you came out of a big arena into a small pond and you're the big fish. But you know, be humble with it sometimes, or just I don't know. I just feel like he could do it a better way, and I'll be rooting for him, and I know he's right. But I'm like, damn, you didn't have to do that. And he does it in such a way, but it sucks because they don't even be catching it. He be kicking them when they're down, and they don't even be catching it.
Right. He's very smart.
See, I think they do catch it, but it's like the nigga with my ass. What should I do? Don't say like,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
I know.
Like, there's certain things when he be like, certain shit he be like, and he be like, bro, he'd be like, man, have you been to Ethiopia? He'd be like, nah.
Shit like
man,
that.
I've been there 13 times, bro.
Right.
Like,
Right.
Shit like
you know
that.
what
I'm
I'm saying?
like, bruh.
Hey,
but he's
very
trying to
slick.
tell you like, but he's trying to tell you like you're making arguments about things that you haven't even laid physical eyes on. Like I've been there. You
But
see what
real
I'm
quick,
saying?
now I'm glad you brought that up. But to me, I would love for someone to be Rujaba would be like, yeah, but all you doing is all those times you went there, that was all liquor shit. What have you been transliterated? And that'll make him look stupid as fuck. Because all you're doing is going there and saying
But you don't know if he got translated with him though. Like I said, his wife can read the Middle Netta.
Right. His wife is
See
very.
what I'm saying? That's what you always got to remember.
Okay, well, make
You know
sure
what
your
I'm
wife is there. Make sure your wife talks that talk. Or cite your sources. My wife translated.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, not necessarily because
my passport stamp. My
Blake,
passport
check this
stamp.
out, bro. You know why that's
Right
not
here.
necessary? You know why that's
Break
not
it down.
necessary?
Break it down.
Because guess what? There are almost unlimited disciplines in this world, and no
Right,
one can
right.
master every discipline. So guess
That's
what?
my point.
At some point, no matter how brilliant you are as a scholar or a scientist or whatever, you're going to have to defer to the authority or the expertise of someone else in some field. You get what I'm saying? You can't know everything.
I feel you.
You cannot know everything.
I feel you.
You know, so that's what really brilliant people do is they garner the expertise of other brilliant people in other fields, and you collate that information.
But you cite your sources and don't just stand on the top of the temple like you climbed the pyramid yourself, and there was nobody letting you know which pyramid to climb. I feel like I don't know. I know exactly what you're saying. I've been around. Let me finish this one point. It's just I've been around very intellectual people, and it's just like, let me give you an analogy. It's like I've been to Vegas. I mean, I've been around different female strippers, prostitutes, fucking porn stars, and I've seen the way they shut down dudes like, you cute, but I can't mess with you, this and that. And then you see some girl who's in the club who's just a regular thought, and she like, oh, please, you can't dance with me. And I feel like if you're on that level, you have tact with your shit. You've been through it so many times, so you know how to parry instead of just smacking the hand down. There's a tact and way that you can shut somebody down instead of just being an asshole about it. And I feel like when you really on that level, when you really intellect, you develop the skill to put people in their place instead of being harsh or an asshole about it all the time. I've rarely seen him put somebody down with class.
Guess what, bro?
Go ahead, my guy.
When you're smug, like how Jabari is, because he is very smug. And if you're a perceptive person, you can see it. And the thing about he's so subliminal with it, he's so passive aggressive with it, it will drive a person to abject just fury. And that's what I see going on with Ankh and Garfield. I'm not talking about them guys. If they listen back to this shit, I ain't talking shit about y'all. But it's clear that Jabari has them triggered. He really does. You know,
Yeah.
They still mad about that damn Vince Bantu debate, bro. They just won't admit this shit, bro.
I'm biased. Look at the discussion we had with your boy Double X the other day, right? Double X is one of these guys who looks at the community at large, the conscious community, with derision. He looks at the conscious community as just this group
Bunch of idiots.
Right.
Right. He looks at us.
Bunch of idiots.
Right. There's a bunch of cretins who just make up stuff, just completely out into the stars, and he's the lone
comprehension.
Right. He's the lone person who just has all this understanding. Look how he had Ankh, dog. He had Ankh legitimately pissed. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how to deal with people like that, bro. You got to know, okay, this nigga's on that little psychological. And X do that shit too. Like he'll cut you off, say little slick shit. He does. It's psychological, dog.
Yeah.
And if you respond with anger, you play into their hands.
I see.
You got to know how to.
And what X to do a lot is he'll keep bringing up
Puerto
a
Rican,
particular
right?
topic. He was right. Yeah, he'll bring up a time he was right. Oh, remember he said that shit, but when I brought up the water shit and the isotopes, like he said that shit like 30 times. And
That
he'll
guy
keep
got a
going back to it. Keep
four-move
going
trick,
back to
bro.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll pivot to what he got. I was putting that up there like 30 times, calling him out every time he misdirect or he'll change the subject. That's so annoying to me.
See, like
You're
with
right.
X, I was listening to, I wish I could have got on, because with X is like a fact checker. He knows like little bits and pieces of information about something, but he knows an entire body of work about any particular thing that I ever heard him speak on. You got to make him pull sources, because he see a lot of shit, but he only but he rarely shows sources. He'll come back with an argument that he made last week and have a source for that, but he don't continuously pull up sources. He switched the argument, then he be having you pulling sources while he argue. You know what I'm saying?
I hate that, bro.
You gotta switch it to make him pull sources, bro.
He tried to act like he educated and wanted to pull that shit on. I think it was on Lynn. He was grilling Lynn on his education, but I feel like nobody gets to question him on this. Like he said, he dropped out. I'm like, where'd you drop out? What classes did you take? I've been to 3 years, and my thing's like, well, what was your GPA? It ain't shit to me. The GPA was nothing. You know what I mean? I just hate when people try to pull fake sources.
I know you did 3. How come you ain't go back and get the 1? You already did 3.
Bro, I just hate intellectual dishonesty. I hate intellectual dishonesty. That's what it is.
See, I look at it like this. The way he's acting is an overcompensation. Like, I don't think he did none of those things he said. You see what I'm saying? Because he's trying to overcompensate for the fact that he didn't do those things by trying to be like, I'm so intelligent. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm the smartest nigga in the room. Like, nobody does that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Like, bro.
Yeah.
So I don't believe none of that shit he talked about, bro.
I can never get him. I can never pin him down on anything either, right? So like I asked him, like, what was this sub-Saharan thing, right? Because he says, yo, the Egyptians, they wasn't sub-Saharan. They wasn't sub-Saharan. And I said, yo, is sub-Saharan a scientific term as far as biology is concerned? He's like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, bro, you do realize that at a point in time, there was no Sahara, right? So the people who we call sub-Saharan today, they were existing at that time when there was no Sahara. Okay, so that's a geographical, excuse me, a geographical, or really a geopolitical designation. Right. It's a geopolitical designation. Sub-Saharan is not scientific, because guess what?
And that's why I wanted y'all to make a post on that, bro, because he was saying North Africans ain't Africans.
Ain't African.
I was like, yo, why aren't y'all asking to pull a source on that shit? I'm like, what the fuck?
The man literally said North Africans are not African. I was
You know
like,
what I'm saying?
real?
He said it's a misnomer. It's a misnomer. I'm like, man, make her pull. I'm listening. I'm like, yo, make her pull a sword. I'm listening. I'm like, oh man.
Bro,
Yeah.
he doesn't even know. If you go back to the contemporary scholars, right, around the Roman period when they were running North Africa. So you're talking about the Plinies and Pliny the Elder and who else can I think of? Those Roman scholars. They specifically describe those North Africans as being not distinguishable from the other Africans in the interior. Like he has no clue what he's talking about. He has this idea that North Africa has always been a bunch of cats that look like Phil Valentine. Like, nah, bro, not at all.
And that shows you like he don't be knowing like that's why we're telling you like he don't know. He only know like base level stuff about stuff. Like if you ask him to get into the real meat of the topic, he's not gonna be able to do it. He's gonna move the goalpost and say shit to you off and then get off another topic. Get off to another topic, bro. Because he never goes deep into some shit. He goes and normally you see him go to Wikipedia on the spot.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying.
That Wikipedia
you hear
is
me? Like
shit.
Yeah, he goes on the spot. Like, let me look this shit up right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? That's why I be like, man, I wanted y'all to make up a source on that North Africans ain't African. I'm like, nigga, who?
I
like,
tried
where
to
did you
call
get
him
that
on it.
from?
Did you hear me call him on it, King Sosa?
Yeah, I heard
called
you was
him
trying to get it.
Yeah,
but him and Unc was so, you know what I mean?
Right.
Unc, and then
Unc
Unc
was so
let him get
intimate.
out of it. Yeah.
And he would trigger Unc so easily. Like,
oh man,
he know how to piss Unc off.
You know how to piss Unc
He said, "See,
off.
Unc, you don't know what you're reading, yo. Cause see, that's the last time you said about the goddamn water and the isotopes, nigga. I ain't saying shit about that water, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, ah, shit.
That
You know what I'm
matriculate
saying?
had
You
me
do it every
crying.
time, bro.
I had all the homies in the room with that matriculate conversation. Oh my
Oh,
god,
dog, we spent
Oh my
we
God,
spent
that
2
shit was
hours.
ridiculous, bro.
We spent 2 hours
That
on that
shit was
matriculate bullshit.
Oh shit,
Oh
bro! I
my
must have
God, that
posted
shit
like
was
40 times. Oh my
shit. That
gosh,
shit was crazy, bro. I was
that
like,
was the
oh
funniest
my
shit.
God.
I explained it to this man.
And then he didn't even know there was another uses for the word.
And that's what
You
made
know
it
what I'm saying?
worse. That's what
Yeah, and
made it
then when he
worse.
found there was another usage, he still tried to stand on the square.
Right,
Like, nah,
still
it
fighting
can
it.
only be used. It's used for football. It can only be used for football. I'm like, nigga, come on, bro.
And then killed him with that dime. Oh man,
Yeah.
dime piece. Oh my god.
Yeah.
He said, let's look that up in the Urban Dictionary. Oh, I was crying because I knew he
Yeah,
couldn't
you
get
know what
off
I'm
of that. I
saying?
know he was sick, bro. He was sick.
Yeah, like he was like it was like old boy said, man. Words don't have meaning; they have usages. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like meanings change. You see what I'm saying? You can, so, yeah.
Dog,
I think a lot of time, man. A lot of time, X he understands it, bro. He just ain't gonna admit that he do. He's not gonna surrender, bro.
Bruh,
He's just not.
hey, y'all heard when I asked the man, I said, dog, have you conceded that alcohol being a drug thing? He's still fighting that, dog.
Yeah. I was talking in social construct. Like, come on, bro. Any construct is a goddamn drug, nigga. In construction, you know what I'm saying?
Oh
what you
man.
doing? It's a goddamn drug, nigga.
Yeah, he was.
Shit.
Still
Hey, you thinking it a drug? Drink a 6-pack and get on the road and drive and get pulled over and see the police can let your ass go, nigga. Driving under the influence, nigga, of a goddamn drug, nigga. Yeah, you talking about shit. They're crazy, man.
Yeah, that nigga's crazy. I'm like, dog, I'm like, why is you falling for this shit? He's clearly just trying to just get a rise out of you, dog. Like, play past that shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Dog is a dog be on some other shit, man. Like, play past that, man.
Like he enjoys the damn commotion, bro. The damn confusion.
But I can't even lie. We need him occasionally in the community because it'll allow some people to come in and then maybe they'll learn something every now and then. But we have to take it in small dosages because he did make it entertaining as fuck. That shit was entertaining.
Like he used to be on Unk channel, right? And I really why I stopped getting on the panel honking, right? I used to jump on the panel all the time. But with him on the panel, bro, the conversation used to just get stagnant. And then we end up arguing about one shit for 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like one time I told him about milk, right? Because them didn't know that niggas didn't start drinking milk till like fucking 10,000 BC somewhere in there. They thought niggas been drinking milk since fucking, you know what I'm saying, since the beginning. So when I brought that conversation up, I would tell them like, nigga, African Americans, most of us are lactose intolerant. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We had this whole argument. Now, I done studied this shit. Nigga, we argued that shit for like 2 hours, bro. You know what I'm saying? Came back with the sources. They still want to argue me, even with the sources, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then finally, Bob's like, yeah, he kind of gave up on a little milk conversation. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and I told her at the same time, like, yo, y'all trying to read it quick right now. Like, I've studied this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all not gonna get around me with the information. Like, they don't even know the terms and shit. So they arguing over terms they don't understand. Well, this just say lactose malfunction. I'm like, nigga, it's the same shit. But we in a goddamn medical journal, so they gonna be more practical. They gonna have more terms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're gonna be more technical.
Conversation used to get bogged down, man. It's like, so we spend like 2 hours arguing about shit, and finally I was like, man, I can't do it. And then a lot of people to come on Unc show and be like, bro, I can't do this shit. You know what I'm saying? So eventually he had to be like, you know what, I got to get rid of X. You know what I'm saying? So he got.
So X was pro milk or anti milk?
He was saying that it affect everybody the same way. There was no disparity between African Americans or white people. It affect everybody the same. You know what I'm saying? And then when I showed him the numbers, like, you know what I'm saying? Because the shit spread through Europe faster. You know what I'm saying? That's why most niggas, you know, they drink that milk, they stomach, they go into the fucking toilet. You know?
Bubble guts. Super bubble guts.
Yeah, it is what it is, bro. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But it's not like that for most Europeans. You know what I'm saying?
Right. When I was younger, it was cool. When I got older, I couldn't drink that shit anymore.
Yeah, they more more acclimated to it.
Yeah, because as you get older, that's the thing. When you get into your adult years, your body quit producing the enzymes you need to break that shit down. So as a kid, you fine. But then when you hit, you know how it shit started happening gradually. You know what I'm saying? Like I might drink a milk and then like, me too, nigga. And then like one day I eat some cereal and then like it won't affect me that day, but then the next day I'm fucking on the toilet. You know what I'm saying? And after a while, that shit started happening immediately, nigga. Like as soon as I drink milk, your body just break down. Like can't do it no more. Yeah.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. I feel it now. Yeah. So my thing is like, does the kid drink milk? Well, he's Puerto Rican though, so.
That nigga suck, bro. Cause he was talking like he said he got cool hair. Like I would be surprised if he ain't even black, bro. Like in no form, shape, you know what I'm saying? He just talk black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he lost.
He won't show his face.
He said the female said he a dime piece. That's what I'm like, bro. I don't know nobody. Even like, we ain't no dime piece in Jersey. He was not co-signing that.
The fact that he say that, you know it's bullshit. Like that's some shit an ugly nigga say. Nigga, all the hoes love me, nigga. They think, come on now.
He said I was getting all the bitches.
Yeah, we seen that nigga before, bro.
I'm like, dime piece. Dime piece. My lady looked at me, all the homies is like, what are you listening to?
like hoes walking up like, damn, Double X, you a dime, baby.
bro. No, he said dime piece. Dime.
Yeah, he said dime piece,
bitch.
Dime piece. Yeah, bro, no.
Come on, man.
No.
Come on, man. Yeah,
nah.
That shit's unheard of, man.
I play basketball, football.
That's some shit, bro. Yeah, that's some shit that the fat homie saying shit, man. That's the nigga you went to school with. He fat. You know what I'm saying? Niggas be like, you don't be getting no bitches. Nigga be like, man, nigga, I get all the hoes love me, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
For real.
Oh, yeah, that's that nigga, man. Come on, bro. I like shit. The minute he said that, I'm like, nigga, you ain't getting no pussy, nigga.
Man, come on now.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
Yeah, come on, family.
I got the curly hair, bro. Bruh.
Yeah, nigga, Prince ain't even say he was a goddamn dime piece.
You know what I'm saying? And he had his cheeks hanging out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh man.
Funny,
Man,
that
that's
was a
it.
funny
He
ass
lost.
show, dog. That
Yeah,
was
he
a
lost
funny
the
ass.
2%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
He's supposed,
Yeah.
he's supposed to be a goddamn GQ magazine or some shit. You know, this nigga's a model. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck?
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
Ain't
I'm
crazy.
thinking I'm thinking Aunt nobody person. Yo. Aunt say he ain't never seen a nigga in his life.
For real,
Nah,
man, I thought that was Unbiased's boy. I thought that was
I thought
Unbiased's
so
boy. They used to
too.
argue together.
nah. Unbiased better about the same time, around the same time. Cause I remember when X called in a show, a Dagger Squad show, and him and Unc had a little argument. That's what he was on, the old Monkey Got Tail shit. And he got Unc on that. And then Unc was like, yo,
Nah.
hit me on Facebook, give me your, you know what I'm saying? Give me the information. And then they kind of
Okay.
linked in like that.
I
But
see.
there's one
I
thing,
see.
there's one thing to be off camera when you live. But when you ain't
Yeah.
live, you can show niggas who you are. You ain't live no more. And he still there, you know what I'm saying? He ain't really got no Facebook photos, nothing. You know, like this nigga's a goddamn CIA or some shit, nigga. This nigga's a goddamn, you know what I'm saying? This nigga's a mystery man. Like shit.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was hella entertaining, but then, like what the homie said, he's incorrigible. I just recognized, like, damn, he just put it head or hit the nail on the head. And that's what I'm like. I would never say nothing to homie because I feel like I'd be like, oh, he'll get me so out of character. He'd get me so out of character.
Peace to the panel, man. I see y'all are burning a late night oil.
What time is it? Damn, it's 1:30. Fuck, I gotta get out of here.
So that's three on our side.
I just
What up,
happened
Uja?
to pull up YouTube to see what you know. you know how you're looking for one thing on YouTube, but then you get pulled into a vortex of those suggested videos.
For real.
I happen to see this one said live. I'm clicking on it. Y'all actually live for real. So
Yeah, you know, we be chopping it up and shit. It was the regular shit.
Bias done fell
Hey, you know what y'all know I meant to ask you though? When you ever you ever had any dealing with Prince York? Did he ever reach out? You ever spoke with him or seen him before on like a thing?
now I know him when he was a little boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
For
sure.
He
Prince York.
He wouldn't remember me though.
All right. So you ain't never spoken afterwards?
No.
The whole time?
I never engaged with him. I mean, outside of him being small on the land.
Man, let him tell it. He come across like he educated everybody.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. He's somebody was playing. I think it was Unbiased. Yeah.
We watched it. The other night.
Yeah. I saw Unbiased. I saw Unbiased playing it, and I was like, man, I don't see how y'all can do it. I like Unbiased is trying to really mess your brain cells up playing that over.
Yeah, I couldn't listen to it. I told him like yo, turn that shit off. Or he fast forwarded to Jabbar.
I heard somebody say that was you.
Yeah, that was me. I couldn't. I'm like, come on, man. I couldn't take it.
See,
man.
Jabari, like I saw that video when it first, and I think that's why I typed in. I said I saw it when it first came out, when they actually had that sit down or whatever.
Yeah, me too.
And Jabari did a good job, but Jabari doesn't know the ins and outs of the Nuwapian doctrine to like really come back with some stuff, you know. Because it was, I mean, everything that Prince York was saying was pretty much can be refuted just by using their own doctrine. You don't even have to step outside of their own books and doctrine.
Wow.
At all. Like the whole thing about Egypt spelled with an I instead of a Y and all that kind of stuff. You know, they have a book out that talks about that. The reason why it was used, the I instead of the Y. It's one in the Egyptian order pamphlet. It's an article. They explain the I, why the I, not the Y, how it's the ninth letter of the alphabet. It represents nine ether and the real self, and this, that, and the third. So,
Oh my God.
and how Nawapic, and then but Jabari did a good job though. Like, 'cause when I first saw it, I was like, cool, Jabari did a good job. So that's it. When he addressed
Hey,
that,
so Nuwapu, is that so? Did they actually take that language and create it from ancient language for real, or like how'd that come about? The language, the Nuwapu language.
the language is really the language started off as a version of Arabic.
Okay.
That's all it was. It was because remember, the organization started as Ansar Allah, so it was an Islamic organization, and the children were being taught Arabic, and the children didn't learn it and speak it like properly, so they kind of created their own dialect of Arabic, and that dialect that the children created became the original Nuwapic.
Oh, so like shit, like they basically created their own little pigeon language, fuck around with it shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn. Okay.
The children created.
I can show you. I can show you the original dictionaries for Nuwapic, and I can show you the original lessons for the language. I used to teach the language, the Nuwapic language, when it first came out. I was one of the, it was like a team of people that was first teaching it.
Yeah.
And so I can show you those lessons where all it is Arabic with the vowels changed. So like I'll give you an example. The word sit, the Arabic word to sit is jalasa. And so in Nuwapic, they just took the vowels and made it a consistent A and U. So there's consonant, then the vowel A, another consonant, then the vowel U, and then the final consonant. So it became jalus, which means sit. So jalasa became jalus. Kitab, which is a word for book, became katub for book.
Oh, okay.
The word for office which is a place where books are and stuff. It became makabtu and stuff.
Interesting. Yeah. I was wondering. He was turning back to Nepal and all types of stuff.
Now, but see now over time, what York did was he took words from different dictionaries, like the Egyptian dictionary, and incorporated Egyptian words in it. So to give it to be able to say that it's Egyptian and stuff, and that's
hey, Blake, mute out. Blake, mute out.
My fault. Right on.
Oh, okay. I was hearing something. So yeah, that's all. So they borrowed words from Egyptian dictionary, and some other dictionaries, and incorporated it into the whole vocabulary. And it became the language for the ancient Egyptian order. And what people don't understand with that is that York marketed it as the ancient Egyptian language, or the ancient Egyptian language of the ancient Egyptian mystery system. But it was only for what he was talking about was the ancient Egyptian order, not ancient Egypt, as in what we know as ancient Egypt. It was never that. And they can't read the glyphs. They can't read actual Egyptian writing.
Yeah, he was talking a whole lot of shit. Like he can read the glyphs, speak like 8-9 languages. I'm like, yeah.
See what I was surprised Jabari didn't do was to pull up a Egyptian text and just tell him to read it on the camera. Just tell him to read it.
That's what he said though. He said, "Don't make me go get one of these glyphs and bring it down." He's like, "Don't make me do that, brother." No, like.
Yeah, he ain't really want to put it to him like that.
Yeah. He tried to spare him. You know what I'm saying?
He really want to crack his head though. One thing about Jabari, I gotta say, even though he can be very smug, in my opinion, he's a very he strikes me as a compassionate person. He don't strike me as a type that I'ma just try to just embarrass you just for the sake of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He'll take his little. He'll sneak this out. He'll sneak this the fuck out you now.
Yeah, he throws them.
Yeah, he'll sneak this the hell out of you now. But he ain't gonna try to just
see it. Jabari,
you know what
Jabari is I would say Jabari, like I've never had a problem with Jabari at all. And I don't disagree with, I mean, I haven't studied what Jabari says and stuff, you know, to have a you know, overall opinion, but just on my what I've seen so far, to me, Jabari is very communicatable. Like he's a person that you can actually have a conversation with.
Yeah.
And he has enough logic, like he uses enough logic to where, okay, if you point out something, you know, even if he don't want to admit it on the spot, at least he'll, you know, I feel that he'll say, okay, well, I'll check that out, or whatever the case is.
I agree. But see, am my mic on?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
I hope I didn't cut you off. But Wujao was a perfect example of, to me, like the contrast. Because I feel like he may be educated, but that, like the analogy I was giving you guys before, there's a tact and there's a skill in being able to put somebody in their place or to get your point across without being so abrasive or just flexing your degrees or your experience. Because I've seen Wu we've all seen him in numerous occasions, even speaking with X. I've seen you quite a few times when you were completely in the right and you could just smack somebody down with your credentials, however you chose to meet them on their level and get your point across instead of just flexing that when you're just tired of communicating with them. And I've seen him punching.
You said X? You talking about double
the Puerto Rican. Right,
The one and only.
Yeah.
The one and
You know
only.
what I mean? And that's just one
2X.
example. Maybe I'm using a hyperbole or an extreme example, but I mean, I've seen you in various different conversations with people and you were able to get your point across or not necessarily put them in their place or handle them, but it's just a way. Like the analogy I use is going to a club and having a prostitute or a stripper or even a fucking porn star, and if you're trying to holler at them, ask them to dance, and they're like, "Nah, sweetie, I'm good. My feet hurt." Or they have a tactic and a way of putting you down, and opposed to just like some regular thought who's there every night, and she's like, "Please, you can't dance with me. You know I'm out of your league." It's just like a certain way. Once you're at a certain level, I feel you develop a skill to handle yourself or put people in their place. And I feel like he's just way too abrasive. He's like lacking in that area, unless he's intentionally doing it to rub people the wrong way. But
he do it intentionally, bro.
But I've seen in certain cases when he did it, when it's like unnecessary. But then again, maybe I don't know the people he's debating against, and I don't know if he's doing it for the camera. But I don't know. But because I feel like I have Ujawu as a perfect example. Who, I believe you have education behind you, at least what I've heard you say before, and you have a certain way of getting your point across. And even when it gets contentious, you still have a tact about you. When you can just put somebody in their place or handle them in a certain tone without just being abrasive or just flexing your degrees, which that doesn't go ahead.
Now I'm gonna tell you, see, with me, this is like if I had to sum up my stance and share it with people, I would tell people, like, especially anybody who knows how to play chess, right? Like, do y'all know how to play chess? Y'all play chess?
I play chess.
Okay,
so I'm biased.
Yeah,
sleep.
Yeah, I know he's sleep.
Man, Unbiased is famous for falling asleep on his own channel. Like he does it all the time.
But I don't understand. He could just give somebody host privileges so we can end this shit, but he never does.
Yeah, but what I was saying was, like anybody that knows how to play chess, what I use chess as an analogy. I say, okay, if you play chess, play yourself. And I'm gonna tell you, if you've never played yourself in chess, do it, because it's gonna completely change your paradigm, because right there, when you play yourself, you're no longer playing to win against a person. Like you're not personifying an opponent. You're actually playing, you're not even playing yourself. You're actually playing against the squares. And so you're playing on behalf of two opposing colors or pieces, but you're playing those on both of those colors, but you're playing for the best move. And so by time by time you finish the game, whichever color wins, you play both sides. So you can say that you've made the ultimate best move based on this the circumstances at hand. And that's how knowledge should be. That's how these conversations should be. We should not be trying to win and beat each other. We should be trying to make the best move regardless of who is saying it. Like, I don't have to be right. And what I hope I'm not, but I don't have to be right. It's about whoever gets us closer to the accuracy, the reality, and the truth. And we should all move based on the best move and not be oppositional or adversarial against each other. So that's why I don't gel well with the platforms that we see. I don't. That's why you don't see me engage in that. So that's my approach to everybody. I just have a conversation to go towards the truth, and I'm against microwaving it. So
Hey, Wuja, so what's your personal opinion as to the influence or lack thereof of Kemet on Christianity?
well, I don't think anybody can deny correlations, but
I agree.
I don't understand. I just don't understand the arguments that are coming up between like I don't to this moment I don't understand what Jabari and Garfield are gonna argue exactly. Like
Nobody
I think and see and for me that's a problem. Like I would rather see them give presentations to edify the people and they just present a lot of information so that we can get to the root of Christianity. They should really style it as the genesis of Christianity. Like that should be the title of both of their presentations. The genesis of Christianity, and then both of them go at it.
formulate the argument.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't see it being opposition. Like even with Garfield doesn't really like Garfield will admit that Egypt has some core or influence or whatever, but then there's a specific thing. I don't know. I don't even.
Right.
That's my confusion too, because I'm like,
I agree.
you've already admitted, and everybody knows that. Like even scholars will say there's influence, so they're only arguing how much.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Right.
I told Garfield this too on his live stream. I said what you and Jabari should do is create a range from 1 to 10, and then pick a bunch of topics, a list of bullet points, and then bring it up and then place it on that range. Say, okay, this tenet of Christianity, bam, it was influenced,
Yeah,
by this much.
either was an
or
influence
whatever.
or wasn't. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Oh, and here's how much. Like, but now
Yeah.
now and I think hopefully what they're gonna do is at least dispel some of the straight out misinformation about it. Like, the cross comes from this Egyptian glyph of the
Yeah,
two planks, um, and all this other stuff. This stuff that just blatant. Hopefully they'll crush that with whatever it is that they do. But I really don't understand the argument. But my opinion is that there's some influence with Egypt in Christianity, but not just Christianity. It's spread out.
All the Abrahamic religions for the most
Yeah,
part, right?
you can
Right.
see that. I mean, you can really see it. And Christianity, you don't even have to go to Egypt though. They need to really work on the genesis of Christianity. Like I would love to see that play out. Like I would, and I think Garfield would do an excellent job at that. I think Garfield has studied enough about the Bible, the text, the history around it, and the New Testament stuff that he could really, really do a good job with that.
But here's the argument Jabari's making. He's making the argument that the influence is prohibitive, in that without it, if you remove the influences, essentially you have nothing left as far as the religion is concerned, right?
no, I think he's making the argument the central. You know what I'm saying? The main, like the
Right.
main tenets, like not every little crook.
No. But Sosa, that's what I'm saying. He's saying that those influences are so prohibitive
Paramount, yeah.
to the point where if you were to remove them, you would essentially have no religion as it's rendered today. And that's the funny thing, because he was very, very specific about adding that qualifier as it's rendered today. And that's the argument he's always made. So when I see Garfield now trying to circumscribe the argument to this very narrow idea of
he's trying to confine it to Christianity in the first century, as
right,
opposed to
and I'm like,
Christianity in totality of what it is today.
Right, that was never the argument that was Jabari was making. He's talking
See?
about contemporary
Y'all
Christianity.
are saying what I'm saying. See, just listen. See, I didn't know that till y'all just said that. If that's true, then what both of them can contribute is good, but they shouldn't be at each other. They should present two perspectives. Like Garfield should focus on the first century, the genesis of Christianity, and Jabari can focus on what it has become and stuff. And that would be
ain't nobody paying money for that.
Yeah,
Come on,
there you go.
That is a moneymaker, baby.
Okay, there you. Okay, and y'all, you just made my other point. That's what I'm saying. You just made my other point. It's not gonna happen, and the platforms are set up to be adversarial. So,
but you know what though? In fairness to Jabari though, like that's what he kind of agreed to do. But I think the animus was so intense that it couldn't go there. You know what I'm saying? And then Garfield was like, I ain't doing no Sonetta show. Like, I want a debate. Like, I want a big time. You know what I'm saying? And then I think that spearheaded the whole little let's make a show. And you know what I mean?
There you go. That's what I'm saying. The platform is that's what it does. So that's it. So hopefully they present some people get some out of it. But I want to say this though. One of y'all just said it. See, here's the problem, right? And hopefully both of them will be able to offer their input on this. They're going to have to define Christianity. That's at the start. Like if they don't start off by a working definition of what Christianity is, then it's going to be a waste. Like for real, you're going to hear some stuff, but it's not going to really make sense. It's not going to be coherent if they don't define what Christianity is. At least a working definition for their discussion. If they don't do that, it's a wrap. It's a wrap because Christianity is weird. Because even today, you got different variety of Christianity as is practiced. So it's weird if you don't define that. Because Haskell, you just said one of Jabari's points is that it's prohibitive. So. But then you got to say, well, wait a minute. How can that be? Because Christianity is based on Judaism, not so much other things. So how is that? Because, when you read the Bible, at least the Bible concern it comes out of Judaism, but the way it's practiced, then he may be able to make some arguments. So that's what I'm saying. They're going to have to define.
Right, but the thing is, Wujao, Judaism didn't attach all that mythos to the character of Jesus that contemporary Christianity does. And I've heard Garfield himself say this when other people have tried to kind of delineate between Christianity as its inception coming right out of Judaism and contemporary Christianity, right? And this is exactly what Garfield said, and I believe this is pretty much verbatim. He says, you cannot, I got to go find that show too when he said it. He says, you cannot separate Jesus, the actual physical man, from the folkloric aspects that are attributed to him. Because if you do that, then you don't have an actual religion, because then it's just some dude. He said that. And if that's the case, then how can you possibly reconcile that with the argument you're trying to make now? Because, okay, fine. Let's say it was out of Judaism, right? The Jewish tradition didn't put him as being the son of God and all of this other stuff. That's something dealing with the contemporary or the Paulinian Christianity. So, it's clear that's what Jabari is dealing with.
Well, okay, so here's a follow-up to that whole discussion, because the debate gonna go down next month, and then it's gonna be talked about for about 2 months after that. But once the dust settles again, here's the follow-up, because now you got to introduce Islam, because Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are all three Abrahamic systems, and they have the exact same characters in their holy text and everything. So where does Islam fit in? Because you can make an argument about Christianity, whether it was, you know, primarily from Judaism or influenced by Egypt or whatever the case is. But now here comes Islam. And a lot of people are not versed in Islam enough to even have that kind of discussion, really. But Jesus is the most talked about character in the Quran. And the difference, see, Islam came about to correct Christianity, to bring it back to Judaism. Really.
Yeah, that's why they say that they think Islam is more the traditional Judaism, like old school, that style of Judaism.
Yeah. So Islam, because Islam comes on and says, wait a minute, stop deifying. See, Islam rejects the deification of Jesus, similar to what the Jews would be saying. You know,
images.
The images, but I'm saying, you know, the Son of God, he's not, you know, Allah has no partners. Allah has no gave birth to no one. So he's not Ibn Allah. He's and all this and that. He's Ibn Maryam, and all this other kind of stuff. So they correct it, and they say he was not crucified. It was only made to appear that way.
Yeah.
That it was he was substituted. You know, he wasn't raised. You know, all that kind of stuff. So those.
May I ask a question?
How does that fit in? Yeah.
What was the purpose of deifying Jesus or Jesus?
So for Christianity purposes?
Just in general, like what was the purpose? What was the benefit in doing so?
Well, it's a couple of things, but I know one thing that sticks out is that at the base of the Christian movement was to end sacrifice. So Jesus becomes the last sacrifice. After him, there's no more. So he becomes the ultimate and last sacrifice for humanity. So he dies, and they say God had to do it. So God comes himself to sacrifice himself.
A blood sacrifice specifically.
Yep.
To that last blood sacrifice. Yeah.
Yep. As a sacrifice to himself to cover the sins of the world. And
so
through
who
that
was sacrificing? Is my next question. Then who was doing the sacrificing? Judaism or those who practice that?
Oh yeah. See, in Judaism, they had to sacrifice. They had to sacrifice. Remember, the covenant was given to Abraham. That's why they call Abrahamic religions, because the covenant is with Abraham. Abraham had out of Abraham you had Isaac and Ishmael, and Isaac had Jacob, and then the birth of all the Israelites. Out of Ishmael came the Arabs, and that's the Islam. So Islam and Judaism and Christianity comes out of those two men, which are sons or descendants of Abraham. And they had to sacrifice. Remember, Abraham was told to sacrifice his son, and at the very last minute, God was like, "Hold on, I didn't mean it." And then he told him, take your son off the altar and go ahead and put that animal on the altar instead. And so they're saying Jesus was that. That's why he says the Lamb of God and all that.
Yeah, and they was also going against there was also a competition with a lot of demigods too. You know what I'm saying? So I think he was also the top all the demigod thing that was going on, because there was Greece, they had this godlike figures. So Jesus was going to be the you know what I mean, the one that top all of them. You know what I'm saying? This is so y'all got demigods. This is actually God come back to earth as him. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is God in the flesh, made flesh. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you gonna beat that one? You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, Jesus is called the Word.
Yeah.
And now check this out. Jesus, what's Jesus's name in the Hebrew? Like in the Hebrew, in I guess his heritage would be Yeshua, right? Yeshua.
Yeah, Yeshua.
But the Muslims don't call him that. The Muslims call him Isa, which is patterned after the Greek, Isus.
Yeah.
So you can see how it's after the fact, and so that's what they're saying. They're saying that Isa or Jesus was never not the Son of God and all this other kind of stuff. They just basically refute the deification of Jesus. They put him back as a prophet.
Right, exactly. And
Islam and Judaism and Christianity in the middle.
Exactly. So when people make the argument that Christianity wouldn't be Christianity without the folkloric aspects attributed to this man, they're absolutely right. And you know, if that's the case, I don't see how Garf he can't get out. He can't get out of this, dog. He fucked up. He
The
fucked up.
hardest
Man.
part is that, like I said before, like you already given Jabari a head start because you already got influence. So
Wait a minute.
when he show correlation, it's just going to look, even if he's not correct, just a hint of correlation is going to lean to his way. You see what I'm saying?
So where's the deification? Okay, so basically, you got Christianity in the middle of Judaism and Islam. Judaism and Islam are more alike, in terms of their underlying, stance and stuff.
Right.
So the deification of Jesus is what makes Christianity stand out. So
Right. Exactly.
Right.
So where is this deification coming from? So is the argument that Egypt caused that to happen?
No, the argument I believe Jabari is making is that those deific aspects, the mythos part of it, right, is from Kemet.
Okay, now see, that's going to be interesting because if you read the Bible, all those deification aspects of Jesus are coming from the Old Testament. The New Testament actually literally quotes the Old Testament.
Right.
Like for example, in the book of Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, when Isaiah predicts the birth of his son Emmanuel, the Christians use that text to say that that's talking about Jesus.
That's talking about Jesus. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's anachronistic though. But even when I look at Richard Carrier's work though, he talk about the Osiris cults being in existence before Christianity, right there in that same area, and you can see through like the baptism, what they call a water ritual, and you see the influence from those Osiris cults into Christianity.
Listen, man, they're gonna have to define it. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I just don't think that the way it's unfolding and styled up is the best like that. I don't agree with that.
I feel like I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I feel like any clarification kills the debate.
But you know what though? Listen, it's hard to define. See, it's like when you define Christianity, right? It's like you have to define it based on a particular time frame.
Yep.
And if you do the first century, it's gonna be very difficult because even in the first century, there's still like so many different sects.
Multiple sects, yep.
And you can't really concretely make a concrete argument that Christianity was this and this alone. You know what I'm saying? But as of now, you can say, okay, Orthodox Christianity is this. We know this. You know what I'm saying? Even though there's different sects, we go with this is Orthodox Christianity.
No, but there are general things in Christianity today that all the denominations agree on.
Yeah.
So the Immaculate Birth, Jesus's resurrection.
Yeah.
The fact that he died for our sins, or he's the ultimate. So there are things that they all universally agree on.
That's what
they all don't subscribe to the Trinity, I don't think, though. Right?
That's just what I was gonna say. Is the Trinity the basics or the fundamental?
I don't think so. I think no.
No, they all don't agree with that. But that's speaking to my point. That's when I said they're gonna. To me, Garfield and Jabari should unravel the genesis of Christianity. If they put up all the denominations on the screen, and they were to say what all of them have in common, and then where they differ, which makes them different sects of it, then that would be more educational, because now people will say, okay, this is where they do say, they go different. This group of people don't believe in the Trinity. This group of people does. This group of people believe, whatever. What makes them distinct? Then you can trace it out and then talk about the influence. What made them branch off? And they can say, okay, the Egyptian influence here, there, Judaism, or the Persians, whatever the thing is. That will be more organized and educational than I think that's the way it's going to go down.
Or at least confine it to like specific. we're dealing with the resurrection. We're dealing with the, you know what I'm saying? The dying for your sins and narrow it down to like 4 or 5 categories, main plots of Christianity, and like that's what I'm arguing, and then Garfield's arguing against. And I think it'd be more fair to Garfield that way.
Yeah,
because
it would.
otherwise you don't know. Yeah, because otherwise the bar can go anywhere.
Yeah. Otherwise, Garfield doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, he can go anywhere. He can go from the 1st century all up to 2020.
I'm telling you, it's all on how they frame it up. It's all on how they frame those 4 corners. But now here's the thing too, because if they did it the way that I think that they should do it, it would just be a whole lot better, because they can pull out some really good info. Like, for example, what was, like, Jesus was baptized. Like, everybody agrees that he was baptized. But then you gotta define what was the purpose of baptism, period. Like, full stop. What was the purpose of baptism? Like, take Jesus out of the equation. What was the purpose of baptism? And you'll read it say, for the remission of sins. So then you plug Jesus into the equation again and say, well, wait a minute. If Jesus was a blemishless sacrifice, meaning he was born not in sin and without sin, why was it necessary for him to be baptized?
Yeah, I never understood that whole. I never understood that whole framework either.
And but the reason why that's one of the important questions is because now from there you can start to look for the influence. Why did they make him go? Why did they include him in that baptism part of the story when and if he is born sinless? Because baptism was clearly for the remission of sins. And John the Baptist was doing that for all of Judea, for all, everybody. John the Baptist had a bigger following than Jesus.
Yeah, the Christians say it was just for the like the passing of the torch type situation.
I heard that.
Like, yeah, because supposedly, yeah. So, hey, but I heard Asar was speaking on it, right? And Garfield kind of cut him off before he got into it real good. He was talking about how in Kemet, he was, because Asar was saying, yeah, there's influence, and he was saying, like, you also see how he was saying they took characters in Egypt that may have been deified and then made them human. You understand what argument he was making when he said that?
You said they took what? Say it again.
They were taking, like, maybe characters in Kemet that were deified and making them human. You see what I'm saying?
Like what? I mean, what? Give me an example.
He got cut before Garfield before he could really get into it. But he was trying to show the correlation, like how they had characters in Kemet that were like mythos, but made kind of, those characters were somewhat made real in Christianity before you really explain it. Garfield kind of cut him off.
Okay, I think what he's getting at, I'm not sure, but based on what you said, because see, in Kemet, this is what people don't understand, is that God, to the Egyptians, gods are simply things that are very, very important to the people. And that sounds like just some basic stuff, but trust me, a deity is simply something that is of extreme importance to the people. And this is where people get, okay, the Neteru or principles and stuff like that, because the word principle is something that is important. That's what the word prime and principle means. And so these deities are things, they represent things that are very important to the people. They're not literal, like when they wrap these things up in stories and mythos, it's done in a figurative way. What other people tend to do outside of that culture is to literalize it. And they take these characters in myth in a figurative way. They take it out of the figurative context and then put them in a literal context and then expound. And so that must be what he's referring to, where they pull these characters out and then they make them into literal people.
Yeah.
And Jesus could be a combination of a lot of people think Jesus pairs up with Horus, but really, if you had to compare Jesus and you story, what's attributed to Jesus, he more so pairs up with Osiris when it comes to the resurrection part.
That is another dagger for Jabari, because that's what he was saying. Like, is that a Asar? Osiris is Asar?
Yeah, Asar. Yeah, Asar and Osiris.
Yeah,
Same
then
thing.
that's another dagger for Jabbar. 'Cause that's exactly what he said. You know what I'm saying? It's just looking bad, bro. That's exactly what he said. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, yeah.
Yeah, but there's differences. Like if you really study Egyptian text, you can see that, like, you know, there are some differences. But if I had to, if I had a choice, if somebody asked me to pick either Heru or Usir in terms of which one closely resembles the stories attributed to Jesus, I would say Usir, Osiris. I would say him because of the resurrection thing. You know, the death and resurrection. But now Heru was Heru resurrected it too. People don't know that he was bit by a scorpion and Osset had to bring him back to life. Jehudi
Because they was saying somebody was arguing Heru never resurrected. I forgot who it was. It might have been Austin.
Nah, Heru Jehudi had to come and revive him, and that's another thing. They're gonna have to properly define the difference between resurrection and reviving, like reviving someone and resurrection, because resurrection according to the scriptures only happens on the last day, the judgment day. So nobody really resurrected ever. Like if the, you know, they're gonna have to define it. If they don't, they don't, but they should define that. But Heru was revived and Jesus was revived in the story, but they say resurrection, but resurrection is on the last day. Because if that's the case, then Lazarus resurrected, because after the resurrection you don't supposed to die again. So Lazarus should be walking around somewhere right now.
It might be,
but he's not.
It might be going to Christianity. Lazarus ain't chilling.
Technically Lazarus is supposed to be walking around somewhere right now, because if he was resurrected, you're not supposed to die again, and Lazarus should be with us right now. We should be able to call him up. But anyway, but Heru as a baby, as a young boy, was bitten by a scorpion and sent by Satuk, and he died, and he got revived by Jehudi. Jehudi hooked him up, brought him back to life.
Yeah, I know Jabbar said, Jabbar specifically said, you know, I mean, he was the pre-debate, he talked about Asar and the correlation between Jesus, the resurrection, and Asar.
Yeah, now Asar being resurrected, he Asar, see, you on the resurrection part, well, you know, like I said, baby, you know, young Heru was taken out by a scorpion and brought back by Jehudi. Usir was killed by his brother, put in a lake, but then later he was chopped up. Like, people confuse the two. People think it's just one act, but no, he was killed, and then they found him, and then they chopped his body up afterwards, and then he got put back together, and then he existed, but in the underworld, not in the real world. And so that's a little different thing, you know. So, you know, it's just interesting, man. That's why I never argue those arguments, because it's not enough definitive things where you could say, okay, this was taken from this was taken from that. You could just see in a general vague sense that there's influence there, there's some correlations, there's definitely some similarities, and just roll with it. Like, it's nothing that you could really definitively do anything with it. It's just that's what it is.
That's why I think it was a terrible topic to debate if you're trying to make the opposite argument, because you can't shut down the floodgates. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't say, if this blah 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 blah, boom, game over. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because like here's a problem with the correlation people. Where did Heru or Osir get hung on the cross? Like, see, they can't go that route with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you can say, well, we're gonna have to give the Hebrews credit for, you know, imagination. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? They took that part and then, you know, they put their little spin on it. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, but if that's if we're gonna leave that part out, then we can invoke other characters. Like what about Tammuz of the Akkadian texts and scriptures? Tammuz, the sacrifice god or demigod of that scripture, who was sacrificed. And so people, I don't know if people know about Tammuz and his mother. He fits the Jesus character too. So I'm just saying. So and that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of influence, but I think there is a you know how people take Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and how they say okay, we got 4 gospels, but the 4 gospels could possibly be, there's some commonality, like they could have came from a common source or at least 2 sources and this and that, how they speculate that. Well, the same thing with these stories. There may be a common root story that they pull from, but we don't have enough to like definitively say these things. So I don't know. That's why to me it would be better.
Technically though, those gospels though, you take just really Mark remixed. You know what I'm saying? Because Matthew takes most of Mark and then just put a little tiny bit in, and Luke takes, you know what I'm saying? It's really just.
Actually, John is the one the Gospel of John stands out from the other 3 more.
Yeah, he's on, but the Mark, Matthew, and Luke is just the remix of Mark.
Yeah, it seemed like it's close. Yep. Yeah. And then you got Revelation. So the book of Revelation and the book of John. And see, Islam calls the book of Revelation the Injil, El Injil. And so they only acknowledge the Injil. They don't acknowledge the Gospels. They call it Hadith. So they go with that. They say that's Jesus. That's Jesus' words. The book of Revelation. Gospel? Nah, the book of Revelation.
So what's the Hadith? What does that mean when they call a gospel the Hadith?
Oh, Hadith means story, words of men. Stories of man. They say the Injil, the book of Revelation, is divinely inspired. That's one of the holy scriptures, not the Gospels, because see, they don't trust Paul, and rightfully so. The Muslims
don't trust Paul.
Nah,
Paul talk about it. Paul talk about a whole nother type of Jesus.
Yeah, see, they expose Paul. They say Paul was a persecutor of Jesus named Saul, and then all of a sudden, in this miraculous vision he had on the roadside, he changed his name to Paul, and all of a sudden he followed Jesus, but he disobeyed. Like Paul took the so-called gospel to the Gentiles who didn't know any better for anything. So Paul could have made up his own doctrine. That's exactly what he did.
Because when I look at it, and I hear the story, it feels to me like really Paul has been a Christian. Like he is really the main source for why it became what it is, because it really was meant to be like specifically to just these particular people.
There it is. That's what I'm saying. Paul is the father of Christianity.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Paul is the father of Christianity. The way it's practiced today, that's all Paul.
All Paul.
You go to church, man. They are quoting from the Corinthians, Hebrews, all the letters Paul wrote to Corinth and James, whatever, and all these different letters. That's what they go for, because Paul took it. Because remember, Jesus came to the lost sheep of the house of Israel only, and then Paul was like, "All right, I'm going to the Gentiles," and that's why Paul never hung around the disciples. The disciples wasn't having it. And see, there's another gospel out there.
Him and James, him and James was like, they was enemies.
Right. And there's another gospel out there that not as popular, but the gospel of Barnabas, that Muslims, man, check it out. That Muslims use that gospel of Barnabas, because he was there. He was one of the disciples.
Yeah, because it's crazy, because Paul was the one that made it to where, like circumcision is not, it don't got to be a physical thing.
It's the heart.
It's circumcision of the heart. So he was the one that really crafted it. Because even when you look at God, like God in the Old Testament, like that was not a universal God. Like that God was not for everybody. That God was specific. It'll say everybody else get murdered.
Okay, look. So check this out, right? If you look at it, if you just look at it as a book, the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament creates this jurisdiction. Like God of the Old Testament creates these laws for his chosen people. So God chooses a people, and then he has jurisdiction over them. So he gives them laws. So the question is, he gave the laws to Moses. right? He gave the covenants to Abraham, and then he gave the laws to Moses. But who were those laws for? They were not for the entire human population on the planet. They were for a specific group of people, a very narrow population of people compared to the whole world. And so for the whole life of the Bible, that is only a very narrow point in human history, period. So what Paul did, Paul takes it from that narrowness and then expands it to the whole world. So Paul expands the jurisdiction of God. So, and what Christians have done is like, okay, here's the thing. A sinner, what is a sinner? A sinner is a person who a sin is to miss the mark technically, but it means to transgress the laws of God. Now, here's a question. Can you be held accountable for a law or for something that's a law in China while you're over here in America as a United States citizen?
Nope.
No, right?
Nope. Yeah.
Right. So those Chinese laws don't apply to you because you're not under their jurisdiction. So Christians technically cannot be sinners if those laws never apply to them. So all of humanity on the planet Earth was never under that jurisdiction, only a narrow group of people. So the sinners can only be the Israelites or the descendants of who the covenants was made. That's it. So what Paul did was he made everybody under the jurisdiction. Paul did was similar to the United States when the United States made the 13th and 14th Amendment. When they made everybody a citizen with the 14th Amendment, when everybody became a citizen under the 14th Amendment, that's what Paul did. I mean, it's weird to think about it that way, but trust me, that's a really good analogy if you put them together. Paul.
Now that's how I look at it. That's how I look at it when I see how everything developed. You know, because I went back and re-looked into everything, and that's the conclusion I came up with. Because like he's the one that, like, you know, he had a huge following. You know what I'm saying? Like once he switched it, and you know he was generating income, big money, because now everybody's like, okay, I don't gotta get circumcised. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't that hard now. Like it's not as strict as before, and its membership grew. You start growing in numbers, so you can see his impact on it.
The moment that you convince people that they are under the jurisdiction of something, now it changes the game. So Paul convinced Gentiles, at that time they were called Gentiles, that they were under the jurisdiction. First, he made it attractive for them to want to be under the jurisdiction, and then he just gave the means for them to be under the jurisdiction. You don't have to worry about being circumcised. Okay, I know y'all don't do that and stuff like that, but guess what? Circumcision is not about the flesh; it's about the heart, and blah blah blah. You know, so he switched it up, and now all these people came into the fold of Christianity. So that was when Christianity was born as we know it today.
Today, yeah. And he was doing a young Pharaoh, like just astral projecting himself and talking to Jesus, like boom, and come back like, yo, Jesus was like, yo, we need to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like that was sweet. You know what I'm saying? Like you just talking to Jesus real quick, have it. You know what I'm saying? Like
so here's the question. While we only dealing with the character, of course, but while Jesus was alive, as far as his character in the Bible, was there such thing as Christianity? And I think a lot of people will say no. Christianity didn't come about until Jesus was long and gone. And Paul is the founder or the facilitator of Christianity. And we just talked about what Paul did. So even in this debate, when they want to define Christianity, they're going to have to incorporate that. They can't say it from a perspective of Jesus himself, at least the character in the book, because, he didn't do all those things. I mean, he's not responsible for what people are doing today, because Jesus himself would not be a Christian today. Like that character, Jesus, if you read that, he don't fit what we would call a Christian today. He wouldn't fit that.
Yeah. And then if you look at the story of him, he was not trying to create a new religion.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? That was not his goal, was to create a new religion. You know what I'm saying? He was just trying to
told
get
him.
everything back on track. You know
Yep,
what
he
I'm
told him.
saying?
He said, I have not come. He said, I have come to no, he said, I have not come to change the law or change one iota or whatever. I came to fulfill. And that's it. And he said he only came to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So who is that? Who is that? Lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's not the whole world. He said, I come to the world. Nah, man. So they got it twisted. Even the book of Revelations is not for the whole world.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell, like, you know, in his time, they wasn't concerned with everybody. Man, he was concerned with his people. They weren't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't this worldwide, like, you know, we are the world type thing going on.
They name them in the book of Revelations. They name them. They name the folks, the tribe of Manasseh, Ephraim, Judah, Dan. I done forgot all the sons, but they name them. Well, that's not the whole world, man. They gotta understand, boy.
Yeah, see, Garfield's arguing, or Garfield's arguing. He's going to argue. He's kind of set his plan out. Yeah, Jesus is a historical figure.
Oh, he was historical?
That's what he's using in his historical argument, in the sense Jesus was based off a historical figure, and Christianity started off based on a real person. Then Kemet could not influence it, because that's why. That's one of his arguments that he's going to make.
Well, if he's based off of that's going to be a hard one to unpack, because
exactly.
Which figure, like which man, like really, like that's because Jesus is everything but a regular man. Like when you think of Jesus, you don't think of the regular stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't think of you think of turning water to wine, walking on water, feeding the multitude, preaching to people, going up against the Pharisees or the scholars of that day and time. You think of him being stabbed on a cross. You think of him being in a tomb, and then they come in there, he's gone. That's what comes to mind. You don't think of a regular man and all that kind of stuff. Christianity's not based around that. If that was the case, they might as well just call it Johnian, because the John the Baptist was doing his thing. Yeah, John the Baptist was doing his thing. He was just as important. Why would everybody come to him? Like, what made John the Baptist the baptizer? Like, he was baptizing air. He baptized all of Judea. That's what it says in the Bible. How did he get that status? He must have been a very prominent, important person.
Yeah.
So
I don't even know if the Bible tells us how he came to be.
Well, he got his head cut
think
off.
about it. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but see, even in the Old Testament, you had people who came back. What about Elisha? And they came back. So I don't know. It's gonna be rough. It's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of gray area.
Yeah, I'll just wait to see the aftermath and everything. I think both of them are going to do good though. In terms of whatever it is they present, I just don't think it's framed up right to benefit people the most. I mean, people are going to learn something, but it could be a lot better. It could be a real good. Yep. Like I think it could
like you
have
said,
a major
after the debate, we'll have a whole 2 months of videos to go over what happened,
who won,
who should, you know what I'm saying, the whole nine.
Who shoulda, woulda, coulda, all the shoulda, woulda,
Yeah.
coulda.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It's gonna go
Okay,
down.
let me ask you, what do you think the next? All right, we already know what's coming up in March. What do you think the next debate is going to be? Oh, and we can't forget Tazariak and Vince Bantu that same day. But what do you think the next debate going to be? Based on what you see,
Kim in West Africa. I think.
You think that's going to kind of come together to a debate? You think it's going to be instigated enough?
I think that's what Garfield want to attack next. I think that's going to be the. I see that. I can see that in the future. Like, what do you think?
I don't see that one because I don't see that as being an argument. I don't see anybody making that argument.
Oh, you
Like
should
that's
have heard Garfield this morning.
no, I'm talking
Garfield
about
claim. Oh,
for it to happen. Like I don't see nobody making a claim that African Americans are the Egyptians. Like I don't see anybody making that claim.
no, I mean they're making the claim like I think they're making the claim like they don't believe Kemet had any interaction really with West Africa. That's what Garfield was he was doing this morning. They're basically strictly on just haplogroup.
Okay, well then nah, that's not gonna be good. That's not a good look because he's gonna lose that one because he's gonna have to see that's not gonna be if that's the case, then that's not gonna be a debate this year because Garfield's gonna have to study a lot of books. Whoever is going to study a lot of books because you gotta understand Diop, like for example, Diop is a person who used multidisciplines to examine that question.
Yeah.
You know, to unify, like Diop was trying to identify the underlying commonalities between African communities across the continent. And he used multiple tools to do it. Linguistics, archaeology, paleontology, you know, everything that's under anthropology. And he only got but so far and he wanted it to continue. And so scholars have been continuing that work. And there's certain things you just can't get around.
Yeah, I wrote in the chat that when it was having an argument, like I was told in the chat to Garfield, like he said, I'm gonna tackle that. That's my next tackle after the debate. And I told him, I'm like, you don't know enough to make the argument. You know what I'm saying? I was typing in the chat, and he's like, he got a linguist coming on. And he said, I got an African linguist coming on that disagrees with Asar. You know what I'm saying? Everybody kind of like, so what does that mean? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, if that's the case, listen, if that's the only African linguist he can get that would disagree with Asar is what's his name, Dr. Cambone. And I hope he brings him on. I hope Garfield brings him on with Asar.
I got to go back and hear who he said now that I think about that. Let's see what his name he said.
Because if it's not him, then it ain't nobody. I mean, even Dr. Cambone. Dr. Cambone is a bona fide linguist, but he never confronts Asar head up.
Yeah,
he's never done it. And so if it's him, then that's what I mean by I hope it's him. But here's the thing. See, here's the problem with that whole thing is what defines a people as a people. Because if people are just going to use haplogroups, you cannot do that. You can't do that. Just by default, you can't use haplogroups by itself, or you pretty much they're not very useful in that conversation. It's just not because here's the thing: how he's going to have to explain the relationship, the language relationships. He's gonna have to explain that. Like
he was making
some
crazy arguments though, because he was saying like, you know how Garfield did, because sometimes Garfield is bad at making arguments. He was saying, well, I'm Jamaican, and then my son speaks Jamaican, so you can't use linguistics to tie it in because he because he got it passed on from. It was a very poor argument that he made this morning, but
no, but see, that's what I'm saying. What makes a people a people? See, haplogroups don't make a people a people. It doesn't. There's a like for example, like we're all Americans, and we got different haplogroups. If you took all the citizens of the United States of America, we share this culture, and we call ourselves United States of American citizens. We're citizens. We are influenced by these social pressures here. And this will makes us unique and different from other people around the world. Okay. That's what makes us us. But yet we got multiple haplogroups. So haplogroups don't make a people a people. Even the Egyptians was not this homogeneous stock of people. They were a multitude of different people that came under and formed a culture, a cohesive culture that they all shared. And that's what made them Egyptians. What makes a people is not what they look like, and it's not their haplogroups, their biology. That's not how people are defined. It's just that's what I say. It's a dead end. You can't
Yeah,
do that. You can't do that.
Like I said, I know it was a poor. I said it was just a poor argument he was making.
Because
he was saying you can't use like that was his argument. Like
he said you can't
use
what?
linguistics. You can't use linguistics to tell who the people is. You know what I'm saying?
No, a people are defined. Language is a major defining element of a culture, of a people. Culture and people go hand in hand. You can't define a people. See, here's the thing, and I'm telling you, see, people go. That's why I hope I don't care who the linguist is really, as long as it's a linguist who knows what they're talking about and can have a conversation. Because here's the thing, the psychology of a people is expressed in their language. So the only way, in order for people to share the same mindset, which is what makes them a people, they have to speak the same language. That's why language is one of the top defining aspects of a people and a culture. That's it. Because how a people think is reflected in their language. And a speech community is a community of people who share the same psychological, in linguistics, we call it a sign. The signs are like this mental dictionary of form and meaning. And, I explained this before, but like the gist of it, like if I, like, for example, like every single word is made up of 3 components. But to simplify right now, because it's late, just think of it as a coin, right? Heads and tails. On one side of the coin, you have the form, and that form can be written, which means you see it spelled a certain way, or pronounced, which means you hear it. On the other side of the coin is the meaning. So you got form and meaning. There's a third element, which is the link between the two. But let's just look at it as a coin. Okay. So now here's the thing. In order for you to speak to people around you, those people have to have the same coin in their head as you do. So when you utter a sound out your mouth, it will match a concept or the other side of that that's already there. So for example, if I say house to you, you heard me say it. So that's the form. But the concept side of it, or the other side of the coin, is a square rectangle structure with windows, a door, and a roof, basically.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you conceive in your mind. So that concept linked up with that sound, house, is called the whole coin. That's we call it a sign. So you carry that in your head, I carry it in my head. So now when you want to encode the concept, because I can't read your mind, you encode the mental concept into the sound, and you pass it to me, and I hear it, I can decode it and recall the concept. So now we're communicating. I know what you mean. Now, a Spanish speaking community, they have the same concept, but a different sound, different form. So they have the same square rectangle building with windows, a door, and a roof, but they don't say house, they say casa. So their form changed. So they don't have the same word, but we could translate it because we can match one side of it. So we got 2 coins that match one side. The other side don't match. One side matches, the other side don't match. That's called translation. But if both sides match and you understand it, that's the same language. So the psychology, the mental construct of your mind shared with others is revealed in language. That's what makes a people a people. That's what, one of the major things. There's a couple other things, but that's a major thing. So that's what Garfield's everybody's going to have to understand. So here's the thing. This is why linguistics is so important. If I can show that language A is genetically related to language B, and language A is spoke by this group of people, and language B is spoke by this group of people, I can establish that group A and group B at one point come from the same previous parent group. Yeah, same parent group. And if they came from the same parent group, they came from the same parent culture. Although they differ now, but they came from the same culture. Same parent language, same parent culture.
Got it. Yeah.
regardless of their biology. See that, because biology doesn't make a people a people, and America is a living testimony to that. We're not all biologically the same, but we're the same people, even though we don't like saying that. But we're the same. We're Americans. We're distinct. We're recognizable. I don't care if you black or white. If you travel somewhere else in the world, they're gonna say, "Oh, you American." They could tell by your behavior, your demeanor, your
I
language.
see now, like so in that situation, linguistics would top genetics.
Oh yeah. Just sit, man. Listen, genetics is on the low end of the totem pole on that conversation. You can't really use genetics. Genetics is used for migration before you can get to distinguishing people. So any conversation, when you're talking about a people, biology is not going to really help you. It's just not going to help you. Language is going to help you a lot more.
Due to the same America analogy. Make that
Yeah,
on board.
exactly. So imagine 500 years from now, people want to excavate the cemeteries of America. Man, you know the diversity of genetics is they're gonna find, and if they base everything on biology, they would think that we're all different. I mean, biologically we are, but as a people, they're not gonna see us as a coherent country of Americans, that spoke this language or none of they're not gonna know none of any of that. They're gonna think, okay, man, it's diverse. America was diverse.
It must have been a major bunch of invasions going on. So.
they're gonna wonder, man, what happened over here? It's gonna confuse the heck out of people in the future if they did that. See, fortunately for us, the further back you go, the less migrations took place. Because see, one thing we take for granted today is that we have advanced modes of transportation where everybody goes everywhere. Whereas the further back you go, nobody, like people moved out of necessity, like real necessities. Wasn't nobody moving around anywhere.
Yeah, you ain't just give up no food source where you got nice, adequate food. You ain't just gonna just up and dip until you force out of that.
Yeah, there you go.
Force you out of that area.
Yep, overpopulation, a lack of resources, competition. Those are the things that made people migrate and move when they ran out of resources and stuff. And people got to understand the splitting, because you can be group A as one big group, and then resources run out, and then a chunk of you, like half of your group A, splits and moves somewhere else, which creates group A and B. Group A happens to stay put. Group B goes away and never gets a chance to intermix back with group A. So now they can only intermix among each other. And over time, they're going to change their culture, everything. Their biology is going to change. Their culture is going to change. And all that stuff is going to become distinct from group A. But they came out of group A. And so biologically, we could trace that out. And if we base it only on biology, we'll say, okay, they're the same, but they weren't. They were, but they end up not being the same. Because if people want to run with that argument, then we got to say, well, white people are Africans. Full-fledged Africans.
Yeah, full-fledged, yeah.
Like, okay, so they moved out of Africa and they had their own culture. But hey, if you're saying biology, then they trace their biology back to Africa now. Everybody can. So nah, that's a losing thing. That's what I'm saying. That's not. I don't see that coming up, because I don't think that's gonna have enough steam to produce a debate. This one barely had enough steam. Like I'm.
What you think? I forgot which one you said you think will pop up. Which one you think?
No, I didn't. I was asking you. I don't know. But what I do know is that at least 2 big debates on these platforms take place per year. So something is going to brew. Something's going to be instigated to brew up. And you might be right. I just, man, if that's the case, man, we're going to have to take 2 L's. For the, I mean, in the bigger picture, that's 2 L's because this one coming up, you know, it's cool, but it's I think it's an L on what it could be, and then if the one you just said comes up, that's gonna be 2 L's.
Yeah, I think that's the next wave is gonna be West Africa versus Kemet. Like I think that's gonna be the next move. Like I hate it's like every time I see it though, it's always like somebody will maybe romanticize too much or puts out some misinformation, and then you see this major overcorrection. You know what I'm saying? Like it happens like every time. It's like, okay, yeah, they were wrong with this, but now you're going way too far.
There you go. I like understand. That's a good way to describe it, an overcorrection, because there is a lot of misinformation out there. There is some romanticizing going on, but now people are going overcorrecting on steroids. Like they're taking it too far. Like they can't even name, like West Africa is a region and Kemet is a specific kingdom. Like that's a mistake right there. And then you got to deal with everybody's work. Like there's scholars who are putting in the work to show the commonalities. Like how you gonna disregard that? Like how you gonna refute that to keep up with the argument? That's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. And see, now I see why they're gonna have to focus on genetics, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, they have to. That's the only ground they got to stand on it because they're not linguists, so they're gonna make a fully genetic argument.
Right, and genetics is in and of itself is a science, so it's going to sound very, you know, sciencey and educational, but it's irrelevant. You know, it's just that's like trying to bring a screwdriver. That's like trying to use a screwdriver to eat soup. Like a screwdriver is very useful, but it's just not in the context of eating soup. So genetics is useful. It's not in the context of this discussion. You can't use it. It's not going to be. It's not going to blend. It's not going to work out. It's not going to look good. And then even genetics, haplogroups, man. I mean, I don't think people understand what haplogroups are. Like they're only linear, and they're your deep ancestry. It's not the autosomal aspect. All the percentages of people share, that's not haplogroups. That's the autosomal. That's only goes 5 generations back. That's it. 5 times 25 is about 125 years. Because each generation is given 20, 25 years. That's 125 years, 150 years that the autosomal mixture comes into play. So it's just that alone. People gonna have a genetic conversation first before they even use it inside of a debate. They got to get to understand. People got to understand, what do these haplogroups mean? These are mutations that occurred on certain geographical locations for a genetic population of people, and they happen over a long period of time. That's it. That's all that means. And so because of it, you can there's a chronology built in that's innate with it, and depending on where they pop up, that results in being able to trace migrations. Now you can say, okay, L0, the mutation called L0 took place in this region at this time, and later I see a mutation into we call it L1, and now I can say, okay, the population of L0 must have moved over where we find L1 at, and it happened this time. So now you could trace out stuff like that.
Yeah, he was saying something about I think I was saying like they'll be able to trace the haplogroup of the migration I think based on like a molecular clock.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with people? Though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why,
I mean, what defines a people? Yeah. Like, okay, see, here's the first question.
That's why I said once you explain that, I like, it can't really get around. They can't really get around.
Well, here's the first question. Get somebody to name a people. So name a random people right now. Jamaicans?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we have a term, Jamaicans, and we identify a group of people as Jamaicans. So the follow-up question is, do all Jamaicans have the same haplogroup? And the answer will be emphatically no. They don't. So because of that right there, that ends the discussion, because if all Jamaicans don't have the same haplogroup,
Then
then
how can you trace all Jamaicans with one haplogroup?
exactly. Then that means Jamaicans are not the people we're calling Jamaicans are not determined by a haplogroup. They must be determined by something else, because they got different haplogroups. Take Egypt. Egypt today. Are all the Egyptians over there in Egypt right now have the same haplogroup? No. Did all the Egyptians in ancient Egypt have the same haplogroup? No, they did not. So even in known distinct peoples, because using America is just too easy, but known distinct peoples will have different haplogroups. Australia. Go to Australia and look at the haplogroups of the whole population of Australia. What makes them Australians? Not their haplogroup. South Africa. Shoot. I mean, so nah, that's not going to fare too well.
Another bad argument.
But you might be
Another
right.
bad
They're gonna work it into a instigate it and bring it up to the level of having people interested.
Oh yeah. It's definitely gonna be instigated. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, if you watch Garfield's show, the title of the show, that's what he's working on as we speak. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but that's what he's working on. You know what I'm saying? That's what his momentum is going towards. But like I said, I typed in the chat, like you don't know enough. There's no way you can do this after the debate. Like, you would have to take time off and just study. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just come back with DNA 2 months later thinking I've solved, you know what I'm saying? I've solved the mystery. Like, come on, bro.
And here's another problem, like this, like what I'm speaking about also speaks to this problem with the Egypt being the daughter or granddaughter of Cush in Ethiopia. You know how they say that all the time. And that's problematic for the same reasons. Because if they are them, then why aren't they the same? Like, you know, it goes back to what defines a people as a people. And you just can't do it. They just can't do it. Like, for example, Egypt was always 2 regions. And those 2 regions became one people. There were 2 distinct peoples. And then they merged to create one kingdom as one people. Just people knowing that little bit of history of Egypt will know that it's impossible to talk about, you know, genetics and stuff and saying that now, because even Egypt was 2 distinct people. That's why they call it Tawi. They called the whole kingdom Tawi for a long time. The unification of these 2 regions. They translate as land, but it's really a region because it was a different environment, different lifestyle and everything based on the environment, based on the geography around them, the environment literally, because the Delta, and see, this is a mistake people make too. When they describe Egypt, they say, okay, the Nile Valley civilization. You know, that's how you hear people say it, Nile Valley civilization. They're leaving out a whole different region, which is the Delta. So we should say the Nile Valley and Delta civilization, because on one breath they say Tawi, which means 2 lands. It's a dual. But then when they say Nile Valley, as if they aren't talking about the valley. The valley is the narrow strip close to the river. The Delta is up top where it pans out. That lifestyle was different than the valley's lifestyle. So it was totally different. And they merged the 2 in one kingdom. And so that alone, that explains, you know, how the Delta was always a convergence area, which led into the Middle East. People ain't ready to have that slow down and have that conversation though. You know, but yeah, man, it's almost 4:45 where I'm at, so I'm about to definitely hop on. I only came on here, man. I swear I was looking for this one little thing on YouTube, and saw this was live. I was like, you know what though, for real. When I saw it, because I looked on YouTube, I pulled up my YouTube, and then it has the when you first I searched for this video I'm looking for, and on the side it had suggested, the suggested things, and it showed this live right here. It said live. In my mind, my first thought was like, I bet you Unbiased is asleep.
Unbiased sleep. Yeah, that's what I be thinking too. If it's past 2, you're like, that nigga Unbiased got to be asleep.
I said,
I tuned in one morning though about 4, silence. I was like, Unbiased sleep.
but listen, the only reason why I clicked on it was because Unbiased avatar wasn't the thumbnail. I was like, man, maybe somebody else is talking. So I clicked and y'all were talking. So I was like, man, yeah.
But it was a good build. It was a good build though, man. Like that information is crucial.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all were building on, because on my screen it shows y'all were on here for 6 hours, but I don't know.
We all over the place.
God damn, was it? Yeah,
we all
I
over
was
the
at the
place.
gym for 2 hours and everything.
It was all over the place. Man.
Yeah, y'all, it was 6 hours. I just happened to pop in. But
hey, Woo, what's your YouTube page?
Well, my own is under my same name. I haven't used that since I was
ADOS Conversations.
ADOS Conversations. But man, I had to let that take its course, because I man, that was like too frustrating, because people ain't even want to take time out to even read documents.
I just be crazy.
I'm gonna leave that alone. But my other one, the one I'm more active on, is as a group, is the Seshu Mani Meta Nature channel. So we got a lot of videos on there where because I try to do presentations, because out of every conversation I have, I want somebody to take away something. And so I try to focus on the topic. Every now and then I have like an open discussion where we can go all over the place a bit, but I try to make sure when I go live, I try to make it count, unless I hop on somebody else's thing. But on there, but that's it. Seshu Ma'a, and then Ni Meta Nature. If you search for that, you'll see it.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, but mainly my topics be centered something having to do with Kemet, because there's a lot. I'm telling y'all, listen, there's a lot. See, this what gives Kemet a bad name, because, and I like the way you said overcorrection, because Kemet is commercialized and it's romanticized. So I get it. I get why people are kind of sick and tired of it, but
God damn.
But when that's addressed, man, people go like out the window with the overcorrection, and a lot of people who try to correct, they really don't know what they're talking about. They just know that something's wrong, but they really don't know how to address it. So it's like overkill.
Yeah, they want to stab at everything, try to stab everything down.
Yeah, and it's not like that, man. If people just slowed it down, they man, it's so much that you can get from Kemet, whether it's useful to you or usable or whatever, but at least, man, let it do its thing. And that's what I try to
slow down. Kind of got that one mode, man. It's like either it stands up or we destroy it. Like we ain't really used to building next to something. It's like, it's got to get torn down. It's like, bro, you don't got to do that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Just touch it up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
But you know what? Now that you said that, I think the next a future instigation could be is atheist versus something. Not theist, but atheist versus the something. I don't know what you call the other something, but it's to me, I see that kind of brewing up, because between Unc and he's got a crew of real black atheists or atheists and stuff and all that kind of stuff. People are starting to talk that atheist talk and everything.
and see, and listen, I'm agnostic, but I feel the same way about that with overcorrection, bro. Like y'all going overboard with the atheist thing. I'm like I understand the stance, but it's like y'all trying to destroy everything. Like you can't take spirituality from people. Like certain things are just innate. You know what I'm saying? It's like it ain't a good fight. I'm like, come on, man.
But it's not, man. Sometimes not even that. It's like I don't even think 8 people who subscribe to being atheists can really explain what it is that they stand on. Like if I say atheist, okay, I get I get the word is a compound word. It's a prefix that's a negation, and then we got this word theist or theism. I said, so if A is to be interpreted as against, anti, or without, and then on the other side of it, you got theist, which is what you're saying is God. Then the A part is clear, like that's crystal clear. What happened? Oh, the theist part, define that, and they and when I ask that, it's really hard to get something. It's like it's really hard. Like it's because a lot different people got different views of that side, which is no different than the theist views on it. So I'm like, man, y'all are just as confused as theists. Like theists are just embrace of that confusion, whereas you're against it. Like you're against whatever that the theism represents. So I'm like, okay, well, what is it? And so here's the thing recently. So I asked, I said, okay, if you're against or without God, then tell me what you're against or without. Like define God, define that which you are against or that you don't see no evidence for or whatever. And then that immediately slows the conversation down, but, you know, they can't. So my thing after having that conversation is that really not all atheists, but the atheists that speak up in our circles, they're really just against the Abrahamic God, like the biblical God. That's really where it stops.
But they won't admit that. They want to say they're against everything.
Yeah, all gods.
But they ain't going after Buddha and the Hindus. Like,
yeah, only the ones that people talk. So here's the problem. So I can clearly tell that that an atheist is against the Abrahamic gods, which are monotheistic gods. But when it comes to African concepts of deities or gods, that's where it gets real shady. Because I say, okay, like I asked, if an atheist is against all gods, I say, how can you be against something that you're just totally unfamiliar with? Like if you don't know how a group of people conceptualize their God, how can you be against it? And see, that's
I get it. Because you would need to, before you say you're atheist, you would need to see the God, have a representation of that God. So you can go, I don't like that one. Nope, I'm against that one. Show me that one. I'm against. You know what I'm saying? Like you would have to go one by one. Because another person may have another definition of what God is, and it may not fit
exactly
under your atheist.
Different
idea.
Concepts. So now, once I pointed that out before, because I've been having these conversations for years. When I've pointed that out before, the goalpost is moved, and then they give a very vague and overarching definition by the word supernatural. They say, I'm against every God, every supernatural God. And then I say, okay, that's cool. I can work with that. I say, what about the people who don't see their God as supernatural? So what you're saying is that you're okay with those, but you're not okay with the others. And then they move the goalposts again. Nah, all the gods are supernatural, something. I say, okay, well now let's make a distinction. Are you rejecting the existence of all gods, or are you rejecting what's attributed to these gods? And that's a big difference. Because if my God is water, if I deify water and I say water is one of my gods, you're not telling me that you reject the existence of water. So I don't think you're that crazy. But you're probably rejecting something if I attribute some supernatural, attribute to water. Then you don't accept that. Is that what I'm saying? And so that's how detailed the conversation has to be. But nobody's really trying to slow it down to that level. So I can see that kind of brewing up and trying to get there, because that'll be an opportunity for people to really have a paradigm shift, because our concept of God doesn't match other people's. It just doesn't. Like I just know for a fact the Egyptians, like it's really hard for us under the influence of these Christian and Islam and Judaism, for us to really grasp the Egyptian concept of God, because it's different. They never saw anything as supernatural. So there's no such thing as an atheist within the Egyptian context. But
I just see it as a fruitless argument, because like well, okay, even if you choose to be atheist, you cannot negate like that they're just belittling people's intelligence based on the fact that they hold a particular faith. And then argue that we cannot progress as a people because people hold on to these faiths. But when you look at civilization in general, like you don't find a civilization that spring up without spirituality at the center of it. So I'm like, what are we arguing? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like it's always going to be there.
The ruling, the visible ruling people of the planet they have a belief. They're not atheists. Atheism is not ruling the planet.
That's my argument too. I think exactly. And a lot of these forward-thinking people are not atheists. So you can't say that they're holding us back because some of the people that are inventing these, like I don't know, I didn't know, I didn't think Bill Gates was an atheist. I never heard him speak about atheist. You know what I'm saying? And look at what he contributed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why I get mad at the arguments, because it's oversimplifying people that have a faith or belief and making them out to be idiots, or they can't contribute to society, or they holding society back. And I just don't like that part of it.
Here's the thing, man. It's like the problem is people are not taking the time out to really unpack those concepts, because theos, like everybody knows that atheism, the word theos come from theos, is a Greek word, and they say, see, here's the trick. You hear somebody say theos means God, but that's not true. Like when you say means God, you're putting an equal sign there. Theos in the Greek language originally meant efficacy. It meant the ability to do something effectively. That's what the word theos means. So it was referring to the actionable aspect of existence, how the doing, the actions. And the word God comes from German, which means to invoke or to call. So we got to slow it down and say, wait a minute, how did theos get overlapped with invoking? How did efficacy get overlapped with invoking something? And then the word deity simply meant the sky or day. And then also to shine, something that's shiny. And that's why the stars at night were the shiny objects at night. And that's where you get divination, where people start using the stars to make predictions. And they call that divination, because you got divine and deity. They come from the same root, same etymological root. So that's the question. How did all these words come to mean what they mean today? Like we got to trace that out and say, okay, wait a minute. So along the way, something happened. Something went on.
That might be a bill you need to do right there with y'all. I'm very interested in that one right there.
Something happened, because
put that together so we can check that one out.
Well, we're gonna have to, because that's how you get people into changing the shift and seeing what these ancient folks was really talking about, because they weren't talking about supernatural things. They weren't talking about stuff that we think they were talking about. That's because of the Bible and all this modern stuff. To them, God was not separated from creation. It's just how they categorize existence itself. Because trust me, man, do you know how society would be if we never had writing right now? Like,
yeah, crazy.
Yeah, the way that we organize information,
all type of information would be lost. We would be backwards. Never be where we are right now. We couldn't.
Well, we would figure out really ingenious ways to store information, and that's what they did. They created like you know what a metaphor is, right?
Yeah.
And so with us, we know what a metaphor is, but man, ancient people had to invent metaphors, like they had to create metaphor. What we know as metaphors now, they had to actually invent that figurative way of analogies, allegories, metaphors, similes, hyperboles, all those things these ancient folks had to invent. that we take for granted now.
Yeah.
And so
I've seen that build on that. That was a good build.
yeah, well, the fight, the old world versus the new world, is really boils down to a fight between figurative and literal, because there's a changeover. It was something that was figurative, once figurative, has been transformed to something literal, and then that gave birth to the belief systems. If you take the literalism out of the belief systems, everything will start making sense again. Everything will start making sense again. The problem is that there are
I
realities.
wonder what's a pinpoint for that, and that also would be that Kevin influence, because like I think like even the concept of Christianity in its original form was, all of these things were never made to be taken literal, but somewhere along the line people started taking it.
There you go. Like the Old Testament. Look at the sir. I mean, do you see we would be insulting people's intelligence to think that people literally thought that a snake could talk.
Yeah, a whale could eat a man and keep him in his belly for 3 days and all of those stuff and spit it back out.
Yeah, that a woman moving out of her city looks back at the city and she turned to a pillar of salt. All that kind of stuff is for people to take that stuff literally, then you know it's at a loss. And that's what happens with in Egypt. Nobody see Egypt. See, the good thing about Egypt is that Egypt, as its own internal kingdom, lasted for 3,000 years. It has ups and downs, but it lasted for 3,000 plus years. And nobody in Egypt was waiting for a previous people to walk up out of those graves. Nobody witnessed it and nobody was expecting it. Like from Khufu to Ramses is about from Ramses to us in terms of time. So Ramses was not waiting for Khufu to walk up out his grave and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the people the people knew, because they would actually move bodies sometimes, so they knew, they fully understood what was going on. You know what I'm saying?
And not only did they move them, they robbed them. Like they robbed. Like listen, man. If they expected the grave, the body, and the stuff that's buried with the deceased person to actually go to a place literally, why would they risk their life? Because if you rob a grave, if you got caught robbing a grave back then, you would kill. That was your life. And why would somebody risk their life breaking in the grave if the general population really believed literally that a person's going to go somewhere called the underworld and they're going to take these things with them and this and that? Man, that's why it's just like today. Nobody's going to go to a cemetery expecting it to be empty.
Like, start digging up.
They're not doing that. They didn't do that then. They didn't do it now. And it's, man, but it gets into some deep stuff that, you know, hopefully in the future I'm going to be talking about more or introducing more, but it has to do with what people are now studying under psychology. Like right now there's a new field that's created, it's a combination between neuroscience, psychology, and cognitive whatever. I forgot what they call it. But
I like that though. You said 2 words I like. Neuroscience.
Yeah, psychology and neuroscience is merged. You know, they have merged these disciplines to create a whole new discipline now. That's only maybe 10 years old, less than 10 years old, and they're really researching consciousness, you know, and the role that the brain plays with consciousness and all this other kind of stuff. It's real interesting, and that's actually what I've been looking into.
I know you talk about it, I forgot the name, but I'm listening to a lot of Robert Sapolsky and stuff like that, and a guy named Joseph Liddell. He talks about the role of consciousness, and they're trying to distinguish what is consciousness like from primates, and what makes us distinct in our consciousness. So that's it's real serious. I like that type of stuff.
Yeah, but man, listen, when you get up on that and you read that, and then if you're able to kind of really engage the Egyptian philosophy or stance on things, you're gonna say, man, wow, like these Egyptians were onto something in a different way, but they were onto some. They had some different ideas they were going about in there, you know. So it gets real interesting. It
Yeah,
get because
you know what I had to really take a look back, because when we think of people 3,000 years ago, right? Since we see our technology so advanced, we discredit the natural intelligence for the time frame. Like when we look at philosophers 1,000 years ago, we can see that they were just as profound in their thinking as people today, even though they didn't have the technology as we had. But there's certain ideas and natural thought about reality and existence and conversation that you can have and be just as intelligent in 3000 BC as you are in 2020. And I had to like come to that realization because you see the technology and you go, man, the people are dumb. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me paint a scenario for you. I'm gonna ask you a question. What would you call this? You have a man who builds a house or builds the frame for a house with 2x4s, wooden 2x4s, and he does it with a screwdriver versus a man who does it with a screw gun. Okay, now they both are successful at framing up this house. Now, how would you describe both men? Like, but both of them accomplished what they did. But how would you describe both of them?
Like as far as like I may take the one that did it with a screwdriver a little more. You know what I'm saying? It's ingenuity. I would have to give that person with a screwdriver a little more credit for his ingenuity.
Right. So the person who did it with a screwdriver had a okay, put it go the other way. The person
much more complicated task than the person with the screw gun.
Yeah. So
Right.
the person with the screw gun had it way more easier, and he could take everything for granted and whip it up. The person with the screwdriver is putting muscle in it. He's putting his sweat, blood, and tears in that bad boy, and it's to come up with ways to be able to do it in a much more harder way. So we would look at the screwdriver person as being more robust, more stronger actually, and
Right.
And so that's how we should look at ancient peoples, because ancient people did not have the technology we have today, but yet they figured out so much. They did figure out so much. It's just that they didn't, like, for example, the ancient people, but specifically ancient Egyptians, they knew that a person's health or when a person got sick, they could not see the pathogens like we could see today, like under microscopes and stuff, but they knew that a pathogen was responsible. They just never saw it, but they know that there's something that they could not see that was disrupting the equilibrium or the homeostasis state of the human body. They knew that, and they documented it. They just could not detail it like we do today. And so when they come up with remedies and stuff, they had to do it the long, hard way, but they did it to the extent. Like with us, we could see it. We're cheating.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so their minds was way more. It's almost like a calculator. Like you know, when they started allowing calculators in school, I remember that there was a big complaint. There was a movement complaining about that because they were like, well, that's gonna make us lazy.
I remember that too. That was groundbreaking.
Yeah.
You got to bring a calculator in math class.
Oh yeah, that was
like, man, what is we doing here? You know, like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's the same thing, you know, and there's pros and cons to that, and we just got to embrace both, because ancient Egyptians or ancient people, period, man, they, based on the time frame, like you said, they did some amazing stuff. They see, we should credit them with more amazement than as if we do stuff today, even though we can do more but they had to use more genius.
Genius, yeah. But that's why I said I had to recalibrate, because I think for people in general, especially coming up, you watching Flintstones and all this other stuff, and you just seeing the technology that you have, you just naturally assume or take for granted the intelligence of the people of ancient times, because they don't have what we have. And I think I had to recalibrate and realize, like, you know what, maybe it's the other way around, and you cannot, and there's certain things outside of machinery and technology that any human being can have. Because you know what I'm saying, once we're intelligent, like, we can still have these conversations about love or feelings or you know what I'm saying, or just these natural conversations. What is existence? What is a spirit? You know what I'm saying? Like, they can still have these intelligent conversations in those times. So
Exactly. So you basically recalibrated how you defined a group of people's intelligence, because now we got to ask the question: does technology equal intelligence, or does the fact that somebody can solve a problem with the least amount of resources the intelligence? And we have to go with the other way, the latter, because if I don't have the resources to do something, but I figure out a way and I do it anyway, versus somebody who has the resources and can do it at a drop of a dime, people will have to give it up to me for accomplishing it without having it, versus the person who does, even though we both accomplish it. So
I did it with my hands, and you did it with a whole toolkit.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. And that's how we gotta start viewing these things. And once you dive into it, man, you'll be amazed, because, like I said, like, for me, I can see the origin of good and evil in archaic humans, and it comes from the principles of health. It comes from living or dying. Things that cause you to die, that's the birth of evil. Things that promoted life and promoted you to live, that was good. And that's the birth of good and evil. The core fundamentals of good and evil. And they looked at it as forces of good and evil because they couldn't see it. They could not see these pathogens. They could not see these things that causes disease, sickness, and stuff like that. And so they looked at it as a unseen battle, consistent, perpetual battle between good and evil forces. But see, now if I say that, right, and the people take it literally, then it sounds spooky. But that's not what they meant. They didn't mean a non-existent spooky thing. They meant something that is causing it. It's just that they can't see it. They don't have the means to see it.
Microscope, but there's something going on in there. We just don't have a way of figuring out exactly what that is, but they know it's in there. There's something.
Exactly. Now I'm gonna give you a story, and I'm gonna bounce. But along those lines, they have a story called "The Destruction of Humanity" that involves the deity Sekhmet and Ra, and those are the two main characters in this story. If you were to read that, even if you read the translation in English, read that story, right? But as you read it, I'm gonna spoil it. I'm not spoil it, but I'm gonna I guess how you call it. I'm gonna influence your mind a little bit. Read that story, find it, and read it. And if you can't find it, next time
What's it called? What's the name of it?
The destruction of mankind.
Destruction of mankind.
Yep, it's the story that involves Ra and Sekhmet. And basically, the gist of the story is Ra is trying to sleep. Human beings are disturbing his sleep, so he sends Sekhmet to go take care of the noise to shut the.
Oh yeah, I think you told that story, and she devours. She got to like some bloodlust or something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I gotta look it up. So I remember you mentioned it, but I don't remember the whole.
Okay, yeah, check that story out, right? But as you read it, just keep health in the forefront of your mind as you read it. And the reason why that's a valid thing I'm telling you to do is because Sekhmet, as a deity, she's the patroness or the deity that's over all medical physicians. in Egypt. And there's a reason why, because you have to ask yourself, well, why is this lion-headed female goddess over all Egyptians, like the patroness of doctors and medical people? But read that and keep that in your mind. And I want to see what you, next time, if you do it, let me know you did it. I mean, I ain't rushing you. I'm saying, but when you do it, just let me know, because I want to know your thoughts on what you feel that certain characters in the story, in the storyline, what does it mean? Like, what's the realities behind it? It'll be interesting. Yeah, and I think that if you hit the mark, you're gonna be like, oh snap, I'm gonna have to rethink a few other things. You know. But man, it's 5:15. I'm about to be out of here. I see what's the name. He said his phone died, and man, I was supposed to only be looking for some videos on some on this neuro and this new field. This new field is man, it's interesting.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm on it. So I'm gonna be. I've already like I love that type of stuff. My favorite science. That shit like primatology.
Man,
yeah, peace to the chat though.
It's changing rapidly though, because like if you watch some presentations from 5 years ago, man, and you watch something that happened like as of last year, they're coming up with some really good ideas and some theories, or they're testing some things out.
Yeah,
interesting, very very interesting. So, but
but good with y'all, so we'll meet again.
All right, and watch we get off here. I'm biased. It's going.
Wake up.
He gonna wake up, be like 2 hours of blank video. But all right, I'm gonna say peace though.
All right, peace.
All right.